7 days. So somebody was your show, somebody was your host, so the raising of paragraphers is considered overload your first friends if they cannot engage any testimonial activity for or against the very activity. Rabbi said that Rabbi Abba, even the missionary, will say this is that Rabbi name of Rabbi said that enough. Really only from the day of the wedding. On the day of the wedding, they're your good friend. Afterwards, again, they no longer have the status of Ohabo, all right, only, and therefore they're committed to get testimony. We'll say, simply, so again, that's not level. Now, again, after you don't pass me this week, you don't pass me this. Those say, for me, it's fascinating. We are found trying to work on what's the definition of a best friend? Someone who's close to 7 days. Like, well, it's definition of again, point of view. Second thing, always only the data so second thing,
Steve Maliglio is a Democratic strategist that says the candidates you see for governor today may not be candidates for long.
Okay, now always is a pretty strong word, right?
Maliglio says if a candidate wants to be a front-runner, they're going to need more money and bigger endorsements in order to beat Republicans in the primary in June.
Is the days relationships take such a human nature is such that even people
Israel has struck Lebanon's capital for the first time since June's invading killed Hezbollah's chief of staff and warning the Iran-backed militant group not to rearm and rebuild. Southland weather for KFI tonight, clouds and fog with lows in 30s to 50s. Right now 55 degrees in Orange, 57 degrees in Irvine. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Rashida Augustine.
We make decisions every day, but a prize pick for the right decision mean a lot of money in your pocket. It's the start of basketball season, but who would want the winless Pelicans playing the winless Nets? Well, with prize picks, every game is exciting. All you gotta do is pick 2 to 6 players. And then you decide more or less than their projections for that game. And if you get them all right, you win up to $2,000
what does OA mean?
money.
The day of messing up your best friends. What's the
Download Prize Picks from Loco Conway and have them play your first $5 lineup. We're going to give you $50 in free lineups. Plus, Prize Picks offers stacks. That means you can use one player 3 times in a single lineup. So if that player goes off,
and it's important from the start again. I would have thought, from this game, I would have thought, what's the definition of an over? Someone who has all the time, I would have thought, I don't know, challenge your friend. Someone who's been like your friend for 5 years. What's the definition of an OA? Someone who brought you food and a bottle of sugar. Right? And how long is your OA for? That day. That day. Do not expect anything the next day. Okay, maybe they'll go for sugar. They'll go for sugar lovers. They'll say, sometimes one of the most difficult things to accept in life is that people are fickle. They don't have a lot of relationship historical perspective. They're only focused on what can be done for me. Sometimes you're going to say one of the most liberating things in life. They do not have hard people to do your work themselves. But if you need something and when you do that, what you end up doing is you empower yourself to get things done. Because you recognize, I think there's always this small circle of people, of course, that I can't live off. But that doesn't apply to this people. If you could do it, maybe it applies to your closest loved ones, maybe relatives, maybe very circle of friends.
These are issues people like to deal with every day.
West Medical provides a lasting solution that provides life-changing It's a very strong term. A day, 7 days,
most
but
PPO
not
insurance plans. West Medical provides weight loss procedures to
but a very
call
powerful
1-800-WEST-MED and get started on true
That's
weight
what I
loss
heard.
today.
Someone says it's fine. Has Sunday, kosher will be right. So what's a Sunday? What's an enemy? What's an enemy? An enemy is someone who has not spoken for 3 days because of animosity. So tell me about it. So you guys have this follows. Don't say so. Don't get the classic. Now again, the classic is
Eyes forward, don't drive distracted. Brought to you by Headset and Cat Council.
So he's actually talking about serious case someone else accidentally. Goes up to your testimony. So again, the halacha is if you kill someone accidentally, you go to Golos. But again, if there was a negative relationship, but again, Chazal is telling you the stuff that we're going to actually we know all of it. So you might actually, he's not an enemy. No, if someone's not your enemy, you can testify on your behalf. And on the back of Israel. So, and again, someone doesn't want anything fantastic to you, you can testify on your behalf. Actually, if I'm someone says, now I understand, then enemy, someone who's not enemy, which means, you will say, what does it mean enemy? Someone who doesn't, definition of enemy, someone who wants something bad to happen. That's definition of enemy. So again, the Mishnah is giving a more defined definition. Someone who's so angry at you that he will not speak with you for 3 days. Definition of enemy. Only you know, and where do you know that someone who you love, right? A close friend is not going to be testimony of love. So the party they want you to the same way they said like another thing words. But who lo that's the pasuk. And it also sounds like who lo it also actually that's spelled. But on the back of Israel, so also someone who doesn't want bad things to happen to me, but also someone who doesn't want good things to happen to me. Giving any some rest, come on. You get all this on the pasuk said that because we're going to talk about it because it's not talking about close friends. Elos Svara, rather than says it's a Svara. Only, I'm sure the Daite, only Nami with the Karba Daite. So we'll say, remember, friends and enemies are 2 sides of the same coin. 2 sides of the same coin. Right? My enemy can't testify against me. Why? Because ultimately I'm against the strange between me. And therefore, because he's a strange, he doesn't make sense. My friend, my close friend, is very close to me. Because he's close to me, he'll also be skewed in what it is that he's saying. So let's say, isn't this fascinating? That Ovid and Oyev are they're 2 sides of the same coin. Which again is another dynamic in relationships. That the Ovid of today could become the Ovid of tomorrow. And these conversely also the Ovid of today could also become the Ovid of tomorrow. The worst thing in relationships to accomplish things in life. Because as much as he would be nice to think that the friends of today are the friends of tomorrow, it doesn't work the same way. So if I'm putting all of my, so to speak, accomplishment eggs in those ship baskets, that may be a very beautiful thing to life. Incredibly, the Gemara says as follows. So the Gemara says, Rabbanon, I will only give you a full back in stuff, so I got you. Where the Rabbanon do this? So the Gemara says, so one old would be again regarding
this hospital will make it better. I'm going to marry you. Well, and they have been married ever since. And this is one of the, this couple, if you see them, I swear they just like high school sweethearts. They're just amazing people. There's Steve Schneider, yes. That's crazy. Wow.
So, this goes to show, Joey, we all, you, Jeff, me, anybody we know, when we were kids, we were told a tiger does not change his stripes, a leopard does not change his spots. That's who they are. And that is true. So why would we think that a Nazi or neo-Nazi or a Klansman would change their Robin Hood or their swastika arm or something? Well, that's where we're wrong. The stripes and spots on the tiger and lion are immutable characteristics. They're born with those. They can't change them. But the Klan Robin Hood and the swastika are acquired. That's learned behavior. And what can be learned can be unlearned. Jeff is an example of that. Schneider is an example of that. And when I first got into wanting to meet these people, I wasn't trying to get anybody out. And I still don't really try to get people out. I just wanted an answer to that question that plagued me from the age of 10. How can you hate me? You don't even know me. Just tell me that, and then you go your way, I go my way. But what happened was, during the conversation, you start off this far apart on the ideological spectrum. You talk to somebody for 5 minutes. That gap narrows because you found something in common. You keep on talking, now you're here. You found more in common. At this point, you're having a cordial relationship with your adversary. You know, you might not be going out to dinner with them or whatever, but you have a cordial relationship. Keep on talking, and you found more in common. And now it's like a friendship. You don't agree on everything, but you have found more in common you have in contrast. And the trivial things you found in contrast, like skin color, or whether you go to a church, a synagogue, a mosque, or a temple, begin to matter less and less because it's caused a cognitive dissonance. And so when the first person left, I thought, this person, this is a fluke. You know, this guy probably wasn't invested in it fully. But then it happened again and again and again. And I thought, okay, well now, something I must be doing when I'm interviewing these people, especially when I was writing my first book. What am I doing? And I narrowed it down to about 5 core values that everyone wants. Between traveling with my parents as a child and the U.S. State Department, foreign services, diplomats, and now traveling as an adult, lecturer. I've told you before, I've been to all 50 states. I've been to 64 countries on 6 continents. And I can tell you this, no matter how far I've gone from our country, right next door to Canada, right next door to Mexico, or halfway around the globe, no matter who I meet, maybe around the world, they don't look like me, or speak my language, or worship as I do, or not worship at all, I've always concluded that every person I've met is a human being. And as such, every human being wants these 5 core values in their lives. Everyone wants to be loved. We all want to be respected. We want to be heard. We want to be treated fairly and truthfully. And we want the same things for our family as anybody else would want for their family. And if we can learn to apply those 5 core values or any of those 5 values, when we find ourselves in an adversarial situation or in a culture or society in which we're unfamiliar or uncomfortable, I'll guarantee you that your navigation of that society, that culture, that situation is much more smooth, much more positive, and much more productive. And so that's what was happening. Because these people had been interviewed before, but they didn't leave. So that, is how you talk to people, more so than what you say to people and how you listen to them, And when I say respect, it doesn't mean that I respect what they're saying. I'm respecting their right to say it. Right. And so I think, that's been one of the key things that worked with Jeff, worked with other people. And when it started happening more and more, I realized I stumbled onto something and I needed to keep doing this. And that's why I'm still doing it today. And Jeff and I go out, oftentimes, we just came back from Indianapolis a few weeks ago. We were in Orlando speaking to the Holocaust Center there and wherever else.
When you look back on your life and you think about the enormous amount of time you spent in the movement and now being essentially of a completely different mindset, like what does that feel like when you look back on yourself? It's like 2 different people. So like a lot of times when I'll speak about that life, I'll say that was my past life. I know it's not my past life, it's still the same life, but it is like looking back at a different person. Like when I started doing work with the Wiesenthal Center, one of the things was after talks, a lot of people in the Jewish community were like, I don't get it. You're such a nice guy, I don't get it. It doesn't make sense. So we started showing video clips of my speeches and things that I did when I was in the movement ahead of those things. And I was always at the end, and then people were like, oh, now I get it. Because they could see it. They could see how different that was and how different the person is. Not the person, nice guy that they met, but that's who I was. So, and I always try to get out of showing those clips. I'm like, could I be backstage or somewhere else? Because I don't want to look at it. Like, it's hard to, I can look at it. Obviously, I do it all the time, but it's tough. It's tough because it's like, man, does it feel shame? Shame, guilt. You just feel terrible about it. So I think that drives the work, a lot of the work that I'm doing now, and is to help others and to repair some of that damage that's been done. Well, I think your perspective is very important for people to understand that, someone can shift their mindset. That just because someone has a hateful, evil ideology they've attached themselves to doesn't mean they're a hateful, evil person inherently. It's learned behavior, learned thinking. And this is the problem with human beings, is we're incredibly malleable. Human beings are, we follow the leader and we adopt ideologies, and we're also very tribal. So when you become a part of a group, whether you call it a family or a team or whatever, you hate the other people because they're the enemy now. It's us against them. We're all in this together. That unites everybody. It's part of the movement, and it makes you feel like you're a part of something bigger. Yeah, it's a trap. It's a terrible trap, and it's a trap that human beings can easily fall into. You see it with political ideologies. You see it with religion. You see it with everything. I mean, people just we are very tribal, and that can manifest itself in some very disgusting thinking.
I want to add something to that. I think you're 100% right for the most part, but the tribal thing never came into play with me, and nor did it come into play with other people who were raised the way I was. I first started traveling abroad overseas at the age of 3 in 1961. I was born in 58, so I'm 67 now. And my first introduction to school was abroad. The State Department assigns you to the American Embassy in some foreign country for 2 years. And then you come back home at the end of the 2 years. You're here for a few months, maybe a year, and then you're back over to another foreign country for 2 years, back and forth, back and forth. My dad's job as a U.S. diplomat was to foster better relations between a foreign country and our U.S. government, right? So which is why, we're overseas. So my first introduction to school was abroad. I did kindergarten, first grade, third grade, fifth grade, seventh grade.
Even if your opinion is not excellent. Otherwise, again, it doesn't really work. Fascinating. Okay, so what I realized that hey, you done it. So let's say, brother, hey, so the first part of the Mishnah was that we go ahead and we intimidate them. How do we intimidate them? Let's say it's so great. This intimidation was awesome. So apparently it's the part, right? So how do you go ahead and intimidate the witnesses? That wasn't the same intimidation. Obviously, what are we trying to do? We're trying to show them that giving testimony is incredibly important. Take seriously what you're doing. So intimidate doesn't mean we're trying to get them to say one thing or the other. The only thing we want out of that is the truth. So how do we intimidate them, so to speak? Hey, we're going to use our Hagi Amino. This is what we say. You see it, Baruch Hashem, Ein Ish Mishalo B'Misas Hashem. So we'll say, so essentially, before we get to the and it says that sometimes, the clouds and the wind could be there, but ultimately, again, the rain doesn't come. Why? Ish Mishalo B'Misas Hashem. The penalty of lying is that lying can often result in withholding of rain. So essentially, we tell this person is, if you lie, don't think you're not just impacting yourself. Your lie, your corruption of justice is going to have an impact. It could have an impact on the nation. It's very profound. A lot of things in the psychology of sin. Right? Why do you think that was? There are really different levels why you think that was. But one of the reasons why you think that is because you think, kind of like on a macro level, what I'm doing doesn't matter. It matters on a micro level. In other words, I'll accept the fact that what I do matters to me. And I convince myself that what I do does not have an impact on anyone else. I live in a silo. Where's the not true? Yesterday's that. Here's how it is about that. Whatever I do impacts you, and whatever you do impacts me. And also sometimes that is the biggest deterrent to sin. So my actions have an impact, not just them, but on everyone. So we tell Diana, we tell me, if you lie, just understand that can result in withholding of rain. You have an impact. So whereas it's really rather, that's not going to have an impact on the supply. Luckily, when they marry, Shev Shana have a calf, sometimes the family extends to 7 years. My profession is not nice, I'll be alright. Even if it doesn't rain, it's not going to impact. Essentially, what I'm saying is, care about other themselves. So if they care about other people, that might be a big argument. If they only care about themselves, holding the balloon is not necessarily going to be a motivation. Not parts of the Karen, the Hates, Ish Onemarasa, 8 shekel. 8 shekels. Also, so they gave one another pasuk, and this pasuk talks about again the fact that there were swords and spears and terrible punishments that happened. Someone who testifies falsely. And the Rashi, other than the Chef Shani Havavosnot, the Inish Beloshani Lo Shafin. So the witness is always responding, even if there are 7 years of a terrible plague, a person never dies earlier than they're supposed to. Which means, again, they're theologically astute witnesses. And they can say back, I got it, I know what you're saying. But maybe a person never meets this one. Okay, I'm Rashi. I'm going to be Yosef Bar, Sutra. I'm going to lose Sadi Shabi, our guys. So Rashi says, here's what he says. Guys, just understand, people who lie, false witnesses, even the people who hire them, don't respect. They said, that no, they are doing more Birchas Elokim. So there's a habit over here that you can come as an episode of witnesses were hired, but the hired witnesses were told to make it now. But you don't think the witness tell the witness, just understand, if you're looking to sell your integrity, no one expects. Because even if you can hurry, you walk, you recognize that you do well. They say, you just didn't even hear what I was like, that's it. That's what people do. Maybe that punishment from a it's not going to be enough to win the game. Like a notion that if I lie, and no one understands. Even people who hired me, do what they want. The people who hire me, they also look down. Part of them look down at me because they know that I can point. So once I repush, I have zero integrity, and no one respects me. That's how we intimidate them. This is incredible. So in other words, I told Amar who, actually, you only becoming your own Roshua was remember again. Interestingly enough, the Mishnah said, when is the testimony accepted? And when is it incredible? Only if, witness number 1 says, we were present when Ruvain, the borrower, admitted his debt in the presence of Shimon, the lender, which is us, that just to admit the fact that he owes money to someone, even to the witnesses, right? Or to someone's time. Not in the presence of the lender. That is not the best thing that has no credibility. So let's analyze that. So the Seder in general, when a borrower gets the most money from the house, the statement is only meaningful if he appoints people as witnesses to witness towards the witness the admission. If I'm not going to be open on, so Tanya, so Amar Lo B'Yadacha, Amar Lo, hey, those list is. So Shimon goes over to Reuven. He says, Reuven, you owe me money. Reuven says, yep, I do. The next day, Shimon goes over to Reuven and says, give it to me. Amar, and Reuven says, I was just kidding. What's that law? Reuven is up to private state. The borrower and the lender is not valid. I know Rabbi says, support this. One of the so right, Shimon goes over to Reuven, Reuven, you owe me $1,000. Amar Lo, hey, and Reuven says, yeah, I do. The next day, Shimon says, Reuven, give me my money. Amar Lo, Meshach, and Reuven says, I was kidding around with you. I was just kidding around. It's halacha in my second. What's halacha? So, Gemara says Potter. Ultimately, again, Reuven is going to be Potter. Again, the admission that was made between Reuven and Shimon has no halachic stand. Law, not only that, it's if we look even on more again, or says Shimon learns that Shimon goes like this. Shimon goes over to he has Shimon has 2 witnesses hiding right behind the wall. And he says, Reuven, you owe me $1,000. And Reuven says, yes, I do. Well, I'm not okay. It's so frustrating about this name, Chloe. And Shimon says, are you going to admit alone in front of 2 witnesses? And Reuven responds, oh, he's scouting and Shimon's not making it in. Reuven says, no, I'm not admitting it. I admit that I owe you. There's no way I'm admitting it. Shimon knows that. Next day, then, Shimon comes to us, we're going to give me my money. But I'm going to go, he's shot down in the car. I was kidding around. Nevertheless, fuck it.
Just like that, Ashy Larry is eliminated. She is gonna fuck him up. He is up next. The Prince is most known for once rolling 77 sevens in a row at a casino in Las Vegas, making him a millionaire in the process. You know, earlier today we asked him what he did with the money. I'm a call. I spent the rest on PCP. Okay, so loves his mother, loves PCP. Prince and Greg is real. Let's see how he does.
And when I leave, come together like butt cheeks.
Don't put it on me. Don't put it on
breaking into the Marcy Project's hallway here and telling us all to get butt naked. You know, Bill, nice gigs get rough, it happens all the time. They very rarely come to a peaceful end. TV is no different. Let's try to keep it together and get upset. I saw this robbery coming from a mile away, which is why I put my car keys on my ass. So on behalf of Bill Burr and Wills, I'm Robert Nicholson. Sorry, honey. So long from the Marcy Projects and the World Series of Dice. Hopefully next year we'll be able to get all the way through it, but probably not.
Furthermore, again, what is really that belief? Ruben says, I was just kidding. Like, looking over to Ruben. He said, Ruben, you owe me $1,000. Ruben said, yeah, I do.
Serious.
Ruben says, I was just kidding. So the Gemara says, what does he part when he Mamish says, I was just kidding. I'm a Omer on the days. I'm a behind the father. Omer, he said, no. I never had money. So now, still going to do the 180. Yesterday, he said, I owe you money. Right today, he's saying, I don't owe you money. Then he's a lot. If he said, yesterday, I owe you money, and then the issue comes black, and Ruben says, I was just kidding with you, that's fine. That's fine. We can justify that. Right? He said, I owe you money. So I'm up and goes, so Papa says, anyway, he says, no, even if Ruben says today, I don't owe you anything, that's okay. He's not a liar. Why is he not a liar? So there's people for that stuff. And it's possible that even though Ruben said yesterday that he owed Shimon money, it's also that he forgot, and that he's not doing one, but how do we actually forgot about what he also something for today, tomorrow, tremendous. Let's not point out. We don't block them tomorrow. It's just the wrong block. That's all right. So, we're right on top. We will catch up. Everyone. All right, so I have a Zoom. Those are more forgiving audience than a lot of things. We understand. We'll get there. Have a great day, everyone.
TMZ says her remains were so badly damaged, the LA County Medical Examiner may never be able to determine how she died. Attorney Mark Garagos, who is not involved in the case, tells KTLA that sources close to the investigation believe a second person may have been involved.
All right, so let's say good morning. Good morning to us. Sorry, sorry, late. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this.
Despite uncertainty around her cause of death,
morning
police
shift
still
of pain.
consider it a homicide.
Our territory is on time and also on secure. That's what they brother, and father's brother, Obama, so right? So and brother-in-law, husband of his sister, and the husband of father's sister, and the husband of brother's brother, and the husband found of his mother's husband, this level, a father-in-law, so a brother-in-law, and then their son as well as their sons. The partner, we'll say partner about that. We're going to say partner is stepson. So we'll discuss in this stepson. The partner about them. And also, again, a brother-in-law, a stepson, the Vadon means no other associated relatives. So we'll get into that with the So he says, this what we learned about at this point, this is the mission of this is the same about Ishmael showed up, but again the first generation of this comes up, Dodo, Ben Dodo, ultimately again uncle, the son of your uncle, and anyone who is in line to inherit. So it's interesting. The first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously tomorrow, but again, the first version of this is that after it's about inheritance. Whoever ultimately gets in line to inherit, that ultimately is constantly that also shot. That interestingly enough, also what's the definition of a relative? The definition of relative is someone who is related to you at the point of the adjudication of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but they are no longer technically related to you, so they are kosher ladies, for example. Hayakaro Israel. Ariza Kasha. You were married, you were related to someone, and then ultimately again, you were distance from them. So again, that would be a case, let's say, of divorce. Divorce all the seed death in this moment as well. So Allah for myself, you were related to someone, but now you're not related to that person. Allah for myself, individual is Kasha because he says, so let's say again, a person has a daughter. The daughter died. Right? They have a child. And what happens? The age of and now what happens? They have children, and then the daughter dies. So let's say again, Reuben has a daughter. Reuben's daughter married to Shimon, and then Reuben's daughter dies. So Reuben related to Shimon? Related to Shimon? Technically speaking, no. But technically speaking, no, because at the end of the day, relationship is the husband of the daughter. If the daughter is dead, then technically speaking, relationship. They are still considered relatives, really because of the presence of grandchildren. Like the existence of grandchildren by definition.
This.
Only the sorry, this is a fascinating case. So it's only this means a very close friend or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy, so the individuals are also hostile enemies. So this is interesting. What's the definition of an only? So an only cat shoshino. So it's an only someone. It's like that Rashi comes as an individual here. He says shoshino.
That is so fucking funny.
This is a person ultimately against what shoshino means one of your groomsmen. This individual is hostile during the days of the wedding. In other words, during the wedding party itself, he, like in some sense, to this, besides the wedding celebration, is also the extended day. So during the days of the festival, so this individual would be hostile to weddings. So they would definition of an ending. Because we have cultural either people, social coming of pain. So this is fascinating. So this is anyone who you have not spoken to for 3 days because of animosity. Right? In other words, you're very well be able to speak to someone for 3 days, right? But if I'm not speaking to them for 3 days because of animosity, that's called an ending. And these individuals, in other words, obviously the Ohave, the very close friend, right? The close friend, exactly. Testify my dad, because he's very close friend. The enemy does not believe testify or adjudicate to my dad because he's my enemy. Our relation runs back to him, actually Israel. That's not how Jews operate. So actually, so Rashi says over here, when actually Israel so it's interesting, he responded, that's not how we operate. No one's going to lie because they love someone or because they hate someone. We're not something. People see that my focus is exactly suppose they do our first, how do we know what? How do we know? Where do we know? This concept that relatives are not to go ahead and adjudicate the case. Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept? Notice that fathers shall not die because of their sons. Because what it is. In the language of the running, so the father is not responsible for son, and the son is not going to die because of the sins of his father, first teaching about responsibility. So you know that the type of the person dies because of his own sins. The person is not accountable because of the sins of someone else. Okay? So I know what it says that God is will die because of his sons. The evil squad. It means because of the testimony of his sons. One of the rules of others. His sons will die because of their fathers. The angels of us because of the testimony of their fathers. Okay, so this is the mucker. So how do you know that again, relatives can't testify right for each other and speak about each other? Because the Bible says again, when we see our fathers to one another, so right, also the fathers can't die because of their sons, sons can't die because of their fathers. Angels does the testimony cannot be given from father to son or from son to father. So the verse, let's say. That fathers don't die to the sins of their fathers. Fathers don't die to the sins of their sons. Sons don't die to the sins of their fathers. Remember, that is a very distinct issue that has a number of people only die to their own sins. The verse says, is that true? God said, okay, although almost our body. There's a passage. The passage says that Hashem will visit the sins of the fathers on the sons. It sounds like children can be held responsible for the sins of their fathers. Which the verse is that's where the fathers engage in sinful behavior, and the children decide
1400, bitch. Oh, that right.
Responsibility.
The
sins of the fathers on the sons. When the fathers engage in sinful behaviors, and the sons choose to perpetuate those behaviors, then there is responsibility upon the son, not only for their behaviors, but also for the behaviors of their fathers. The sins of what is it when it says the sins of your fathers, they will be held accountable. When the sons decide to perpetuate sinful deeds of their
English. English. Speak English.
Maybe you'll say, how do you know that it's
Speak English.
sins of their fathers when it perpetuates is very simple.
Too important to
Because
the
in general, responsible for the sins of their fathers.
You will very well. Health and wealth, you know what I'm saying? 2K verified. Influence Nation. Somali Republic. What's excuse now? Somali Republic. Somaliland.
Those very same
French Foreign Legion, Health as well. The weekly board, the weekly news report recap of all upcoming events. Weekly events. Follow for following engagement, morning brunch. CQ Radio. Jesus Business. Hi. Busy. Xfinity. The Somali Republic Active Union. Follow country 1969. What's it just now? H-Fire Junction. Obviously, volume radio. Whatever happened to the Ukrainian one? It was like Miriam Radio. Gain 1K. Jibber jabber, what's going on? Shintoya. No more wetting your beaks. Charge before breakfast, episode 192. Tertulia. FB. MK9. Ching chang chong. That's racist. Jibber jabber. Jibber jabber. Let's grow together. Subscribe to our YouTube and every Mom and Motto. Happy New Week. Smart engagement again, gain followers. gave me, Bridge podcast can first save Nigeria at this point. Let's reason high five. Hello, 99. Rising Barbara, identity, politics, and cultural narrative. You will very well let us do that thing in the record share. Do you want to hear my share? Gain followers and get connect network with the point system. Restore. Alligator, silent protest. You support you see us premium. Rising engage with TV. Competition, last but not daily. Rebuild this James Bond. Ching ching chong. Jabber jabber. What does it say? Oh, show.
Responsible for other people's happiness. Hi, but what about the opposite?
It's something like that. Exclamation point. Just because we go together, we maybe. Ching ching ching. Travis Allen will not. Who we deserve. I'm gonna get in on this bitch and piss off all these motherfuckers. Who the fuck are you? Oh, are you speaking English? Who the fuck is you?
So doesn't that mutual responsibility mean
let me in?
Let
me in on this bitch. If you want to write jibber jabber, why is it in Yiddish? Yiddish. Start listening.
When I see someone do something wrong, and I don't feel the need to object. I don't do anything to try to help them. So usually is mistake. I share the responsibility for their identity. I share that responsibility. But again, and that's when if I don't do anything again, I share that responsibility. On the other hand, someone's getting in a Avila, and I really just have to go we are all responsible for each other. Don't fill your I just want to point out something very useful here, which is if you notice, you'll often find this phrase written in different ways. There's Kobe stuff, I read Zeh does that, and Zeh does that. So interestingly enough, that's because the word Arabia can be understood in two different ways. Arabia can be understood as a guarantorship, right? A guarantorship. Each of us is a guarantor for the other. So therefore, again, if you're doing something wrong, and
or at least Aramaic, anything else is insulting to me. Really? I am insulted when Jews speak Hebrew outside of shul. And you should be as well.
And again, that's how you'll find
Speak Aramaic or Yiddish, you little bitch. Speak Aramaic or Yiddish, you little bitch. Sinister shadows, dirty, unforgettable movies from Asian movies and Asian Dude, I hope my man Zoot is okay. He sounded not right. He was like, I'm not flying today. God, you got that right. Are you happy with what you told him? Yeah, he needs a therapist, dog. Therapist ain't gonna know what to do with that. But then, trans-identified males and misogyny. French? How about you go fuck yourself?
June is your
English.
So if that's what you're seeing in someone else,
All languages, Penis Land, GM Radio, with special guests and giveaway. You will marry well as to the thing interactive share. $5 million to cover. Boom. French Foreign Legion. No one knows what that is.
There's a Tower of us. There is a
Oh,
big
well,
struggle.
well,
So
well,
even
well,
when you
well,
see something else, you see something else, you see something you just like to understand part of that,
baby,
part of that
I'm
activity is interesting. That's why I wasn't you see
darling,
the greatest
you
psychic,
only knew
right?
all
You
the
notice this,
things
right?
that go
The
through
greatest
my
psychic
mind.
often possess what? Right?
You're the treasure.
What is the greatest electric office inside the inside? It's not about Torah. Anyone can learn a lot of Torah. The greatest electric of inside is Avas. When you are able to love every single Jew, that means
Web3 niches
beauty in every
for
Jew.
newbies.
The beauty in every Jew, that means
GT edition. Oh, what is GT edition? Does that mean like Gran Turismo edition? Is this for people newbies for playing who are also playing Gran Turismo? Quit with these fucking acronyms, son. Can I get a GM?
That's a reflection of
Oh, I love this.
someone who possesses
These are my people.
is able to see the beauty. It doesn't mean that the earth is perfect.
These are my people.
That's what it means.
When you
That's what
walk,
it means to be itself. When you're able to see beauty, that beauty is reflected from me. That you go from the other individual. So this is we are gathering towards one another.
I'm so into you. Don't let me
I'm responsible for that. Because our Rebbe said was that we are also a mixture.
Well,
What you see in another Jew.
Look at this ching-chong. Ching-chong. How hot are you? How hot are you, girl?
I understand that again. Sons can't testify on behalf of the father. Father can't on behalf of the sons.
Former number one play girl on X. Turn amateur porn. Damn, girl. You're really, you're really putting it out there. That's so fucking funny. Marilyn, you cray. That woman is cray. Really? No, she tight. Really?
How do I know that?
Dog, go to bed. You're just blabbing. Talking to hear yourself talk. Look at this athleticism. Oh, baby, I'm so into you. Darling, if you always knew. Dog, talking about me, talking about my, talking about me, espresso.
Until both of them become so right now, so we have this. See this with some spots. It's actually very exciting. Yeah, very exciting. Very exciting. So say so. You will see that witnesses.
Still need a Tyga or Tyla. What's the name of that fucking forest in Russia? Some shit like that. It's huge.
So the Gemara says, actually, these are the cheering if you can get each other relatives.
Who when you want fuck. I kind of hectic inside. Ooh, baby, I'm so into you, darling. If you only knew. Dog, are you even tired? I want to listen to Joey Diaz. What is that bullshit? Shout out to UL and CK. Listen. It's a lot of fucking yawns, dog.
I'm swearing to you logically. I'm putting this logic. How this logic is learned. Shosha Akim, you have three brothers who are from this guy, and one person is combined with them. How do you do Rashi is right in front of the right. Shosha Akim, they are shown because we have three brothers who are Shimon and Big. Now there's another guy called Abram. Abram's been living on a piece of land for 3 years. Okay?
I kind of like this when it tells a story how the duct tape didn't hold the thing.
I have been using this property uncontested for 3 years, and I have witnesses. Now, interestingly enough, the way this testimony works is like this. There's one witness we'll call him the one witness has seen Abram living on that land for 3 years straight uncontested. The problem is, Judah is an Eidah. He's an Eidah. So we're more than Judah. And there are three brothers. They saw Abram living there year one uncontested. Shimon saw Abram living there year two uncontested. And Levi saw Abram living there year three uncontested. So now what we're going to do is like this. We're going to have Yehuda, who is the witness who saw all 3 years, combined with each of the brothers for their respective year, and that will give Abram 3 years of testimony and uncontested use of God. Rashi says, Shosha Akan Yahman, we have shown that 3 brothers, right? That's the mention of Levi, and 1 guy, unrelated, right? Well, after that, together, all of these guys testify about the fact that Abram used the land uncontested for 3 years. So the Gemara says, Al Karkash Adam bin Ashok, who made Echad min Achim, the Abba bin Ashok, and Shola the Echad min Achim, the Abba bin Ashok, Ashishia, Ashishis, or Irish Sholosh Hendos, the Hazaka Kines. So what's interesting enough, this works. This is considered to be testimonial. Moving with who does Shimon with who does together they establish the Hazaka of
How many of these fucking things do you have?
Even though these are 3 brothers, right? You might say to yourself,
651? That sucks.
Look at this as 3 different testimonies.
Dog.
Therefore, the unrelated testimony, therefore, is kosher. The verse says as follows. It wasn't interesting enough, but fascinating.
Night moves.
They are considered to be one testimonial unit for Hazama purposes.
Night moves. Night moves.
So one brother will end up having to pay
This is so sick. Joey Diaz would be shitting himself right now. Really? He'd be like, dog, how long you been doing this? Huh? Tremendous.
They're not considered to be linked, even though they all suffer the same
Looking at me, looking at you, looking at that. This guy has a great voice.
My classmates overall, and we're talking about the 1960s, my classmates overall were from all over the world. Because anybody who had an embassy station where we had our American embassy, all of their kids went to the same school. So this little girl sitting at this little desk here might have been from Czechoslovakia, that kid from Nigeria, that kid from Italy, that kid from Japan. You know, if you open my classroom and looked in, you would say, oh, this kid
You see that?
That's exactly what it was. That became my baseline for what school was supposed to be. But every time I'd come home,
when you walk
all black schools, black and white schools, many were still segregated or the newly integrated. And just because desegregation was passed 4 years before I was born, in 1954, schools did not integrate for 19 years. And even in some places today, in 2025, this country is still struggling with integration, right? So that became my norm. You know, it's a multicultural thing. I didn't know tribes. Everybody was part of my tribe. And that's why I didn't understand racism. Because, you know, if I'd grown up here my whole life, and my first experience with somebody who did not look like me was having bottles and rocks thrown at me at the age of 10 in a parade, maybe I wouldn't be doing this work today. Maybe I wouldn't be involved. I'm stay away from those color of people. That kind of thing. So I just really saw this issue simply because of my.
Look at this. I already did the thing. Look at this move. Did you? Yeah, but think about it. When they see the real deal walking down the street, you know, well, that's my favorite song. So, yeah, okay. And they're talking about how it's just look at this move. Folks, look at this tribe. Look at this motherfucker. Look at this move. Are you fucking serious? No. Did you share this vicariously? Look at this.
Passover. Yeah, it was great. I love my family, but it was like, in the freezer. My mom made a lunch. Yeah, still got Watkins in the freezer. Yeah, fuck yeah. Brody Stevens. Great to me. Oh, Stevens, Brody Stevens. You got it. 818 representing this motherfucker. Yeah, I feel it. Where'd your model at? Beirut. I've done some in Serbia. I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town. Sent me portfolios. It's kind of fucked up. There's a lot of people going to ISIS, like Canadians, British people. I think they're fucking big chub. Don't let them cry to me. Let me see your fucking pathetic marriage crying. We knew he was weird. He always liked hummus. Fuck you. That's what you get. I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got them in trouble. Yeah. They're stupid and mind their fucking business. They still would have had a head. Now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are crying because they got to be fucking, they're not walking. Maybe they are. Maybe they're actually walking lit. Look at that zombie stuff. Yeah, like zombie stuff. People are desensitized. They hate to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top, I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over the, or is it the story? I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me. Yeah, me too. It scares you. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, when I was about 13, I think they had a window pane acid. Not a window pane, but acid. I mean, like 8 girls walked down the front door and dead. What's the code word for gorilla or something? I don't know what kind of podcast that is. The usual Gentiles, sandals, and went to the Starbucks with and talked about, the interview was such a great movie. It was not, my friend. Was it a good film? Did you not? No, it was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad. Oh, you saw it? Yeah. Okay, go ahead, Joey. That was real fast. So, these people, you went and you saw that scene when Black Panther was on the helicopter chops his head off, he's still alive. You giggle for an hour, that's it. And then you go home and you have nightmares for a week. I forget the guy's name. He used to do those Dawn of the Dead. He did all those movies when I was growing up. They were kind of weird, and I liked them. I don't know. They shot a fucking week with zombos walking around. People shooting them. It's not. It's really nothing. I don't. That stuff is so. It's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch. You have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know how you. I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just. It's too much almost, and I've pulled away. I've become a hermit. You have Netflix. Yeah, I have Netflix. It's great. It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad
recently not watching films, not reading books. I'm trying to actually appreciate this. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drive, UK Mail, Yahoo, UK Mail, email, barely eat. I'm just like wasting time, and I feel like I need to take action. Part of that is seeing movies. I saw Nightcrawler.
How was that?
Which is I loved it.
It looks great. Yeah. But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it made.
It made a ton of money. They yanked the public again. They got Cosby again. Cosby, that's what it's called. Getting Cosby. You get lullabies. You get put in a sleeping pill. Whether it's the iPhone standing online or something, you get surrounded.
Yeah.
And now they're getting more obvious. We're talking to a nation that believed that Osama bin Laden existed, that they shot him and threw him off the fucking ship.
Do you think that?
Listen, these American people, we fucking show people our fish. We go fishing and we catch a fish. We show people our fish. We come from a society that we kill a bear. We take pictures of that bear. They do. So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab that blew up the World Trade Center?
Yeah.
I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause a problem.
No,
Let's just do it and
Get
get
the
it
fuck
over.
out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. Walking around. I never saw him in the States on a plane. Fidel, I saw. He did a documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up.
I hear
As
it's
far as we know, this guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made up fucking thing with some picture with some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive. And now people come up and go, you look like Osama bin Laden. He's like, no, that wasn't me. They took pictures of that fucking guy. You know, we shoot a goldfish. We take a picture of it. We go hunting and we shoot a lion. We take a picture. This guy was the world's biggest murderer. Yeah, take a picture of it. Really? Come on, save that for somebody else. Save that for that.
So, you think he's around somewhere?
I don't think he's around. I just think that I don't even know if he ever fucking existed.
What?
I don't even know if it happened.
He was a hologram?
Who knows? We don't know. Think about it. We don't fucking
I mean, they have videos on him from a while ago, but
videos.
yeah. Maybe he's been dead for a while. He did have kidney problems.
Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out in Glendale.
Maybe.
Been waiting to get that bit in for about 30 minutes. You saw me trying to fight to get that.
I mean, it's just I don't believe it till I see it. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the motherfucking show me state.
You are? I thought you were Philly.
I'm from Jersey, bro.
Where's Missouri?
I'm an American. That means I'm from Missouri. We're all from every state here in America.
So why are you from Missouri?
No, because it's the show me motherfucking state.
Got it.
You can't just show me. I'm an American. Show me.
Me too.
Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball blown up. Let me ask you, some Mexicans were killing fucking people when they put their gun their heads off on YouTube.
Yeah.
Listen, we should have seen the picture.
I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any, they didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists.
So let's inflame Americans and show these fucking slipper wearing motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys wearing suits on television, getting humiliated with their parents, begging for their lives. What would piss Americans off more? Showing an American getting his head cut off, or showing a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying.
Well, that would fire people up. It would get excited.
Sure.
You know what? When you think about it, they showed a video whatever his name. Who was the old guy in Iraq? What's his name?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they showed Hussein, and then they showed that Gaddafi guy getting stabbed in the asshole.
But that was viral on YouTube.
Yeah, it's still one viral. Nothing else goes viral. Well, my point.
All right. So he could be around.
Becoming Cosby. And we're getting Cosby by everything. We're getting Cosby by.
What does that mean exactly?
We're getting put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
Whoa!
We're getting lullabied and put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
By
society.
I agree. No, okay.
So so now you're putting body armor on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, "I can't breathe"?
Yeah.
What do we need a camera for? We already got the proof that they choked him and they killed him.
Right.
And he still got let loose.
Yeah.
What do you mean he got let loose?
They got innocent. They were innocent. They were pronounced.
They didn't even They didn't even get to that part. They just said they weren't going to
They wanted
What do you think what the cops are doing in New York? Like turning their back on the mayor.
Well, I don't know what de Blasio did. I don't care.
Yeah.
I do. All I do is read the news.
So why
I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news.
Well, you're paying attention to the most important thing that you should be paying attention to.
News and comedy.
Because I'm talking about the end. When you're paying attention to comedy, and what's important to you, the news. When I wake up in the morning at 6 and they turn on the news, and they're talking about a family that shot to death in London. That's got nothing to do with me. I feel bad for the families. But it's not what I want to wake up at 6 o'clock. I don't want to wake up to the first news of the news. A car accident with 6 kids in the car, 3 kids who got drunk, and a mom and a grandpa who got shot, 2 Mexicans got shot in Guadalajara somewhere. So there could be black people. I don't want to hear about it.
Could you send me the link? All those are great stories.
So what I'm trying to do is, you want to hear news that works for you. I want to hear, so I put CNN on. They tell me all this shit again that I don't want to hear. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of 100% bullshit.
Well, you got to go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, unless not as not censored, but you know what I'm saying. Like the regular news, it's kind of, I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. No, you have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet and get to read the comments.
Well, the beautiful thing about the internet is, for years I was a media controller. Now it controls everything. It controls everything in a sly way. Like they tell you the news that you need to know about that black kid that got shot by the white guy.
Right, there's a lot of that sensational. Yeah, it pulls me in. I'm there.
Or the white guy who got shot by the black suspect in Arizona.
I'm clicking.
So it's like now you don't hear about school shootings. No more school shootings. This time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings were huge. Batman, the fucking idiot, got shot. Batman movie theater. It's so weird what they want you to hear, what they don't want you to hear.
So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings? Like a mass?
I don't know, but we don't hear about it.
I don't think
It's like we don't hear about them fast enough. It's like some news is 1960. Some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first.
You go ahead.
Oh no, it's good because you have that information. But the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times because there are right-leaning, there's left-leaning, and there's a lot of websites now doing fake news stories.
Are you serious?
Like not even just
It's called The Onion. No.
They have
You made me do it.
They have The Onion, which was hysterical. They said they were going to wear a patch for all Roethlisberger's victims. Pittsburgh quarterback who assaulted a bunch of girls. But they have these websites that are posing as real news, and they'll write a story that's so close to being true, it could be true, but it gets a lot of people messed up. And, like today, they have one like there's going to be another new season of Breaking Bad, and it's harder to know what's real and what's not real.
I don't look at all that shit. Those things they put on Facebook, I don't include none of those things. Because you can tell those things are just fake.
I go to, honestly, I go to Drudge, ESPN, UK Mail, Yahoo is like cheeseballing. Some of their stories aren't very good. And I do look at comments. You go straight to comments and you see that it's, I'm not going to say it's a racist country. I guess it is, but it's like every comment is kind of conservative. On what? On most news stories that are involving, like culture stuff, black, or it's always blame Obama, and then it's, racist. It's just a bunch of that. And I love reading it. You got it. Thumbs up. Yes. Anonymous. Kidding. Yeah, I'm good. It's like, I think working's important for me. And you would say that even actors, they go up and down. They always talk about not having a consistent schedule. But I also think being a comedian, you can kind of make up for those down times, and also podcasting. Things have changed. But you know how they go back. Oh, listen. As a comic, as an actor, you can always get business. Like I could be busy 24 hours a day and stuff. I get all my work done. Like just writing.
Interestingly enough, the wife of
Some days you get something, some days you get nothing, some days you write all day on a fucking line. A fucking line, you know, but at least you get that line.
As a sister of your brother,
You're marketing yourself, you're pushing yourself.
the wife
You're trying to get spots, you're trying to stay healthy, do kettlebells, you run, you get signed.
Yeah.
You know, there's such a process. It's just not people. I remember when I first watched comedy. This is what I think I want to do. I thought, I wish I would take a test to save my notebook. I thought it was just writing jokes, but I had my idea completely wrong. My writing was, just write this and all that. How? And you learn today. And when you get into comedy, at first you do that. And then there's no book to tell you what you do as a comic. Like, if I lived in Michigan, my day as a comic would be different than my day in LA.
Yeah, but I will say there are books.
Well, like Judy Carter and shit like that. When was the last time you had learned with Judy Carter? When was the last time you saw Judy Carter at an improv? You haven't. That's my fucking point, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy.
Well, Judy is very busy right now.
Doing what? Show, open up.
Now leave her alone.
What fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend?
Leave Judy alone. She doesn't deserve that.
Judy hasn't worked in 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year, if you're a comic, things change.
Yes, I agree.
When I got here as a comic, if you did a co-star on a TV show or you recurred, people went to see you on the weekend.
Yeah,
That's it.
okay.
People signed you, an agent signed you, a manager signed you. They went to the comedy store, they were jumping up and down. People wanted to suck your dick. Boy, is it not like that.
It's the internet now.
And it changes every year. Well,
That was a big thing.
when we got it, it wasn't the internet.
It became cable, and then it became.
When you and I got here in 98, you had to go on every night on stage. You had to write jokes.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You went to like,
Yeah. 1,000 shows. You were on there.
you know, you do all these things.
Yeah, brothers of your brothers. So they'll say, so essentially, brothers of your brothers.
3 hours a day.
So like, someone was a brother to my brother, but not really.
That's how serious we got about it.
But this stuff.
Yeah, I mean, like Kobe Bryant.
Like Kobe Bryant. I mean, there's so many different aspects that go into being
So people were not really brother. Those are questions. Those really are totally unrelated.
you know, I knew when I was a mediocre comic that I was doing. And now that I'm a little better, I know what I'm doing. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You gotta do jiu-jitsu 2 days a week. You gotta do conditioning 2 days a week. You gotta do karate 2 days a week. And you gotta fucking box 2 days a week. You gotta put it all together and get wrestling and get your dicks up. Radio, do promo. It's a whole process. It's just not getting
Laundry.
laundry. It's just like getting in your car.
Well, was it hard for you when you stopped having full-time jobs? Like we talked about it when I first started, and I'm still not great at it. I've gotten better. But now that I work a full-time job from the time I'm 16 to now, and I went to school, so I always had something to do during the day. And when I first started doing this full-time, I part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I would just watch TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I feel like I'm being lazy because I'm at my house, and it's hard to fill as much time as you think you should. But also, the schedule is a lot different. So even though I'm not doing stuff for work, I'll be out until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it's just it's a hard transition.
You know, for years I just wrote jokes. It's funny, I always have a crack jokes with my brothers. In Jersey, they'll call and have a conversation. You know, I'm working harder now when I was burglarized. When I was young, I was a burglar. Whatever, you do whatever you gotta do. Shocking development. But it's so weird how I work. You know, I get up at 5, I tweet on Facebook for an hour, right for an hour in the morning, that's like my day out, you have the baby, then my wife takes a shower, and she comes out and I do something with the baby, I do something for an hour, and she comes back and I have the baby, you know, and there's writing involved, there's email involved, there's phone agents involved, there's just so much in the day, and I remember when it was just very simple, an open mic, you get up and I work it up, and meet a younger grandparent.
I mean, it's just crazy in terms of, you know, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer, and then like internet satellite TV it turned into TV. It was like turned into 60 channels. channels to 200 channels, and then the internet came on, and that blew everything out of the box. So you have that, and then but I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day, and now you got that 2 hours. That was when we were in Seattle. That 2 hours of social media wasn't there.
It wasn't there, but a lot of people listen to might be like, oh, social media doesn't work. It's fun. It's Twitter, it's Facebook. Both of you guys are amazing at social media, and I say that from seeing comments, even not comments who aren't, how much it hurts their career. Because in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do, but to stick to it and be good at it, which both of you I think are amazing at it, it's a skill at this point. You guys should be social media coaches. Think about it.
Yeah, you got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like to hate tweets when it gets like that. But I think Twitter's great because podcasting, that was another game changer. It was like, which is, I don't think there's any negative about podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian now. I mean, what comedian doesn't like talking shit? Right.
I work on this every week. I sit down. I get Brody on. We talk about what else comes up. I never got something to listen to this 6 years from now. What are these guys talking about? They talk about that. They talk about their lives. This affects them. That's why I don't want to be topical. I don't want to topical comment. I'm going to sit here and make fun of somebody and giggle. I like coming on here and talking about our shortcomings. How we can make them better. How we can do better as human beings. They don't eliminate fear from our minds. I never put that audition on tape. I didn't audition for the Nero. I never put it on tape. And I just didn't want to. You ever have that feeling? You just don't want to do something. Look at it, you're pre-qualified. You write yourself off. But over the last 2 days, I've been thinking that maybe there's no fear. I just didn't want to deal with it. I just didn't want to deal with all the fucking bullshit. Like, when my agent called me, they said, no, they don't want to see me. I went inside. They're always letting me, all right, let's put it on tape. What the fuck? What the fuck? So it's like, you deal with these things. This is the shit that affects me. I trained with this dude that's a badass jiu-jitsu background, whatever.
Is that guy named Eddie Bravo?
No, that's a guy named Dave. Like, I met a guy named Higgins, when I first started going down, he taught me a lot of jiu-jitsu basics. Then I had gone to other places and they never taught me shit that it's very easy to see that this was the bridge. So today we're doing something I haven't been practicing these because honestly, when I started doing this jiu-jitsu, he was like, Joe, came in. Now you're throwing me over. Because you did it 4 times in a row. This is a bluff. You're doing this. It has to be. Just remember where we started. Why you could do that move. So we worked on it. And it was just your hand in the road. I learned from watching you and breaking it down. You and I have had discussions about comments on Twitter. That they've spoken, had conversations with us. And we said, if they just watch what I do, this would be easy. I don't Twitter all day. I refuse to Twitter all day. I got better shit to do than Twitter all day. I'll give you those 2 hours in the morning. I'll give you those for free. I'll do that all day, but I can't tweet. Every time I go to a restaurant or stop and take a picture, that's when I'm on Instagram. I can't. I just can't. My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day tweeting cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches, pictures of black people with handcuffs on. I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm just saying it. I don't have time for that. I give you what's on my mind in the morning. What eliminates my fear in the morning, what I'm thinking, what I'm waking up in the morning.
I just want to make sure that you all are aware of how athletic I am. His body.
here. As it's host from Soros Telmos for Agnesville, our Talmud Torah sponsor for the month of Teves Habadim, October, the Kelman Mishpacha, dedicating one Shul Drushos this month in memory of Amit Ben Dev Levy, for the Bracha, a strong and valiant soldier who died on Kiddush Hashem, fighting in Gaza on the first night of Hanukkah. We hope that his Hashem has Rabbi and his family in the coming of the America are learning from one Shul brings all of our hostages home with Shalom and the Karam, and that our holy soldiers are successful. The whole lastly,
Look at this. Look at his footwork.
But I did know at that same time I was really comfortable feeling that I knew someday he would get the message.
Well, making Kelsey grammar as opposed to now he's heard that story. That's
I really do. Or maybe somebody who knows them can pass that along.
Yes, it is very. Have you had reads like that before?
As well
I've
as
had several, not one premonition during after my father died.
going ahead and serving as a
It was really vivid. We're sitting on the side of the hill,
these are irrelevant.
and he looked at
Brother,
me
that he
and he said,
and fathers and
something's going to
that
happen to
he
Tim, which
mothers
was my
and
husband
brother
at the time,
so
and there's nothing you can do about it.
Right? So
And I
like
just want to
this is a
be prepared.
and brother-in-law, the husband
When I wake up from
the
that,
and the husband
I
of
because I
father
thought
and sister,
he's going to die.
the vow of those people, and the
Years
husband
go by,
of
you know,
the vow of and the husband, father of his mother's husband.
sure enough,
This time of a father-in-law, so a brother-in-law, him who
was having an affair with my
them,
best friend,
their sons, as well as their sons.
and
The Fargo, we'll say Fargo is not we're going to say Fargo is a stepson. So we'll discuss the ways that some of these so here is a stepson. The Fargo is not and ultimately again a brother-in-law or stepson,
Take some notes.
stepson, Levado. Levado means no other
We have a
associate.
guy
Okay, we'll get into that in
for a long time.
so it says, this up until this point, this is the Mishnah, this is the
treatment interpretation.
Mishnah, but again, the first iteration of this Dodo, Obed Dodo, the father of Yerusha. Ultimately, again, Paul, the son of your uncle,
It's comforting.
and anyone who is in line to inherit. So it says, this is
How this stuff works.
first version of this, and again, we'll get into all this obviously. But again, the first version of this is that
Figure out what they mean.
when they need this about
Eventually, you
inheritance,
know,
whoever ultimately again is in line to inherit, that are used for this also that he was
thank you.
also shot. Interestingly enough, also what's the definition of relative? Definition of relative is someone who is related to you at the time of the introduction of the case. For example, if someone was related to you, but there are no longer
focusing on Polaris in Brazil, the events of 1977, which
you were married, if you were related to someone, and then ultimately again, you were distant. So again, that would be a case, let's say,
general story that's
divorce.
widely known
Divorce
here
is
now is
definitely
that
just a moment as
UFO
well.
shots
So Allah for
like
even if you go to someone to not be nowadays that person,
came out of
Allah for myself,
we now know
Allah for myself, the individual is kosher for it. Literally says, after the Mesa,
my travels to Brazil, it sounds like there was a
after the Mesa, so let's say there, a person has a
inside
daughter,
the beams of
the
light
daughter
was a set of filaments
got it.
that
Right,
took
they
samples
have a
from
child,
humans who were
then what
attacked.
happens? The
What that
creation of one of
program
them,
was, or
now
why
what
it
happens?
happened
They have
there,
children,
nowhere else.
and then the daughter
We
dies.
don't know.
So we'll say, so let's say, okay, so Ruben has a daughter,
Fell off
Ruben's
the
daughter
line,
married
and
to
able to
Shimon.
reestablish
And then
contact
Ruben's
with
daughter
We have 1
dies.
hour
So
remaining.
Ruben,
I'm
Ruben
happy
to
if
Shimon,
these
Ruben to Shimon,
calls. We've still been trying to get a hold of him, but we can't.
right? It's not, no, because at the end of the day, Ruben goes
But
to
it's a
Shimon.
break here. We went to that break with Clearwater.
The daughter is down. Ruben is not really they are still considered relatives, really because it's a grandchildren. Like it's the existence of grandchildren by definition. Okay. Only the pastor, this is the pastor. So it's either it's a very close friend or a very close enemy. An intense enemy. An intense enemy. So the person also has to get with us. Only someone who's like the genius. Now, actually, protesting the he said, hustle won't be hustle. This is a person ultimately against the Shoshino who's ultimately this individual is hustle because during the days of the wedding. So during the wedding party itself, he was some to this because like always some during the days of the festival, this individual is hustle. So they was definition of it. That's changed the game. Days because of animosity. I know it wasn't his good, but I'll be honest with you. Days, but if I'm asking not speaking to the person who gave because of animosity, that's right. What it means to succeed. Order your copy of the New York Times bestseller. These individuals are able to say, only the very close friends. The enemy close level testified. Unrelated from the back.
I can feel inside myself at 4 or 5 years old.
No one's gonna lie because they love someone and it's personal. You're not going to let's try to know why. How do you know? Where do you know? This concept that relatives are not supposed to go at their head. Where exactly is that concept? Where exactly is that concept?
Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. KFI AM 640. You're high. You feel different. If you feel different, drive different. So drive high. Brought to you by Mid-South Ad Council. KFI AM 640. West HD, Los Angeles, Orange County, Sentencing for killing servers. I'm Tennis in the KFI 24-hour newsroom. A woman is going to prison for 20 years for her murder of 3 servers on Mexico's Baja Peninsula. Our Giselle Rhea admitted to a Mexican court that she told her boyfriend and another man robbed the victims. 3 men now accused of murdering the 2 Australian brothers and their American friend last year. According to authorities, Callum and Jake Robinson and their friend Jack Roach from San Diego were killed in a robbery in Ensenada. Their bodies later found in a well. 3 remaining suspects now facing trial. The Thanksgiving travel rush is on at LAX. More from PFI's Sharon Reardon. A record 2.5 million passengers are expected between November 20th and December 1st at LAX. Rush is already brought to terminals, heavy traffic, and long security lines. TSA reports officials are encouraging travelers to arrive 2 hours early for domestic flights, 3 hours for international. And FYI from LAX officials, patience will be your best travel tool. Israel says its warplanes took out a senior Hezbollah leader in a weekend airstrike in Lebanon. According to the Lebanese Health Ministry, 5 people were killed and more than 2,000 others were injured in the attack. Frustration in Orange County as officials consider a California veterans cemetery in Gypsy Canyon. The opposition is for cost, environment, and traffic. The city says this has been in the works for over 10 years and uses a portion of county land that is already designated for a public cemetery. And AAA says about 90% of SoCal travelers will drive to their destination this week. That's about 5 million people on the road. And gas almost been cheaper. The average price per gallon of gas in LA County now $4.77. Sometime weather with KFI, sunshine on the way, highs in the 60s for the coast, about 70 inland. Santa Ana winds pick up tonight. Right now 58 at Costa Mesa, La Habra has 59 degrees at Palm Beach, and 73 in Orleans. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis. Hey, it's Deborah Martin. If you cash, you may be sitting on it right now. Your house, Solitaire will give you a lump sum of cash up front in exchange for a share of your home's future value. No monthly payments along the way, and you can repurchase your investment anytime. Bring All right, under 2 minutes. Get pre-approved in just 1 to 2 business days. Receive funds in as little as 20 days. Visit Splotero.com today and access your home's equity. Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. Americans listen to podcasts.
I'm gonna light these motherfuckers up. They're gonna be like, who's that? And I'm gonna be like, that's that fucking rabbi. You won't shut the fuck up about his fucking shit.
And then also Zama token is also coming soon. There's so many things coming up. Then if you are getting Sato Brazil, South Central Brazil is coming on in December. I'm also expecting that it be like in December also. So many things just happening this week, and it's just telling me that there was no more like pitch out that can say I'm expecting. You know that I did over 3,000 transactions with 3,100 and what else. You just give it to all these guys and big guns. And the boys are also when we're talking about the Thomas like that. We should now set up 2-3 years and then we can say that this is what we want to achieve. And okay, once these platforms, like 2 big guys, big guns come into like this space and say we want to like start begging for fire and bring the money out. What we still give you an edge still the weight of your account to be able to run fast and to be able to actually get people that this space might change. So yeah, we should try it and see how we can be able to create our followers, increase our reach, connect with a lot of people, and we would then must look at what we are currently eating now, but we are also still going to survive because if you're not eating now, you know that if you're not, you're not going to see that tomorrow. So guys, we have to find what we do eating and also build for the future. You get all this. They're also looking at the upcoming big gun that are also coming. Now they're not more hearing about them. Base airdrop, they were talking about that for years now. That Base is not going to do an airdrop, but now it's Base they are going to do an airdrop. But now the market is turning something else. All of them have kept quiet. MetaMask too. They have kept quiet. Nobody's hearing from MetaMask also. There is also, I think we should have put another big project like that to master that we are like also okay, the more that I think we use more than open sea is coming. Okay, open sea. So all these guys are MetaMask, Facebook, Monad, no need of counting Monad as Monad is coming today, no need of counting them. Yeah. So these 3 projects are also coming there.
Let Rabbi talk.
That's what nobody knows.
Rabbi talk. Let Rabbi talk. Thinking about me, thinking about you, thinking about nothing special.
They will still follow the trend of the whole market. So I don't know how many people used to usually make money.
This is the worst. These people are the worst. These people, yeah, these motherfuckers in this fucking
so you might go and put your money and you lose.
Twitter.
The money you're supposed to use.
Okay, let me talk.
I don't lose inside. I don't owe anybody.
They're talking too much.
Where?
Same.
Ever. Be it shorting, be it longing. I don't know where the long guard is. Be it getting some memes to trade to do 1 or 2x or 3x. Also still making money here, but it's a bit risky. There's no risky in this life. There's no risky in this life. So Victor Master, he talked about projects to yap about compared to yap about compared to let me check my timeline now. I'll get back so that I'll let you know which one which. Okay, thank you. Favor check and let us know. Back to the
what you said. The truth of it is that we have many big projects coming, right?
Rabbi Skank.
And big projects, small projects are launching in beer season and booze season. Arbitron launch on beer season. OPDNB launch on beer season.
Game recognized game.
And they still do well because then projects are still doing well for petrol. They still do well. Then now projects are no longer doing well. Aptus launch on beer season. Day launch on beer season. Sui launch on beer season. And so many other projects I'm trying to lay my hands on. I can't even remember them now, but I know many of them that launch on beer season. Right? So that is not a problem. Even Billion, look at Billion now. Billion said that their own will be Q1 next year. And everybody was expecting Billion to launch now. But Billion said no, they are launching on Q1 next year. So that's normal thing. And that is what.
Why don't you let Rabbi talk?
Season to make money. Because if everybody
Big dog.
This season and they reach beer season, no project launch.
Dog, they've got Will Chamberlain on the bench. And he's just watching people kicking the ball, trying to dribble. Some people are throwing the ball in the air. And he's just sitting there like, he's got the piece of paper that says $100. Come on.
On December, sorry. It's possible. But if they fail, that means it's still beer season they're going to launch. It may be Q1 or Q2 next year. Some of them will start launching. So the only thing there is that that's certain and we all already see is that let's forget about anything. Let's just focus on how to make money. All those projects that are going to launch is our advantage. Why is it our advantage? When project launch on your face, you'll be able to know. If the project works.
Dog, these people who host these spaces like this are the worst. You have 10 people in here. One person raising their hand.
Everybody will be confused. Because before, we all know that Arbitron and OP is one of the best looking tools. But the truth of it now, if you go and check the launch of Arbitron, you realize that Arbitron and OP, they are down, very down now from even their launch price.
This is the worst. Let me fucking talk.
That is one thing certain about it. They are seriously building.
Let me talk. Let me talk. Super time. Super time. Super time. Dog, let me talk. Let me talk. Dude, your shit sucks. Dog.
I believe in one day
I hate this.
I'll just bring one of my wallet, I'll sell, I'll see $1 million. Right? Then every day I'm testing $2,000, $1,000, $5,000, and then of the day I may not even get it.
This is the worst.
And the end of the day I may get it. So it's better for me that I invest. But the question now that you favor everybody need to ask, how will we know that right one that, even if I buy this thing and close eye, after 4 years, after 5 years,
this is the worst.
Bro, this is my 1,000 can
bro, shut the fuck up.
For example, that is the question we need to be asking. It's not like what we will be eating now to 10. Me, I don't believe in what we will be eating because without it, hunger will never kill us.
I hate this.
You see, without this,
I hate this. Dude, shut the fuck up.
I'm sure of that one. Without crypto, none of us here will die.
Okay, dog, shut the fuck up. I feel like they don't understand what I'm saying to them when I'm talking to them. It's like I hypnotize them. Brother of the Queen, brother of the eye, the coronation of the king, yeah, everything, everything. They're just like, dog. End of the day, shut the fuck up, let me talk. You are the worst.
For a long time, for a real long time. That is the only thing I have to say. But before then, let's hear from ViralRabbi.
Yes, it is. Absolutely. Do you mind if I share my project with everyone?
Yeah, you can go on and share your projects.
Thank you so much for the opportunity. Oh, yeah, it will. Absolutely. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data has overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me very influential. I'm going viral, and when I do, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all financially independent. I'm going to ensure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these cameras, there is a link in my profile. Additionally, in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my YouTubes. You're also going to find my link tree in there. I dare you to look at my link tree. No one dares you to look at their link tree, but I do, because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You will also find a video on me, and you will have a link to my Discord. We have over 2,500 people in the Discord and are growing every day. I want you all to know that in addition to making you all rich and helping to bring about world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria, especially in rural Nigeria. We've built these wells and water towers for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the LifeStar program and, most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, send me a DM, I will respond. You follow me, I will follow you back. I want to help you to be successful in whatever it is you are passionate. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you all for the opportunity.
Wow. Thank you for coming around. Thank you. Mr. Favor, these are the kind of things you like, because you don't like this opportunity. Do you have any question for Rabbi? Well, I'm just like giggling, like laughing to the way Rabbi speaks and all. Like he just came up and he just started speaking that it's gonna make you rich. It's gonna make us rich. That you can be able to make this, make that. And if you are a Sheila, if you are this, you can come on board, DM him. If he's gonna give you a job and all. So it's like wow. let's just see here what he has to say. He talked about it's sponsored by a crypto. This is by a project, a cryptocurrency. Like I don't really get that. Then he said also that they help the countries like rural countries like Nigeria, like maybe say states in Nigeria that is maybe they are battling with like would I say amenities like maybe water, maybe light and all. So all these things are something we have had like we have had about all these things from different guys, different projects, or people that even claim they are building a world peace coin or a world coin or a world this or a world that. You get? So I kind of like was laughing because I've had this before. So I was like, is it that it's the same person that used another account or I don't know? Let me not still judge. Let's just see hear what Rabbi has to say. Rabbi, your hand is up. Yeah, can go.
Absolutely. I've heard these things before as well. No, I don't have a world peace coin. I have one of the OG meme coins. You can see in the pinned post of the Jumbotron, we built wells in a village in Nigeria, and I'd like to do more good like that. You can see the people there enjoying clean water as it's being built. Any other project that you meet on here doesn't do anything for Nigeria. It doesn't do anything for Africa. It doesn't do anything for the developing world. I'm out here saying, look, at least I have been part of a project that has helped something. That's something. Now, when it comes to making you rich, I have a 4-pronged strategy, which is better than most anybody else is going to tell you. And then I'm going to teach you how you're going to make more money. So appreciate the skepticism. I'd be skeptical too. So I don't take offense, Mr. Favor, to any laughing. I would be laughing as well. All right, Rabbi, you're going to make me rich. How are you going to do it? This is how we're going to do it. Well, firstly, as I described, data is its number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever. When I go viral, and I am, we're going to be able to monetize that. And that means that we're going to take all that money and put it in a not-for-profit, a big trust, 501c3, which is what is the tax category in the United States. Basically, it is going to be a huge amount of money, and we're going to take that money, and everyone has helped me along the way, we're going to help. And that's not going to be millions of dollars nor billions of dollars. That's trillions of dollars. You have to understand, I've been live streaming my life from 20 different angles for more than 4 years. That's a huge amount of data. Nobody's ever done that. The world is going to learn a lot from that. AI is going to use me as an example for its models. This is going to be extremely, extremely lucrative for the world. Second way we're going to make you rich is I have more social media than any person out ever. We're going to monetize that. We're going to take all the money from that. We're going to put it in this big trust. How else am I going to be able to do this? The third pillar of this is through endorsements. Right now, I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. I wear their merchandise. They sponsor my bedding. They sponsor my pillows. We're going to be able to do this with much bigger companies, not just for $1 million a year, but $1 billion a year. I will wear logos. I will do interviews. I will do endorsements. And then the fourth way that we're going to be able to make you rich is just through crypto. The amount of crypto investments that we have will be able to launch coins. We're going to be able to change lives. I don't want to just change your life. I don't want to just make you rich. I want to make your friends and family rich as well. Now, how can I make you rich now? Or how do I want to support you? It's really some alpha that I'm going to drop. So here we go. First and foremost, I want you to be able to market yourselves better. Right now, you guys probably have some social media, but you don't have all the social media that you could potentially be having to make sure that you're as successful as possible. And I want to help you be successful as possible. So everything I'm telling you is free, and I'm never going to charge you. I don't want to charge you. All I want for you to do is use this free strategy. First thing you do is create a link tree. If you don't know what a link tree is, it is a link that has all your social media on it. If you don't have one, you need one. You can get one at linktree.com. You can also download their app. All right. Once you do that, we're going to connect not just your Twitter account, not just your Gmail account, but all of your social media that you have for business purposes. So if you have a Facebook that's personal or an Instagram that's personal, not that. But I want you to have the top 30 social media platforms. You're going to say, Rabbi, that's a lot of work. Well, guess what? You have to make these accounts one time in your life, and then you're going to dominate the search engines. Then you're going to have tools. I I analogize this to Web3 marketing is basically we are digging for gold. And right now, you all are digging for gold with one or two tools, one or two shovels, your Twitter account, maybe Discord, maybe Telegram. I want to give you 30 different tools. I want you to be able to utilize Gmail, Google, the number one website in the world, YouTube, the number 2 website in the world, Facebook, the number 3 website in the world, TikTok, the fastest growing social media platform in the world. I want you to have these. This has a 4-tier strategy. The first is that this gives you 30 different places that you can promote yourself. Secondly, it gives you 30 different places you can promote your customers. Thirdly, it gives you 30 new avenues for you to be able to get business. And finally, it makes it much more difficult to be able to impersonate you when you already have a reputation on these websites. Once you create the accounts, and you don't have to download the apps, you can create them in a browser. Each one takes about 5 minutes. You can do this in a couple hours. Once you link them all, then what you do is you come look at them, we make sure it's good. Then I'm going to help you optimize the profiles, make sure that it makes you sound professional, and optimize your profile pictures. Then what we're going to do is we're going to put content on them. So we can use Grok to create AI videos that promote you. These are things that are going to get you to have excellent titles, excellent descriptions, and hashtags so that you trend in YouTube shorts, you trend in Instagram reels, you trend on the TikTok algorithm. We want your accounts not to be skeleton accounts and bare. I want to put a little something on there. So when your customers look at this, they say, wow, okay, you've got something there. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities, not just on X, but on Telegram, on Facebook, and on Discord. We want to increase your network. As you all know, your network is your net worth, and I want to increase both of them. I'm going to teach you how to make memes. You may say, I know how to make memes. That's fine. I want to teach you how to market yourself with memes, putting your at in the corner, using LinkedIn in the corner so people know who the creative force was behind this great meme. Additionally, I want to teach you how to clip spaces so that when someone drops alpha in a space that you're in, you clip it, you tag the host, you tag the co-host, you put hashtags, and that's going to get you on their radar so that when you come up to talk, they're going to bring you up right away because they know who you are, they know your reputation. Then I'm going to teach you how to create a Fiverr account. If you all don't know what a Fiverr account is, it's basically a marketplace where you will earn USD, United States dollars, if you want, for doing very simple things like posting on your social media for people from the United States and Western countries. And you'll make anywhere from $5 for something easy, maybe posting one video on YouTube, to posting maybe on 10 of your different social media, and you'll make $100. That's good money. And that money is more, it's consistent. You'll be able to do that regularly for people. And this is a platform that you can trust and that the customer can trust. You don't have to do all kinds of work and then that customer never pay you. And the customer has a guarantee that you're going to do a good job for them. So it's basically what's known as an escrow system. It's a middleman. And then the final thing I'm going to teach you how to do is I'm going to teach you to go into these spaces and learn how to shill yourself. You're going to get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch. I don't want you going into spaces saying GM to the host, GM to the co-host, GM to the speakers, GM to the audience. I don't really know what to say. I just need a job. Please send me a job. I don't want you doing that. I want you to be able to go into a space with confidence and say, GM, everyone, my name is XYZ, and I am the best Web3 social media marketer around. And here's why. I'm going to take your content and I'm going to put it on my 30 different social media platforms. That means a few things for you. It's going to mean you show up number 1 in YouTube. You show up number 1 in Google. You show up number 1 on Reddit. You show up number 1 on TikTok. You show up number 1 on Instagram. When someone Googles you, you're going to be the top 10 results. And on top of that, you're going to get 30 times more DMs. You're going to get 30 times more people who buy your NFT, 30 times more people who buy your cryptocurrency, 30 times more impressions. And guess what? I'm going to do this all for the same price as any of my competition. I want you to know that we're going to have lifetime partnerships. When you partner with me, you will never want to go to anyone else for your social media needs. Connect with me, send me a DM. I look forward to doing business with you. And then when you're done in the space and you've got a bunch of DMs that you go through every time you do this kind of a shill, then what I want you to do is to tag the host when you're done and thank them. That goes a long way. Sending thank you cards in the real world goes a long way with people, and so does tagging hosts, sending them a message saying, hey, I appreciate you letting me up. If there's anything I can ever do to help you, please let me know. That will go a long way with you. So those are the strategies that I want to use, not just for me to make you all rich. I give you a 4-tier strategy for that, but then also ways for you guys to make yourselves rich in the meantime. Thank you for the opportunity.
Rabbi, to be honest, I would say you have passed on value here. That one is no doubt. You have really passed on value here. Like, if it's this one you talked, like you said first, and you just pass this value, I wouldn't have been laughing about coming down to Nigeria as well. But you also drop proof, you drop proof that you have done something. It's just for someone to verify that proof that okay, you're actually saying the truth. You get, but your main value that you drop here right now is basically still part of what we are talking about here in trying to build ourselves, trying to build our accounts, trying to be able to at least be ranking. And most of the things you are saying is like you are talking about usually SEOs and rankings on TL in all social media platforms and how to sell yourself, at least in just the basic minor thing that each and every one of us here can do, that is marketing. And what we also still do, like looking at the career tool space, the info file, we are also marketing. We are all marketing each product, each project, and all. And if you can be able to do it in a good way, that you can be able to get people to okay, believe in you, that you can market, well, fine. But looking at, I don't know if you know what's going on currently in this space, like InfoFi. Do you know InfoFi? That InfoFi now don't even need you to come and pitch to them that you are good, you are that, you are the. They're already looking for you. You just have to talk about them and start ranking on their leaderboards, and there's a reward for you. You get. So what I will ask you now is that looking at this SEO, the ranking and all, what way now can people or can someone now use, let's say, the SEO or your strategy to be able to talk about the project and get more visibility and get more impression and get more engagement? You get, because I know that SEO will make your content visible, will make it have a wider reach, a wider audience, people are going to see it and likely interact. You get. Then apart from that also, you also have to have the knowledge of okay, yeah, is it the SEO? What will I say? Will I call it content creation, or will I call it because I want to even learn something like that, like how to create things like a very, very bullish content or an original content that once it goes live or once I post it, it will be ranking, it will be topping, it will be very, 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 very organic, and it will really have a lot of quality content. But nobody will tell you that they are not putting out quality content. In one way or the other, we are putting out quality content, but I can tell you that those content are not really getting the reach that we want. You get, because if they are getting that reach, we'll be climbing on all those leaderboards and all. So you talked about creating a link tree and putting all your social media accounts there. That is going to help and all. So I'm looking at, okay, is that going to make the SEO work more faster or how? Because if you talk about the way you talk about going to space to pitch to people that you can do this, you are this, you are that, I feel maybe that one will work out in what they call it in some aspect of jobs you get. But currently in marketing, Kaito InfoFi has really made it simple now that you don't need to go and pitch to anybody. It's just the campaign is already there. You just want to talk about it and your rewards waiting for you if you can be able to make it. So I hope you get some few things that I asked. Let's hear from you.
Absolutely. So yes, you are going to be able to rank higher in SEO, search engine optimization, and you can just about guarantee it to your customers with this strategy. So in the Jumbotron, I put the list of all the social media that I think you should have. Most of you already have this already. What you're going to be able to say to yourself and to a customer, what I can say to you is type in your username into Google right now and take a screenshot on today. Today is Monday, November 24th. And you'll be able to say to your customer that by December 24th, to give you 1 month, that when the person searches their name, your posts for them will rank in the top 10. So they're going to search their name today and they might see one of their accounts there, maybe if they're fortunate. You're going to be able to say to them, in 1 month, I'm going to put I will allow these search engines to crawl my social media. And I'm going to take your name, your content. I'm going to put in the title of my videos. I'm going to put in the descriptions of my videos. And you don't have to tell them this, but you're going to use AI to do this, to really utilize the best hashtags for you and the best description, the best SEO words. And in 1 month, your posts for them on YouTube will show up as the first result, probably because YouTube's the second strongest website in the world. Your post on perhaps Instagram will show for them maybe the third result or the fourth result. TikTok will be the fourth or fifth result. Reddit will be perhaps the first result. It could be very easily because Google ranks Reddit very highly. The same with Imager. But basically, you're going to dominate that 10 pack. And you'll be able to say to a customer, look, here's our deal. If I can get you to rank in the top 10 of Google for your username in 1 month, you give me $100. If I can't do it, then I failed. Okay, I tried. No harm, no foul. And you're going to get customers to run at you. Wait, you mean to tell me that if I go and search my username right now and it only shows up maybe 0 times, and you're going to tell me that when in 1 month I'm going to be able to track that and actually see that it's going to show up 10 times in there, all 10 spots I'm going to dominate, or maybe 7, 8, 9 of the 10 spots, you're going to have people who are going to throw money at you because that's very valuable. Not only that, you're going to be able to say the same thing to them on YouTube. You're going to say, look, put your username into YouTube right now, or your project name, whatever it is. What shows up? Nothing, because you don't have any videos for your project. What I'm going to do is I'm going to make some AI promotional videos, and you'll be able to do this through Grok. And in the past, when AI video wasn't that good, it's excellent now. I'm going to tell you what, without naming a name, there's someone in here who I was working with yesterday. They created 10 videos. They sent them to me yesterday. I was shocked at how good they were. And they're uploading those currently to their different social media websites. And they're going to start ranking on all of these. And you'd be able to do the same, not only for yourself, for self-marketing, but also for your customers. So you have to think that when you upload to YouTube, that's going to give you 10 different results. And so you might show up all 10 of your videos on Google. When someone searches in YouTube for their project, you're going to show up maybe the top 7, 8, 9, 10 of the top 10. That's your goal. Same with Reddit. Same with Instagram. Same with TikTok. And the way that you do this is you take the person's name of their project, you put a nice description with it, a nice title, and hashtags. That's exactly what social media websites crawl. They crawl at least twice a day, and they basically crawl the whole internet like a spider does a web. And they document these changes, and it doesn't happen overnight. It won't happen within 1 day, but about a week it takes or so, and you'll start to see results. And a month, you'll definitely see results, so that you'll be able to say to your customers, hey, you're now ranking in the top 10 of Google. You've got 6 of the top 10 positions. And on YouTube, you've got 7 of the top 10 positions. And on Instagram, you've got 8 of the top 10 positions. And on TikTok, you've got 7 of the top 10 positions. I did what I said I was going to do. And, we have an arrangement, and it's time for you to pay me, whatever your arrangement is. You're also going to be doing something for not just yourselves, but your clients in a very underrated but incredibly important and growing important aspect of the world, and that is AI. AI uses this data on social media to create its large language models. And right now, you can say to your customer, if I put your project into AI, it's going to say, I've never heard of this project, but give me a month And once AI has a chance to look at all of the content that I've created for you on my 30 different social media profiles, it's going to say XYZ project is a coin that was launched in November of 2025. It has a market cap of XYZ. You're going to give AI the information that it needs to be able to provide data to people who search for it. So you're going to be optimizing not only search engine optimization, but also AI or large language model optimization. Nobody else on at least Twitter Spaces is saying that they're going to be able to market you that way. And this is organic and it's all free. Everything that I've just told you is absolutely free. So you're not only going to be able to market yourselves well, and if you want to know how to do this, take a screenshot of your username in Google right now and see where you rank. And also ask Google about your user, your AI. Ask AI about yourself and see if it knows anything about you. Once you create these different social media accounts, they're business accounts, in 1 month, large language models will know who you are, and also you will dominate the top 10 pack of Google. To my friend, Mr. Favor, I know you asked a few questions, but that was some alpha that I wanted to share. Is what I'm saying making sense to you? And also, do you have? Did I not? Did I miss any of the questions that you may have had?
You answered most of it. You answered most of it, and I would like to say, I wish we can start putting this. We can like put this to practice, like just with ourselves, just with our account. Yes, we should just even start with ranking our account first of all to see. Okay, yeah, in like take it now for example, the results we should get right now should be the amount of followers we are getting, be it on X, be it on Facebook, be it on Twitter, on YouTube and all. If we can start getting followers in all these various platforms, I believe this your idea is going to work out the same thing with the project. Okay, if I can start seeing myself ranking on Google, maybe the post I'm posting on X, I can start seeing myself, I can start seeing my account, I can start seeing my name. Yeah, that means I'm going to believe that, yeah, everything you say is going to work out. I know it's true, but it's just that SEO these days have come to, like, when I say you have to really, really master it. You have to really, really know exactly what to do, the right keyword, the right prompt to use, and all. And we are talking about using AI. Yeah, we all know that AI has really come to make things easy and all. But you really, really have to know how to use the AI. And now we are saying all these things is for free. You get. So that is also what baffles me also, that okay, if we are willing to do this, how can we go about it? Are you willing to show us the way? Are you willing to put us through and all? You can still go on.
Thank you. Yeah, I am willing to show you the way. I'm live in my Discord 24 hours a day without naming names of people in here. There are people who have been in my Discord 15 times last week, just going to me for questions that they have about their social media. You can reach out to me whenever you want in my DMs or in person. I'm live on camera, not just on 20 different YouTube streams at this very moment, but also live in Discord. You can just connect with me and ask me any question that you want. In terms of gaining followers, this will get you followers, but if you want to gain followers, there are probably better ways to do it. And those would just generally be like follow for follows. If you want to make an account and gain a lot, I can tell you I've been using this account while I created it earlier this year. It had 0 followers 3 weeks ago, and I'm at like 1,400 followers, and that's a lot in 3 weeks to gain, as you all know. And how do I do it? I just basically tell people exactly what I'm saying. They like what they hear. I've helped over 50 people thus far in the last 3 weeks build up their link trees and utilize this type of strategy. You should know as well, when it comes to the search engine aspect of this, really it is just about it's almost like what we call mad libs. So whatever keyword your customer wants to rank for, let's say it's an NFT, let's say it's a dog NFT, just as an example. Okay, we're gonna say to them, okay, well, what search keyword do you want the most, or key phrase? They're gonna say best dog NFT. Okay, great. So we're gonna go to ChatGPT, we're going to say, give me the best title and description of a video for best dog NFT. And we're going to name what the NFT is. And we're going to put, and it's going to give us something like the best dog NFT on Twitter. And then it'll give a description. Your descriptions can be up to 2,000 characters. They can be very robust. And we'll have all kinds of hashtags in there. Then what we're going to do is go to Grok, perhaps, or we could do all this through Grok, and say, make me a video for that you think would be highly ranking for the best dog NFT. And it'll give me one, and maybe I don't like that. I'll ask it to do 10 of them, and I'm going to choose the best of the 10. All of this is free. And so I get this really good video that's nice, that's futuristic, that's cool. I'm going to take the best NFT title, put it in there. I'm going to put the best NFT description, put it in the description. I'm going to upload that to my YouTube, and then I'm going to let that go. Then I'm going to do that 10 times or however many times I want to feel like I've satisfied the needs of the customer, and I'm going to let it wait for 1 month. And in 1 month, when you type in best dog NFT with the name of their NFT, it's going to show up in the top 10 of YouTube. That will also show up on Google. And I know what you're saying, like it's a science. It used to be more of a science, I would say. But search engine optimization has really defaulted to social media being the strongest sites that they promote. They don't like to promote people's individual sites as much. Those are the hard ones to be able to promote. If people just want to get their name out there, don't remake the wheel. Basically, YouTube is the #2 website in the world. YouTube's rank for Google is extremely high. You put anything on Google, and it's going to put anything on YouTube, it's going to rank very highly in YouTube. Same with Reddit. Same with TikTok. Same with Instagram. It's not like we're creating a brand new website and we're competing with all of these. No, we're going to use these tools that are already there for us, these social media platforms, and we're just going to change the words to focus on the phrase that we want. So I agree with you. At one time, search engine optimization was, I mean, it still is, there's some science to it, absolutely. But it is very hard to outrank YouTube. It is very hard to outrank TikTok. It's very hard to outrank Instagram. And if you know how at least Google ranks things, it prioritizes videos. So there's a very good chance that we could even get it, depending on how someone's viewing Google, that when you type in best dog NFT in the name of the project, that a video will show on the Google search engine page. Even though you didn't type video, you guys know that sometimes videos show up above even the search results. And there's a very good chance those could be the videos that we uploaded 1 month prior. And if you like it, I mean, the thing is, you never know until you try. And basically, if you want, just do this for yourself. It's not going to hurt you. You don't have to create all 30 accounts if you don't want, but I recommend that. What you could do is just take a YouTube account, whatever you search engine result for which you want to rank. You could say, well, just like for you, Mr. Favor, you could just write Mr. Favor, best social media marketer on X. That's the phrase that we want to go for. And we're going to make a few videos that have that in it. And then we'll say hashtag social media, hashtag X, hashtag Twitter, hashtag Twitter Spaces, all of that. We'll have a title and description, a robust description. And in 1 month, when somebody searches Mr. Favor, best social media, you don't even have to say on X, that video is going to show up #1. And if it doesn't, then you can tweak it. But that's a winning strategy. And really, Mr. Favor brings up an excellent point. You know, there's a science to it. You never know until you try. So this would be an experiment. But I'm telling you, everything that I've just told you is absolutely free. I don't want you to have to pay for anything.
Okay, thank you so much, Rabbi. Let me just leave it here. I will still come back. There are so many people that would like to also still contribute and ask one to Crypto Master. You can go on there. I can see Big Mighty and there is goodness and also like they try to raise up their hands. I believe they have a question or 1 or 2 things to talk to Rabbi about. So you can go on Crypto Master and then let's hear from them also. Yo, Jim, guys, Jim, welcome. acquainted and connect with one another, not any alpha that you have. So because Rabbi just said something. No, I used to say that things we know, but sometimes our mind you said in reality that data has surpassed crude oil, right?
According to the Economist magazine, yeah. This happened in 2018.
Yeah, whether they said it or not, whether it's true or not, but in my local language, we normally say there is lies that looks like truth. Do you get it? So whether it's truth or lie, the truth there is that, honestly speaking, data is very, very big money right now. Data is a very big money. So data is making money all over, right? So yeah, that's nice. Nice conversation. Sometimes I love this kind of conversation because it's not all about every time. Alpha, money. So sometimes we talk other things. Our life should not be only on money and alpha. So we should discuss other things sometimes. Yeah. So thank you guys for coming around and thank you, Rabbi. I love you. One thing I discover again in you, Rabbi, is that you are good in what you are doing, and that is one thing that is very, very important in life. Be good in whatever you are doing. So I think you know your onion very well. You know your app very well. So you are good in what you are doing. So the marketing, marketing is you. Is you and is in you. Is part of your life. So you are good in marketing. So I wish you good luck, and I would like to connect with you because who knows tomorrow, right? Yeah.
Thank you so much for your kind words. I'd like to connect with you as well, and your words mean a lot to me. Thank you very much.
Yeah. So keeping it up. Before then, like Trevor said, so that it will not look like two of us just hijack this place. We'll come back to you if you stay in this place. But let's hear from the other people that want to either contribute on this topic or they want to say something else. We start from goodness to be mighty. After being mighty, then I just see crypto, them or whatever. Goodness, are you there? Yeah, I'm here first. Am I audible? Yeah, you're very, very audible. Alright, GM2. I can see Rabbi. I've met a lot in other spaces. I've connected already before now. So it's very, very nice to, like, if you actually feel exactly what you're saying, yeah, you're gonna grow. I just start from the free words because I started thinking like things you were saying, like I'm going really very fast, right? So thank you so much, Rabbi. You should listen to stuff like that. And then also from speaker session, shout out to him too. I think he's gonna shoot himself also. Yeah, shout out to everybody on stage. Yeah, let's keep going and make ourselves better people. Yeah, thank you very much. Okay, thank you for that. According to Goodness, he just came to just help his old friends. So he has known Rabbi before, he has known John before. Yeah. So, and it looks like, without coming to, greet them, it looks like they are there. He didn't recognize them, so he just decided to come and show up and recognize his people. So nice one. One thing you have to bear in mind in this thing is that your network is your network, yeah? And your contact is money, and friends, connection is money, right? I saw a lot of people that moved from maybe Nigeria to another country just for connection. They met people online like this from there. I want to go to Canada, I want to go to Australia. Somebody will be like, oh, you're my good friend, I'm going to get you a letter of invitation, or I'm going to process a visa to you, right? So, or I see somebody also getting a very nice paid marine job. He's still online, he met someone, So connection is the key, right? Connection is the key. After you know what you're doing, you know your audience, connection is another thing you need. So be mighty. Let's hear from you, bro.
Yeah, GM to everybody. Meta Mommy, see you at the snap. Station, GM to you. I just want to make a little contribution firstly on Rabbi, because I'm one of Rabbi's, should I say, followers and one of Rabbi's students. So if you are not buying what Rabbi is saying, either you being a marketer or not, I just wish and hope for everybody to just buy it, because Rabbi's what Rabbi is bringing up is the future of Web3. I'm not gonna lie, that's the Web3 future, because everybody, if anybody that wants to check up on what you are doing right now, wants to know that back then you will be asked that how many social medias do you have? So Rabbi making you to have more than 10, 15 social medias, I think is a very great privilege. This thing is for free. It's for free. I'm not gonna lie. It's for free. Because me too, I've been making my own videos so far, so I'm not hiding it. So we are all here to learn, we are all here to engage with each other. So for someone like Rabbi to come up and bring up his own idea, because not everybody will share their ideas with you. Use people who, I wonder some people will just do it. Some of those alpha doesn't pay. Some of those alpha people shit, it does not even pay. They will just come say what they want to say, just for them to just gain that followers, for them to just gain that fame. But if you go deep down into it, you see that most of the things they say is not true. So for Rabbi to bring this up for himself, not to me, why he got to teach somebody, when someone wants to give you something for free and you be like, this person is bringing this to me. But I'm not gonna lie to you, just try it. If you're not trying, just try. If you're not engaging, just engage. Rabbi, follow. See? So that's that. Also, let me just share at least my community. I'm sure most of you are very familiar with Shibes or Shibes. You can check on my profile, and you see the Telegram, Shibes Telegram you can connect. It's a freelance platform that connects both content creators, builders, Web3 builders, connect everybody together. So making sure at least you will see your very, very, very nice. Something else, people open space just to talk, but they are not doing the job. But we're connecting with Shibes, you're getting real projects, real job. Shibes, I was opportunity to be part of the Asian community. Without if you're not familiar with the Asian community, with the Andy space, if you don't know Andy, you can just search on Andy, AJUANDY. So you can search on his space. So through Shibes, I was opportunity to be part of the Asian community and other community as well. Even there's the crying the casino. Through Shibes, I was opportunity to be part of the community. So please do feel free to connect with us and also do good for yourself. Thank you, and also back to Rabbi. Rabbi, thanks for what you do. Thank you for bringing not just Africa, Nigeria, because next time you're going to speak this a lot of people are not going to buy your ideas. A lot of people will keep you out of the space, but just keep on doing the work. Thank you. God bless you. And thank you also for bringing me into the space. Crypto Master, I appreciate it. Thank you for giving me the chance to speak on your space. God bless you as well. Yo. Bro, you're welcome, my brother. You're welcome. And we are here to connect, and we are here to survive. We are here to make it. What I normally say, and I believe in
that racist cannot be eradicated 100%, but it can be controlled, right? Irrespective of our, like we Nigerians or Africans, mostly Nigerians, our differences, religion, tribal, ethnicity, right? But whenever we came into this space, I would say that I have not been in this space. I have never seen fights going on in this space. They say, oh, the Northerners and the Easterners are fighting in this space because of blah, 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 blah. The Westerners and the East are fighting in this space because of blah, 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 blah. No. So in this space, we don't care though who you are. Who cares? What can you bring on the table? What are you bringing on the table? What can you offer? What do you want to learn? Do you want to connect? That is what I believe we all can. So, and some white people that do racism, I will tell you, even in this Web3, we can't replicate it 100%, like as I said, but I will tell you that 80% don't even care where you're from, right? So we move. What they care is, can you do the job? What can you put on the table? What can you bring on the table? Well, just only maybe 20% of the whites that, like people that want to be racist. Irrespective whether they are black or white, they are born to be racist. Wherever they are, they always exhibit that racist character because they are inborn in them. The people, when you meet them, they don't care wherever they are. So these are the kind of people, even if you sit near them on the flight, they may even decide to leave the seat for you. So these kind of people, wherever you meet them, is who they are. So Web3 is trying to connect the global at the right time, at the moment, in a twinkle of eye. And we can be here now, communicate with people in Australia, people in Canada, people in Japan, people in Russia, people in South Africa, wherever the person is coming from. We don't care. What we care is that, oh, this guy is there fighting news. Oh, this guy is like this. Bro, you follow up and make your money and make your connection. So no problem. I just take your profile. I see the CBS there. So I would like to take a bit out to know what the CBS is all about. Is it all about connection or information, or they have another different project or means? So she is a connection and also we launched that. So it's a very, very nice thing if you can join now and also fill the form of the intern form. You see an internship form, you can fill the form and you select it as an intern. You get the right connection because Shibase has a lot of connections. So it's really, really help us all in Web3. Okay, thank you for that. Okay. John, what's up? John. Some Mr. Forest, you did bomb. I've been a guide in the bomb. Which one? John, what's up, man? How you doing, man? He's not in Nigeria. John, what's up? Yo, what's up? Yeah, what's up? What do you have? How's everybody doing? We are doing great, bro. No, I don't have anything to share at the moment, just listening. That's all, yeah. I hope your bag is pumping very big. Yeah, you too, bro. I hope you got big bags. This guy is funny, man. My bag is red, man. My bag is full of down, man. And bro, what's up? Why are you doing me like this? master. Don't worry. Gonna bump your back.
57 degrees in Compton, and it's 52 in Cedar Valley. From the KFI 24-hour newsroom, I'm Bree Tennis.
After 25 years, American Vision Windows is saying thank you.
Get free installation on 4 or more windows when you book by Thanksgiving. Call now, 888-785-5713.
American Vision is amazing from start to finish, and the post-installation support is second to none. Get free installation by calling 888-785-5713, 888-785-5713.
Visit AmericanVisionWindows.com today.
New customers only. Restrictions apply. Offer expires November 30th. CSOB number 778326.
This is Jim. Hello. Jim started advertising with iHeartRadio way back in April. And now I have customers out the door. And this is Sarah.
Hi.
She started putting a portion of her marketing dollars in podcasting back in June.
Business is booming. That's why I'm working on a Saturday.
Want to be like Jim and Sarah? It's easy. All you have to do is own or manage a business and reach out to iHeart. Get started today at 844-844-iHeart or iHeartAdvertising.com.
I've noticed that the older I get, the more effort it takes to make the naughty list. Now your top reasons to visit Morocco.
The new year is almost here. Morongo's Regency Ball, a night of enchantment and excitement, December 31st.
Number 2.
My first resolution of the new year, to see Rick Ross live at Morongo, March 20th.
And the number 1 reason.
We're giving away a Lincoln novelist, November 30th.
Morongo, good times.
The free iHeartRadio app is your home for the holidays.
It's the most wonderful time.
Open the app and search Holiday and find Coast 103.5, your official holiday music station. Plus stations playing specialized holiday music, Christmas classics, Christmas jazz, country, plus tons of playlists, even podcasts. Our gift to you, the perfect holiday soundtrack. Open the free
Shout out to those guys who defended me. What they can do at the top.
Calling each other by name. Yeah.
The Tim Conway Jr. Show. I clearly heard that. Live 4 to 7 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app.
My name is Teresa Barber. I'm from the state of Navy. I served overseas in the Middle East and Africa. Early on in my career, I had a commander that taught our suicide prevention training. That the very next day, he took his own life. 90% of suicide attempts involving you guys
Around, other than when you moved to Detroit, were you around mostly white people? Yeah, so where I grew up was like in the middle of the cornfield, basically. I grew up in a little town where there was barely 1,000 people, all white, basically. The only interactions you had with other races was typically in the summertime, like when farm workers would come up from Mexico and things like that, and a lot of times people just didn't talk to them, so I didn't really have hardly any interactions with people of other races.
So where did the negative ideas about other races come from?
The movement came from the movement, not from personal experience. Nobody did not have bad personal experiences. In fact, even to this day, most of the bad personal experience I had with other people, I've had assassination attempts, I've got scars from attacks, all white people.
This assassination attack, is this post leaving or during? During. Or are they trying to kill you?
Well, Antifa tried to give me the scar across the back of my head. It was from tire iron.
What happened?
It was they infiltrated the organization, and we had went to this is in my book, American Nazi, by the way, but we had went to Rochester, Minnesota, and to pass out leaflets, and it was myself and my roommate, and then 2 other guys that had infiltrated, and at the end of the night, make a long story short, I'm reaching into the trunk of a car. And as I'm reaching down into the trunk of the car to pick up this box of merchandise from the record label, the guy pulls out a tire iron and smashes me across the back of the head and says, "We're here to kill you." And it felt like the whole, like being scalped. The whole back of my head was scalp was hanging down, and I wouldn't get knocked out. I would have been killed if I would have been knocked out. I just remember stumbling and putting my hand across the back of my head, and it felt like a wet sponge, and just kind of staggering. And my roommate blocked another hit, because the guy tried to hit me again because I didn't go down.
And by that time, I'm just kind of, stunned, staggering, concussion, whatever you want to call it, and started stumbling into traffic in the middle of the street. And then, he'd gotten away from the guy and pulled me off to the other side of the street. And that was one incident.
So it's multiple times people try to kill you?
I've been shot at. Yeah. This is like that stabbing. People tried to stab me too.
This is also why you're in the limelight.
Oh yeah.
And who was shooting?
Gangs.
Yeah. So people that had just found out that you guys were Nazis, they just tried to shoot you.
Well, we were wearing the symbols everywhere. Flight jackets with swastika patches and stuff like that. So that was going to be that was pretty volatile, especially in different neighborhoods.
When you talk to other people that have left the movement, do they have, is there a pivotal moment in a lot of these people's lives where they realized that this was the wrong path? Is it an accumulation of other people's experiences that they take into consideration? Like, what is it? Is there a main factor?
It really is different for everybody, but usually it doesn't happen like a snap of a finger. I could, like we're talking about hundreds of people have left the movement. I can think of just like on one hand, the people that have left over like one act of kindness or one simple thing. Very few people do that. It's usually a process. So they're going through this shift in thinking, kind of like I was, and they're questioning it. They're questioning like, well, there's a lot of cognitive dissonance. There's a lot of confirmation bias that takes place, and they're having experiences sometimes with people of other races that helps, where it doesn't fit the narrative of the movement, what's being spewed. So they're fighting with this in their head for a long time. For different people, it's different things. Sometimes it's just seeing the humanity in the people that you once dehumanized.
Daryl, this is such a heavy path you're on. I know it must feel very rewarding, but interacting with so many people that have been indoctrinated into hate, does it sometimes feel overwhelming? No, it doesn't. I mean, I've had some disappointments, people, not everybody's going to change, right? On either side, black, white, you had people that were close to shifting. It's like alcoholics who fall off the wagon, that kind of thing. But I've had some who I never thought would change. I mean, there'll be people who on all sides who will go to their graves being hateful, violent, racist, whatever, anti-Semitic. But even some of those I've had come back and change, but I know not all would do it. Some just die hard, they're not going to change for anything. And so I don't give up on those people, but I move them down my list of priorities and deal with the ones who are open to talk, even though they're just as hateful and violent and racist or whatever. If they will talk, there's an opportunity to plant a seed. The seed's not going to bloom overnight, So when it happens, great. Then I move my way down to the ones who didn't want to talk to me, or we got into some kind of scuffle or whatever, things like that. But as I was telling you before, when their buddies change and they see that life improve, sometimes it's a wake-up call for them. Because, initially they think there's nothing this black guy can do that's going to help them. Who the hell is he to even think? I'm the superior one, he's the inferior one. But when they compare their life to their buddy's life, and now he's superior, he's living superiorly and getting along fine, I want that. So now they come around.
And for some people, it's something staggering. I'm just thinking of a couple of the cases that I've worked on, and like one guy, his son committed suicide, and he brought his whole family into the movement. And he felt like it was the ideology that did that, and that's what helped shift him. And this was a lifelong guy. Like, this guy's in his 60s. He's been in forever. I would have never, like Daryl said, you never think some people are going to change, and he changed. And there's another family that I helped out this last year. They've got 11 kids under the age of 18. And they started, for them, it was seeing how it was affecting their children. Some of them have, disabilities and things like that. And they were seeing how the quality of life, being involved in this, it's heavy. It's a great burden. It's not it's not something that you wish on your children. It's not something that you want them to move forward with. So for them, it was seeing how their children were affected. Having children also just changes your understanding of people. You start realizing, like, babies learn from their environment. They're all, really innocent. They come out of the womb just innocent. You see them grow up and evolve. And you realize, like, how much of what makes you a human being is just learned behavior. Daryl, you're still a working musician. So how much of your time is dedicated to helping people lead these movements? It seems pretty significant.
Yeah, it's really flipped around a lot. When I first started this, it was like maybe 75% use and 25% other, this work. But now it's probably exact opposite now. I just take some things that I want to do. And something that I want to feel like playing. I'll take I've turned down more people in the last 2 years than I really have existed.
Feels right to you, or do you sometimes wish that someone else would like carry the baton?
Well, I wish people would carry the baton and then improve upon what I do. I'm just one person.
Oh my god, this week was crazy because yes, the hunting and everything is just crazy. Nowadays it's difficult to actually get a genuine, project out there. Like, every day we just wake up and then what do we think about every day? It's simple actually. We just try to make sure that even though we gain something, but we make sure that the community gains something too. So it's kind of difficult, trying to juggle around the personal and the community gains and everything. But yeah, it's been crazy, man. It's been crazy. I actually did try to get some rest, even though I'm still sleep deprived. But yeah, it's super.
Also, last week, the very broke, I had a very busy weekend. I was in church yesterday, so it's just a little thing here. But I'm back on the grind, and I'm so pleased with everybody here. I just want to really check in with Mark. Is Mark up on the speaker room? Because I think I saw a message that say Mark is on the speaker room.
Yes, I can actually. He's not on the speaker room.
Okay, I'm approving Mark right now. And to all speakers I want to come up, just give me a minute. I want my team to be up on the speaker if I pull up anybody. And I'm seeing a whole massive request already. Give me some minutes, I'm going to put you guys up. So please, let's go for
Yeah, I can see him now. So yeah, guys, if you can hear me, give me 100. If you can hear me, give me 100. I don't think they are hearing me or more. Is it only work? Okay, alright. Last week I was talking about finance, right? Like, we talked about the importance of, what do they call this again? Branding. Very good. So now the question is, like last week I told you that many of us make a lot of money. Like, I'm not joking. Like, sometimes you guys think, okay, you're not making enough, or maybe you're not trying enough. But the funny thing is that you are. Like, do you know how many people out there earn 50K for their 9 to 5 per month, and you actually earn this thing maybe bi-weekly, maybe after 3 weeks? It's still progress. Compared to a lot of people out there, you're actually doing very, very well. Yes, there are people who are quite different because, okay, some people don't really make money and they've been on the space for a year, 2 years, maybe months, but it's because you are not positioned well, you're not, with the right, people with the right hunger and everything. But aside from that, everybody makes money on this space. So now the funny thing is that I was speaking to one person. He was telling me that, okay, it's been a while. He's been on this space for 3 years, right? And initially he was getting mad gigs. He was earning mad money. In a week he earns he positions himself for 2 to 3 different types of jobs. He does community moderation. So every week he gets a job. Not only one, actually 3 jobs. He keeps getting money and everything. And the thing just got to his head, like, okay, I have money now, like, it will never really stop coming and everything. And then, boom, one day everything just changed. Like, there are times that, okay, you have this money, but sometimes, the funny thing is that depression hits. Yes, the funny thing is that you guys don't know that whether you're rich, whether you're poor, wherever you are, whatever situation you are, sometimes when things are a bit, whether you're going good or bad, there's this thing in your heart that makes you feel something is not right. I'm not doing something right. Like you just don't think everything is right. And then boom, before you know you're depressed and everything. It happens. It happens almost frequently in this space too. One day you're happy, the next you're just down and you just don't have the energy. But yes, now let's talk about the monetary value. Like, okay, you make money. Yeah, you make money, but what have you done with that money? You bought 15 Pro Max, okay, nice one. You bought clothes, okay, you go to club, you do everything, but what have you really done with that money? If you ask yourself, what have you done with it? At least if you eat the money, using it like eat it literally, you bought food, you do something like that, you bought food, at least you did something right. But is it enough? Are you sure that you're doing something right? Like, a lot of us don't think about things like that. We just think, the money will keep coming. You have to learn how to manage your money. You have to learn how to manage it. Because if you don't know how to manage your money, to be honest, you are never going to be free from, poverty. Yes, all of us are trying to run away from it. And I swear to God, this space will give you the opportunity, especially the syndicates. But how are you going to use that money? Like, what are you going to do with it? A lot of us don't know what to do with it. Just spend. So this is a question to you. How would you go about it? I actually want to hear from you guys, but since you guys are not here yet, I believe we'll just pass it for now. But yeah, I just feel like you guys should know that how you use your money is very important, because you can never, like, you can't keep getting the same thing every day. Like, the funny thing is that, like, yes, you try to work hard, you try to hunt every day, but not everything that you want actually works out all the time. Yes, one day you may wake up and things may not be the way you want it to be. And it's like that. You can't just say, okay, because I'm earning today, tomorrow I'll keep earning, next tomorrow I'll keep earning. Like, anybody, Papa, I would continue the end. Like, now your Papa be good. No, like, now your Papa be good. Your Papa will be good. You're nobody. And many things will happen. Do you think the people who have, like, fall from grace actually decided to fall from grace? They did not. It just happened. And it's because they didn't have the planning. So before I continue saying everything, let me just allow Mark to introduce himself. Mr. Mark.
Please, before we end from Mark, I want to say something. I'm seeing you massive request from people right now, and I'm going to take you guys in. But 1 minute, please. I put up a post up on the job front. I will want them for it. I want to come up here and speak. They get that post and make a request. Let's get money moving. We need to get money moving on this space. Let them know it's happening here live with the syndicate, and let them know we are here to actually share and chill, and also share opportunities as much as insight. Do you hear what Moreno just played out right now? He was talking about financial management. And I think we have a whole lot of people that doesn't really understand how to actually manage their finances. They don't even know how to go about it. What's all about making money to a place? How about how you go to go about utilizing the property? So we are going to be, pushing a whole lot out. And trust me, this place is going to be lasting for 2 hours. So make sure if you don't want to hear on the job make sure you are following. That's why you don't want to part of the speaker. Make sure you are following the syndicate, follow the team. Only Domingo, Mark, and Vic, my US donor later. Follow the syndicate, follow the team, and make sure you actually engage the post up on the job board. Then I'll put you up to speak. These are things I will check before I put you up to speak. And these are the things you space.
just meeting alphas, bro. Thanks for the reminder, man. Money and finances, right? Because I mean, a lot of us we need to be here, all the time. Because, bro, you might think that you are getting it now. It doesn't mean that it keeps coming in. In fact, a lot of us will know how the space was. Maybe even say last year or in the beginning of this year. I mean, the way liquidity was flowing, compare it to now, right? Just look at it from the back, yeah. Compare it to now, it's the same way it is flowing. It is showing that things are really moving fast, things are really changing, right? That if you are not really careful with the way you manage finance, the way you even manage your time, because some more time is money. With your relationship service is money. Your network is premium money these days, right? And I think that's one of the main purposes that syndicates. We are creating this page so that what do you do, or what can you do? You connect with people around you. Maybe on this space right now, you look at your right, you look at your left, you connect with everyone around you, and you cannot know what anyone can offer you, but trust me, your network, your connection is power in this space. So try to connect with everyone here, and guys, they would like to this space, okay? Like I'm doing this space. Man, Ringo, what's good, guys? What's up for the music? Very good, you know.
We're trying to see ways, man, ways to actually get the community on a payroll, you know?
Absolutely. No, that's what we're cooking, and that's what we're going to keep cooking. We are here for the community. Like I said earlier on our first space, guys, we are community first agency, and we're going to be doing more things. So trust me, everybody's going to do that. So I'm putting up speakers right now, and I'm going to do that from the comment section. The post I put up on the jungle. Okay, I think I have cheap. Okay, I'll be letting people share me to pick up. I'll be naming them right now. I'm trying to check the comment section to see if they have actually engaged that post I put up on the jumbotron and bring you guys up. Like I said, yes, it's going to be massive. So, without wasting time, like I said, don't forget, once you actually hear on the jumbotron, I'm sorry, on the speaker room, make sure you actually introduce yourself first in the first minute and make sure you get your contribution within just like a minute. Let's just be teaching, because I feel like there's a lot of people that want to come up and speak. Yes, there's a lot of people that want to come up and speak. And as you guys are here, make sure you actually repost and tag your friends. It's going to be massive chill and sharing space, and we are here to be together. Thank you so much in advance. So let's hear from Chibo. Chibo, what's so far in this year? Sorry, am I not the Chibo is connected?
Yeah. He's having connection issues, I think.
Okay, let's hear from Rabbi
GM, every day is a holiday, every meal is a feast. Thank you for the opportunity. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real-life Truman Show, a real-life Big Brother. This is a timeline and a time capsule of human achievement. In the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase, content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than anyone ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor 2 YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams, 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view my links, they're in my profile. Also in my pinned post, you'll find a link to my
YouTube and Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. I have more social media than any person ever. I have more content than any person ever. You'll also find a link to my Discord. I have over 2,500 people in the Discord, and we're growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million, and one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program, and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a shiller, you're a raider, and you want a free mentor, coach, and friend, send me a DM. I will respond. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your lives. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future, and most importantly, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely want to thank you for the opportunity to share.
Yeah, awesome, Rabbi. And I've actually just got to your profile and I see that you actually do massively on YouTube. So, a quick question for you, and I only want to just take it on like 30 seconds or 20 seconds. Do you see any time soon coming to every project in Web3 to actually get their stuff out, give them more visibility on YouTube? Do you see any relationship coming between YouTube and Web3 pretty soon?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I have a whole strategy I give to people, but here's a quick overview. You need a link tree. It's your business card of the 21st century. Additionally, you want to make sure that on your link tree, you, of course, have your YouTube, and you have about the top 30 social medias out there, everything from Instagram to LinkedIn to TikTok. What you want to do is it's a four-pronged approach. Number one, this is going to give you more opportunity to be able to promote yourself and your YouTube channel wherever you need. Number two, it's going to allow other people to be able to connect to your YouTube channel. Number three, it gives you more visibility when people search for you on any social media. You're going to show up number one in Google, number one on YouTube, number one on Instagram for your YouTube channel. And then finally, it makes it more difficult for someone to be able to impersonate you on YouTube. So that's the approach that I use. Make sure that you're utilizing all of the social media available to you and pushing people to your YouTube channel. It is more opportunity that people are going to be able to connect to you there. I hope that answers your question.
Awesome. Thank you so much. And this came from you. This is going to be coming up every day. And we're going to have it Monday to Friday at the same time. So you can always check in with us every day and to talk about which space. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. Thank you so much. So let's hear from Jim. And this is actually to retrade on what I've said earlier. If you're on this space and you want to come up on the speaker, do your due diligence to follow the team and make sure you actually react to the coffee you have on the job of the one. And the team behind the syndicate right now is the syndicate account handling itself with Triomi, Ringo, Mark, and Vic, and Joel. So do the next time. Let's hear from Jim out.
Sure, guys. Doing well. It's been a while since I was active for like 2 days. Anyways, so I just decided to come on space. I think I feel because of I followed him, so I saw the notification of the space, and I decided to join. I'm a video creator. I'm a content creator as well. I'm also good at writing, like content writing, storytelling, and all. So it's good to connect with you guys. I've been in this space for about 8 months. Yes, for about 8 months. I've gotten jobs, I've been out of jobs. It's just been a lot of hustle. I think that what you guys were talking about when I came in, is actually very, very good. So the first time I had a job, I squandered the whole one. I didn't know that the job would not last. So I think it's a very good topic. Next time I had another job, I was more cautious. So I feel like it's a topic that will help a lot of people as well. So that's what I think it's a very good topic. Next time I had another job, I was more cautious. So I feel like it's a topic that will help a lot of people as well. So that's why I feel like sorry, what?
Podcasting and radio, where the reach is real. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com.
Am I the only one hearing hip like the call?
Yeah, I said, I wanted, when I heard that, I wanted to ask her, like, bro, are you on Lambo? What's the friend I use in Robbie when it's supposed to be the connect and they are having everywhere, like, this Mariah, this money.
You know the funny thing is that all these people you be thinking they are small, you don't know they have God.
I'm joking. Everybody's big in car, bro. Everybody's big. Everybody just come across they are blind guys. For enemies, we know right. Mark, we know right. We know these guys are right.
Yes, man, like you don't know that, like just for me, try to face more people. These guys are getting AM 640.
Awesome. And seeing some of our contributors right now being on the space, the person of Ella, the person of Fade, and two other persons here. I think those are the two that I'm seeing right now. Those are on the space. Thank you so much for coming in. And these guys, like I said, if you want to look for just follow the team, just follow the handle, and make sure you actually comment on the post we have on the I'm going to actually pick up your request and trust me, I'm seeing you lots of requests there. I'll take you guys in just hold on the while I actually present the panel properly. Without wasting time, let's get to hear from any Bristol GM.
Boy. Hi there, guys. GM to the co-host, Big, Gringo, GM. Maximum respect. I wanted the syndicate Vic. I strongly believe in whatever she talks about. When she told me about the syndicate, I said, so I'm a Russian mob. And Russian mobs are very, very, very strong. So I said, no, I must key and I'll follow this to the end. Everybody takes us. Great man, your speech or I think it's one great problem that a lot of us are having. People make money and before you know it, you really need to talk so much about it. And let's see how, as we're making these funds, it is managed properly. I'm very, very bullish on that topic, especially. And if at all you need anybody who wants to assist you on talking about finances, I am very, very much available. Maximum respect to Vic, growth strategist. I so much love whatever she's doing. I have to say this again. I'm a content writer. I'm just onboarding into the social media marketing strategy, and I believe my training the syndicate will take me to a better place and position me better for perfect gigs. Thank you very much, syndicate. I'm being part of this one.
Awesome. We are happy to have you. So thank you so much for joining this space. And to everybody that is just part of this space, you are welcome. Thank you so much for joining this space. Because we recognize the best of everybody. Big shout out to Mr. CJ. Big shout out to Rema, that's my guy. Big shout out to Big guys actually on this next section. She's coming up for this podcast section soon. Big shout out to Emmy, that's my guy. This guy has been supporting us from our first page, Yeah, Dr. Chatting, we shout out to every other big chat in the building. We appreciate and recognize everybody's presence here. And this is just straight on what we are doing at Syndicate once again. The Syndicate is actually here to start with the agenda that is trying to beautiful strategies that want to people on in terms of jobs and things that we are trying to build in public. And what we are prioritizing right now is actually community first. So we're trying to put community first to what we are building and make sure that we actually benefit from what we are building. And trust me, this is actually one of our priorities right now. We had a growth from our operations syndicate, and we are actually trying to cook our cooking and support of everybody on this space we are going to be doing. And just going to be announcing the member once again. The founders and centers are going to be I have my founders as Mark, Victoria, and Joel, everybody. I have an amazing team, and I'm so proud of everybody because everybody is doing great things. And you've actually been the job. And if you don't actually know what we're holding there, if you actually want to start to subscribe, do what you actually do first. Like, you want notification followers, and let us be together. And this is to actually inform you that guys like this is basically come from every other week, Monday to Friday, and it's coming up 11 a.m. West African time. Might not be lasting more than 2 hours, but then it's also for the kind so I don't know how to do this space, but trust me, this space is not about just that you. We're going to be having some other sections that actually do space, like profile this, and decide to talk and negotiate on our part. And by doing that, we'll be having people joining us, some people will come to join us as well, and come to those out and look out for us. Actually, so you have to actually come over here and showcase what you're capable of doing. Once you actually bring your own skill, the first thing is to introduce yourself to the whole house. Tell us about what you are doing and what you are doing, that you will make sure you guys to the topic of discussion. Make sure everything you're saying so will be more than just because we have people guys want to speak. And right now, I think I'm having a lot of focus on my hand where I'm going to actually accepting feelings right now while I'm going to say our speaker perhaps in 10 minutes. So if you want to speak, the requirement for you to come up and be able to speak is to follow the syndicate handle and follow the authors behind the syndicate, which is on ViralRabbi, Mark, and Vic, and Joel. And make sure you actually engage because we have a lot of workshop. Everybody's here to do, everybody's here to do. Look to your left, look to your right. Make sure you're following someone, make sure someone's following. Build a space for the space, and that's what we are here for. We are not here for the decades, we are here to bring. So let's get the energy of the other country. And man, on that note of speaking, on that note of business, on that note of media, I want to tell you this one will be hard on this business. Thank you so much, man.
Okay, so the recent, are we talking about the recent buy of the space?
Absolutely, Mark.
Okay, so we have the first on our list, we have Wanda, sorry, Manga. Sorry if I got your name wrong. We have Chain Girl, shout out to you. We have Holy Boy, shout out to you. We have Holy Boy again. We have Ayan. We have Sidu, Fukidu, yeah, and we have Raymond. Shout out to you guys.
Alright, awesome. Thank you, my bro. Thanks for being active. Nobody's crazy here, like I said the other time. We are here to be that man. So let's hear from Abdullah. Abdullah, you have 2 minutes to talk. 1 minute to introduce yourself and probably another to you. Abdullah, you can speak right now. Thank you.
GM to us, the speakers, GM to nice natural. Yeah, content creator, yeah, also a Sheila. Being in this space for just, I think, a few months, at least 6 months ago. So, yeah, and I've been picking up a lot of knowledge. Yeah, I'm still learning. So, open connection, real connection, that is something, yeah, real connection. If you have a key, any offer, you go through my page, you see some correction, you have something that you want to correct me, to make me improve, I'm open for all that. So, yeah, I'm also open for anything. Let's just use this print, that is why you are here. Too much.
Awesome, brother, bro. Sprint. That's why we are here. That's what the matters, bro. Let's sprint. Thank you so much, Abdullah. If you are here and you have to follow Abdullah, you are wrong. You got to follow Abdullah. We connect to him. Let's everybody build together, connect together. Thank you so much. Let me hear from Chico. Chico has been trying to come up for you. 5 number of them is dropping. Let's hear from Chico. Chico, GM, how you doing? Is out of my side right now. Okay, let's go to Jingo. GM, how are you today?
GM, everybody. GM Syndicate, GM Rico, and GM. So I am big. My name, I am known by Jingo, content writer I just entered the space not recently, maybe a few months, 2 months now. So I'm trying to now wrap my head around this space also. And I would love to know more about this because I missed 2 of the spaces I've been to. This is the first time I'm in junior space. But I was onboarded by IMP and I know that memberships I need opens.
Edu. How you doing, big dog? I know you. How are you, my friend? Edu. Good morning. Okay, so I'm going to go over the strategy with you, and this is going to make you money. Are you ready? Excellent. Okay, so I gave you the list of all that social media, and I know you're saying, Rabbi, what? You gave me 30 different social media. Nobody has that much, but they do. Social media managers need that. And what does this do for you? It's a four-tier strategy. The first is that having 30 different social media accounts allows you to post your content in more places. Secondly, it allows you to push your clients' content in more places. Thirdly, it's 30 more places that you can get jobs from people because you're going to have DMs and you're going to have people who are following you and connecting with you. And finally, it makes it more difficult to be able to impersonate you. Does that make sense to you, Edu? Excellent. Okay, so once you do it, here's what we're going to do. Then you're going to come back in here in a day or two after you're done, and you say, Rabbi, will you please look at it? We'll look at it. Once it's good, then we're going to put content on it. We're going to make 10 videos that are going to allow you to dominate TikTok algorithm, Instagram Reels, YouTube Shorts, and when your clients look at your accounts, they just won't look bare. They won't be skeleton accounts. They will be robust. They'll have content. Then we're going to optimize your profile and your profile picture. You've got a Doginal dog. That's cool. But you may not want that on all your social media. You might want something that's your brand. So we can work on that. Then I'm going to teach you how to join communities on X, on Discord, on Telegram, on Facebook, and some other places because your network is your net worth, and we want to increase that. I'm going to teach you how to clip people's Twitter spaces, and that will get you on their radar, and they'll invite you up to be able to pitch. I'm also going to teach you how to thank people when you're done so that they let you up in the future. Additionally, I'm going to teach you how to make memes and market yourself with memes. Basically, if you know how to make memes, it's great. We'll use meme generators. They'll be simple, smart, and then we're going to put your link tree in the corner so people know who the creative force was behind this meme. I'm going to eventually we're going to get you a Fiverr account where you can do jobs for people internationally, and it's a real marketplace for you to be able to promote social media. I've paid for people in Nigeria to help me on projects, and they've been on Fiverr. And then I'm going to teach you how to pitch yourself. You're going to have a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch so that when you go into these spaces, you sound professional, you sound motivated, and you're going to get your clients more business. And they're going to send you DMs, and then you're going to do the work for them. Does that sound like a plan, Edu? No, 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 no. No, no, no. I don't want your money. You're so sweet. No, 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 no. You keep all the money. I don't want anything from you. No, nothing ever. I don't ever want money from you. I want you to make money. I'm fine. Fortunately, I've had success in the past, so I don't need your money. I don't want your money. This is not a for-profit operation. This is not for profit. We're just making people better. We're educating people. I'm a teacher at heart. I mean, I'm also a certified project management professional. I'm an app developer. I'm a marketing expert. But in addition to that, I'm a teacher. The term rabbi is Hebrew for teacher. I want to share the knowledge that I have with other people. So there's no agreement that you sign. You don't have to do this, but it's all free. The strategies are free. So I want to just give you a heads up. If you ever go on any of these websites and they say, pay for our premium or whatever, Don't do it. Everything that I'm telling you is free. So just look around the website or on the app. There's a free version for everything. And also, you don't have to download all these apps. You can make the accounts in a browser. And then what you do is you connect them to your link tree. You just need the links. If you ever have any issues, like let's say, sometimes people have an issue, maybe like making a Facebook account. If they've had a Facebook account banned or something, use a VPN and then connect to an American virtual private network. But if you run into any challenges, just come to me. One thing on that list you're going to see is Sora. It's like the second to last one before Grok. If you're in Nigeria or like in some countries, you can't get that yet, but that's okay. Don't worry about that one. And then another one, WeChat. Sometimes you need to have like a connection to like China. If you don't have that, that's fine. But everything else you're going to be able to get. If you run into any challenges, I'm here 24 hours a day. I do sleep, but I sleep online. So I'm in here. But just drop me a DM and I'll get to it immediately, essentially upon awakening. And then you can come in here and then we can talk about strategy. But I'm here to be your mentor, your coach, your friend. I'm really here to be your colleague. I don't want you to feel like this is a boss-employee relationship. We're colleagues. We're friends. I want to help you be as successful as possible. And you're going to be very successful at what you do. So thank you for your generosity to just reach out. No, I don't need your money. I don't want your money. Don't think next week I'm going to come to you and say, oh, yeah, if you want the secret of the secrets, then you got to pay me. Nothing like that. There's no catch. I've done this with, in the last 3 weeks, 50 people or so. You can ask around. People know about me. I have a very good reputation on Twitter Spaces and in life, and there's no catch. Absolutely. It's going to take you a couple days, maybe. I mean, you could do it all in one day, but it's a lot. So yeah, don't worry about putting like profiles or anything like your biography or anything like that. Don't worry about that because we're going to change all that. And once you create all the accounts, we're going to streamline everything. The one thing you do want to streamline are your handles. So like your handle on Twitter is EduDaintizy101. If you can get that, that's like a unique name. You'll probably be able to get that on every social media. So do your best to do that so that when you're in a space, you can just say, hey, this is my handle. You can follow me on all the social media. Also go to my link tree and it has all my social media if you want to take a look. But don't change the numbers or anything like that or change the name. That's a fine name. And I'm trying to think of anything else. Oh, yeah. A lot of people say, hey, Rabbi, this is a really great plan, but I don't have time to babysit 30 different social media platforms. I've got a life to live. And I totally understand that. Once you create the accounts, we will program them so all the notifications come to your email. And then all you have to do is check your email. If you get a DM or you get somebody who follows you, and then it's kind of fun because you check your email and you might get new business. When you wake in the morning, you might have 2 or 3 different messages from people on different platforms and you connect with them. And maybe 1 or 2 of those will be a job that you can do. And you're going to be very successful. So I'm glad we met. You did the right thing. If you have any questions, I'm here to answer them either now or in the future. Okay, Edu? %. If I'm asleep, just send me a DM. If I'm awake, we'll take care of it immediately. Okay. You're welcome, my friend. Take care. Best wishes. Shout out to Edu. That's how they all should go. Yes, sir, Edu.
So what's the evidence for that? And that suggests that there's something beyond just a forestry here or there. So in 1924, an article I found from studies 7 years ago talked about the trail in Washington. How the front started to blast out. They ran back. Sheriff said, hey, we're welcome. Different tribes get together and press conference. Now, the sheriff was not good for it, but I found this actually because why had you other features like that? What is different? Trying to set it. This tribe trade with them. They have their own language. And now, subsequent articles about that subsequent to that, was an article that even said that your ability from a special that's the first time I've ever heard that.
The question was like, not science, sons can't testify that to the father. Father can't.
I think social media is very important. But again, I always ask myself, would Richard Pryor go home from the store at 2 in the morning and quit?
Probably not.
Well, it's 2015. You probably have to. You understand me? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We had a guest on the show, a good friend of mine, that Lee's become friends with, big fan of Lee's. Lee's a big fan of his breaking up. Sci-fi for 20 years, and he told us how he would go home and watch his kids. And he kept going to sci-fi saying, guys, TV is changing. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they want to, on Netflix and all this shit. You people are missing the boat. They kept saying, no, you're getting too old. Let's face it. I'm not gonna lie. We've been friends for 20 fucking years. 5 years ago, we were on the same boat. We didn't have much going on. We were all waiting for the next movie. You had Hangover. You had successful Hangover. Someone asked you something. Might be asking you. Nobody really do the next one. All of these things. Podcasting. You leave here and you go south. 3 blocks, 4 people. I had a project I think it was myself. When I moved to the valley 5 years ago, maybe 6 months after that, I had a decision. The decision was I was going to put comedy on the road. I was going to do comedy in town. One of my friends wanted the movie role, the TV role. I would do it for so I was going down to on Facebook. I said, oh man, if I stayed with that old man, I would have been so if I take his advice, he kept talking to me. I tried the Felicia podcast. Listen to the Felicia podcast. But you gotta do something in the morning. You're tweeting, you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick. God's gonna help me today, whatever the fuck. So we did the podcast, so I started thinking like a young man. I had to. That's the only way you're gonna stay in this game. When you got to the school, it was a bunch of old why? Because they didn't know. Evolve. I wasn't making fun of Judy Brown. I love Judy Brown. You go in my fucking house, Judy Brown was down on my space. Judy Carter. Ripped the fucking tap, ripped off. That's how long I have. You know how many times I've been that Judy Carter? 5 or 6 times. I've got that book. Gene Perot. Yep, right here. That's what got it. Gene Perot must have had 16 fucking ones. I think I did 3. I I would get pissed off at Gene Perot. If I was doing those workbooks for that, I would hit Gene Perot on Facebook. I hope his mother gets a bad train. Cocksuckers, I couldn't do those exercises. I couldn't figure out. He used to write for my book.
Oh yeah.
I'm telling you, Gene Perot workshops.
Well, it's just back then. Well, it's the way people found out. So you bump up. Now there's probably a guy doing a comedy podcast. How to do comedy podcast, or how to do comedy YouTube. It's just the way it is.
It is that way. But you get these guys, you know, stand up is about doing it. You know, I don't want to compete against these the YouTubers, but I feel like comedy is the real deal.
YouTube saved me. YouTube, listen, Comedy Central's never going to give me a 1 hour. HBO's never going to give me a 1 hour.
Right.
So I got a couple hours. What's the matter with you?
No, I'm just not.
Either Netflix gives me a 1 hour, or I got to shoot my 1 hour.
Or Amazon.
Or me and Lee shoot 10 minutes a month. Right. I got my own special on YouTube. YouTube give me more hits than you get on Comedy Central. Because Comedy Central going to play your special on Friday nights. And that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's it. And they go off with DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. On YouTube, I can publicize 10 minutes every day.
And it's your
Brody Stevens YouTube page.
You edit it.
You edit it. Brody Stevens YouTube page. And every 60 days, there's a new 10 minutes by Brody Stevens.
And look, I don't have any problem disagreeing with that. But also the other problem is just warm up. It's energy. You're putting out that crazy energy. And then you also have to go, you know what? I'm on a little roll right now because if you ask me, I like the internet, but I'm also old school. I get a kick out of getting to be on MLB Network or the NFL Network or Fox Sports and those shows. I'm old school. I like that. I know that Funny or Die and like I said, those internet, they're more, but there's just something about TV. It just makes it, I feel like it's more official. But
what I'm trying to say, I don't really remind me about that question. I'm high too. I did Spider-Man too. I did The Longest Shot. Somebody once told me something that was going to show. Sometimes we make movies and we don't think we're going to get out of it. We want to get out of it. These movies are all culture. You know, I'm very lucky that I'm very happy about it. I had to put it on 8 o'clock. Right along, Rush Mag. For me, I need 3 more weeks of it. I need 3 more weeks to graduate. To react.
oh, that's what I was getting.
So that's the one season. But if you get what you want out of the head, as big as the movie was, big as the movie was, something you want to do as a macho.
Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good on a little bit of validation or just kind of
absolutely.
It's a cool little
Absolute crush. Spider-Man
crush. That's something.
We saw it in Spider-Man. It was fucking cool. One line, even I felt. I can't lie to you. Like you shit all the time. I don't feel cool. Like Spider-Man 2, I felt fucking cool. Come to me, I'll tell you anytime the same thing. My question. I already had a plan to succeed. I didn't have a plan to fail.
had already done for me, it was just all bonus. It was all like my house money. Because I never, ever thought I would be in a movie. I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like, okay, I've been in a couple of little things. I could tell it was a big movie, and I did it. I stayed professional. But I didn't think it was going to change my career. I just wasn't. I come from a baseball background, college, very structured. So I just kind of played things close to the vest. Even with I knew my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, hard to say that, but I did. No denying. I felt like that would give me that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with the combination of these other things. I kind of like push through to a new level, but I also feel like I'm at the opportunity right now to go even one more level, and then I can quote unquote chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of warm up. Like, the thing is, I get mic time, I'm getting paid, I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and, Funny or Die executives, audiences, comedians appreciate it. When I did it at Best Damn Sports Show, I never auditioned. I mean, I obviously auditioned, I did for The Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself at Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. I was the best job I could do. I ended up doing 1,000 shows, and guys who were like, segment producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. George Greenberg, executive producer, he runs it. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and, I went for that. But I feel like now I got to kind of, I just got to ride the wave. It's just warm up takes a lot. I'm just so hard for this particular one. Every day for me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. The minute I get out of my car, I walk across the street and I'm on. I work with the audience is there. I hit them there, and I have to stay on and focus for 2 hours. There's no letdown. And this show is very joke heavy. Joke, energy in and out. It's high energy. Kind of like how Chelsea was. Chelsea, had her books coming out. It was a lot of these young girls from San Diego and Arizona, and it shot over by the beach, and she just had a ton of fans. And it was just basically it started out with paid audience, but then she just blew up, and then it was just kind of keep the audience under control, warm up people under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't beat up after. I'd hang out. It was I felt good. Whereas this show, I'm trying to do the same thing, but I copied their ex handle. I saved it. I'm not talking about majority of it. I talked about one, but it's not me. But we move. I don't care. I'll talk about another one. So that is it. Yeah, I know you are what I was saying. Hello, Jim. Alright, yeah, my video mic. Alright, so okay, you allow your answers so I'm gonna speak. Thank you very much. Everyone, I have a question. All these things that have been spending since morning, I don't know, narcissism film. I never know where this is going now. But my own short question is this. For example, as I'm yapping this 600 cricket, I know say I do. I've been yapping it for 4 or 3 times now. Then I went there to check the leaderboard. I was not there. Now, this is my question. When we are talking about this kind of stuff, Batra told me that see is a smart account. To me, to my account, I just started moving my account. Wait, what did you say? I said what? Nah, let me have my question now. Why can't you people get inside the issue? Let me talk now. I want to ask a question.
as a smart account because the score and all, yeah. I believe that she's a smart account to me. But why is comments? Yes, but why is our comments quick now? Why is the comments not giving me, not telling me my shit? You know, that's what is very bad. But I'm telling you to rephrase whatever it is that you're saying and refrain from saying it. Like, what the hell? And if you just get to you, if you get to you, let me explain. Now, your mention is obviously being tracked. Let's say that the leaderboard of your this secret, whether not secret, I mean as sickle cell patients or the I don't understand. But yeah, the secret leaderboard, right? It shows only top 100, right? Because now, let's say that you were in 500 or something on the leaderboard, and Cryptopatra engages on your post. You would have boosted to like 200 or something. But because the leaderboard only shows top 100, you will not know. Because you cannot see it yet. Because the leaderboard is really visible to its first 100 people. Now, let's say you're in 500. The Pasha now use our Yap Magic to comment on your post and you move from 500 to 200 or something. You will not know because you cannot see it yet. But the effect has happened. But let's say now Crypto Pasha now comments again. And then you now move up again. Then, and you now finally enter the top 100. Like, for example, now today as a header mirror community, I know that almost all those people that have been commenting on their posts, they were having effect. Like, I now made use of the open ledger creator leaderboard as an example. When I went to the mention tab to see how my mention was tracked, I discovered that I had a 14x boost on my mention. Obviously, it was from a smart engagement. Because I had some accounts comment on my open ledger post at the time. Obviously, it was there. It didn't show before because when the boost came initially, I was still outside the top 100. But when it boosted again, and the boost, the result of the boost was within the top 100, I could now track the mention tab. And so I went there, I saw how many percentage was increased, and I saw that I got over 14x boost for the first week. Then the second week was now 13x boost. This is due to smart engagement and due to how your post was brought. You understand? So keep pumping Patra. Like you will obviously enter. Like just keep pumping her. Yeah, let her just be commenting back to back. If she's not on that, send the link to her DMs. She will comment. That is my question now. Patra, get yourself prepared for me. In a media, authority over what happened on time. What the hell? Bro, what the fuck are you doing? Like, this is no longer for the team. Let me tell you, I have no idea what everyone is talking about. The same, whatever, the same everyone even has much at this like when it comes to my share, whatever. So you guys should please do what is saying is true. I think it's everyone and you should be doing that to not me. Like, what the hell are you trying to do? Like, when you stop. If you see guys, they don't want you to bomb them. She doesn't want you to bomb her, but I'm telling you now that she's an innocent. She's not an innocent, she's a smart follower, right? You know, smart followers may not know themselves, but they comment that they don't know power. Everything is please, I hope you don't talk to related because I've had enough. Alright. Yaps or no yaps. I shall not say again yaps. First they will comment for my post. To take out I will leave them. Everyone, all those projects, devs, what you call them, that have small followers. How do we know that they are getting a project, all those stuff? How do we know? I will start to bomb them. Now this is what I do. First of all, you need to make use of Grok. Grok is like this. Forget ChatGPT. ChatGPT now also. Like Grok is the safest way to decipher the attributes. Before you continue, you should say by here. They don't tell me are you an inner city from where to there. I'm not speaking to you, my sister. I am not paid. What my God said. See anyone. No, but serious talk, she's not an innocent, she's a smart follower. She comments on your post, you get mentioned. I'm not saying she's innocent, I'm saying she's a smart follower. You understand, there's a difference. Yeah. So, like, now, for example, now, you find there's some of them, they used to make it on their bio. Sometimes you see founder at they will tag their project. For example, now, let's take advantage of Mufetis now. Mufetis is the founder of Wheel3. He made it clear on his bio that he's the founder of Wheel3. But sometimes you might not know. But majority of the like putting on their profile, like all of them I've seen, it's always on their profile. They will just see founder. So they will tag the project they are working on, on their bio. Now, when you tell ChatGPT, you tell ChatGPT to tell you more about this account, right? ChatGPT is the best way to scrap from this account. Like, there was a time I was even doing research on one smartphone. I saw, use the great. Use the great was saying this account number under the person's post. Like, I was shocked. I saw those comments. I was calling this guy Dolo. Bro, I have no post on 2023. Like, bro was able to bring it out. Then this was that Polygon just gave him a job. Like he just got the opportunity to work in Polygon. That was back in some years back. And Brock was able to pull out that post. And when you tell Brock to tell you more about this person, you tell Brock to tell you about where the person has worked, what the person is currently doing. Brock might be wrong majority of the times. That's why Brock makes use of citations. What are citations? Brock will make references to past tweets of this person. For example, now you see that the site, you will see 30, let's say for example, drops an evaluation. You see at the top, you see something like 30 posts. Now when you click the majority of the times it replies. But if you look closely, you will see some old post. That post may have been a reference to, someone they like giving shout out the way they normally get a job. Like the one I saw now, he was happy that he got partnership with Polygon and he posted about it, right? That is a good thing. Like, once you get that particular post, save the link because once you add that into your post, the person will be happy. You'll be like, wow, this guy actually did his research and so that I actually worked here. Yeah, that's what encourages them to, drop comment because a lot of them they check if your post is AI. Like there's a particular one of my friends that posted. He doesn't even do any research. You just tell ChatGPT to give him post to post, and he'll post it. Tag this man's work. But there was a particular sponsor that told him that the sponsor said he checked his post and saw that it was AI. Like there's a tool that you can just use that they normally use. Once they check, if it shows 100% AI, they will just ignore you. You post even if you're using AI, like just try and rewrite it. Like me, I used to rewrite. Like I just need these guys to drop. Even if they say hi, I'm getting out. So I just what I want. Even if they want to phone me, they may not even feel like promise.
Now that's the thing. Like, you know that because that people are talking about like I don't personally, to be very honest, when I started, I was very much focused on getting the help. I'm not gonna lie. But
before you continue, it's just good do it to follow someone before dropping comments on this post. Precious good, I'm talking to you. So just follow the person, don't just drop comments. You are spamming someone's account and it's prohibited over here, right? Don't do that shit, or I still get the particular content.
Yeah, so when I started, right, I used to be concerned about the apps, right? And to be very honest, I knew nothing about following city, blah blah blah. I really do you understand? And to be very honest, I used to join the school because I enjoy going to spaces. Like I used to post space a lot. You understand my former account too, and the space person normally. But I
Benedict, I'll be with you in just a second, my man. How are you? Hi, Benedict. Yes, sir.
Now, when I started, I used to just to be very kind of just I don't know, I don't know what just actually.
That's okay. How can I help you?
I really just stopped caring about very I'm trying. I don't. It might be
Okay, that's Benedict. Go to ChatGPT and ask ChatGPT how to do it. I would help you more right now. Okay, what did ChatGPT? That's okay. And did you download the Linktree app? Benedict, did you download? Did you download the Linktree app? Okay. Can you share your screen on your phone? Yeah, that's okay. I understand. It's not that big of a deal. It really isn't. We can figure it out another time. Okay. So now, do you know? Do you have the Grok app downloaded? That's okay. Do you have the Grok app downloaded? Okay, excellent. You want to make 10 videos of yourself. Did I send you an example account yet of a YouTube? Did I did I send you did I send you a YouTube account yet? Okay. Just Benedict, give me 5 minutes. Let me talk in this space, and then I'm all yours, and we'll walk through it. Okay. Thank you for the opportunity. May I please share my project? Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. If you don't know who I am, you will. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 4 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. This is a real life Truman Show, a real life Big Brother. This is a real life timeline and time capsule of human achievement. If in the 1990s, Bill Gates coined the phrase content is king, and I'm making it true today. I'm king of the internet. This is the biggest event in global history, and here's why. In 2018, The Economist magazine stated that data had overtaken petroleum as Earth's number one resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than any person ever, which is making me a very influential person. I'm going viral, and when I do, I want to make you all, your friends, your family, financially independent if you're not already. I want to ensure that you have generational wealth if you don't already, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. I'm unlike any influencer you're ever going to meet. I'm not live on one YouTube stream nor two YouTube streams. I'm live on over 20 simultaneous YouTube streams 24 hours a day. You can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. If you want to view these links, the links are in my profile. Additionally, I have a link to my YouTube streams in my pin post in my profile. You're also going to find a link to my Linktree. I dare you to look at my Linktree. Nobody's going to dare you to look at their Linktree, but I do because I have more social media than any person on earth. I have more content than any person on earth. You're also going to find a link to my Discord in my pin post. It's discord.me/rabbi. We have over 2,500 people strong and are growing every day. In addition to making you all rich and wanting to promote world peace, I want to help end world hunger through the use of technology such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I want to end world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells and water towers in developing nations such as Nigeria for the benefit of the less fortunate. Additionally, I'm an advocate for the Life Straw program and most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. If you're a reply guy, if you're a Web3 marketer, if you're a rater, you're a shiller, and you want a free mentor, friend, and colleague to help you with whatever it is you need to become successful, send me a DM. I will reply. Send me a follow. I will follow you back. I want you all to know that I'm here to support you both personally and professionally. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future. And most of all, I want to give people hope. And with that, I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to share.
Alright, because you're Ravi. And another one is that this for YouTube or something 4 years, you say 4 years, like okay, you are just marketing someone's brand if they want any marketing or any reach or any visibility on their platform, depending what they do in daily life or in their own perspective, alright? So and this is YouTube and YouTube and YouTube and another again, YouTube. Alright, so what can like on that your YouTube, what do you like market mostly? Like what do you talk about on your YouTube?
Great question. I like to talk about futurology. So things about science like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication. Things like perhaps artificial narrow intelligence, artificial general intelligence, artificial super intelligence. But to people in here, what would be relevant is I teach you how to make more money as a marketer. And really the basic breakdown is this. We make sure you have a Linktree account. We connect all your social media to it. I ensure that you have more social media. If you don't already have these, this is a 4-tier strategy. The first is it gives you more places to be able to post your content. Secondly, it gives you more places to post your clients' content. Thirdly, it's about 30 more ways for you to be able to get business for yourself for more jobs. And then finally, it makes it more difficult to be able to impersonate you. Additionally, I teach people how to optimize their profiles, how to create AI videos, how to clip people's spaces, how to join different communities, and then generally I finish with helping them get a 30-second pitch, a 60-second pitch, and a 3-minute pitch, so that they can get more business. And all of this is free.
Alright, because you man, alright, so guys do want to follow Rabbi, is going to follow back. If you have any marketing strategy you want to share with him or any collaboration partnership or anything, you can reach out to him. Though he can also promote your any of your business you need. Alright, is the YouTube he has is 4 years, you know what I'm saying? So there's a lot of audience on his YouTube, you know what I'm saying? So do us give him a follow, he's going to follow back, and then he's going to answer, you know what I'm saying? Alright, so to do the needful. If you have any important thing, marketing, business, anything, you can reach out. You can market, you know what I'm saying? Alright. Hope you guys engage on the podcast on the Jumbotron. Alright, you guys should engage on the podcast on the Jumbotron. Engage, alright? So Laras, what's up with you?
Yeah, so I've been just wanting to ask a question. Everyone here has been talking about Kaito and Yaps and everything. So I wanted knowing if it's just Kaito or there are still other platforms like Banter and Cookie that you people, give engagement. You said?
Okay, Benedict, can you hear me? Benedict. 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 Yo, Benedict, big dog. Benedict. 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 Okay, excellent. All right. So I'm gonna help you make videos to be able to promote yourself. So just one moment. So you have the app. Do you have the Grok app downloaded? I want you to open it up. And do you see at the top, one part says ask, and next to that, it says imagine? Excellent. So I will show you what you're going to want to put in the imagine part. Yeah, probably is. Just let me check. Yeah. Okay. Yes, sir. Okay. Yeah, so it's going to be the I'll just repost it. It is that message. So take the message and put it in to the Grok Imagine section and then send me the video. Yeah, so well, I think I heard you. Okay, so the text that I just gave you, put that, copy it, and paste it into the Grok Imagine part, and then it should create a video for you. And let me know when it's done. Okie doke. Motherfuckers don't give a shit about space tours, man. Cut his foot loose, pick up the Sunday shoes. We marry, now return to my knees. Jack, get back. Go on, come on back, yeah. Loose, one loose. Everybody cut, put it loose. So cool. All day and every rule. You're burning, yearning for someone to tell you. Now I feel the passing you by.
The Bomb Squad was called out to Studio City yesterday after reports of a possible explosive device. Turns out 3 grenades were found on the property scheduled for demo. A specialized bomb squad and the LA Fire Department were on scene to assist with removing the explosives, and the Army came by and took the devices away. Play arts sold on Amazon have been recalled. The Consumer Product Safety Commission says they pose a suffocation risk. Play arts were sold by Anna Queen. If you have one, they say don't use it. And a copy of Superman #1 just sold at auction for more than $9 million. The 1938 issue was found in a box in a Northern California attic by 3 brothers cleaning out their late mother's home. South Atlanta from KFI. Sunshine on the way. Highs in the 60s for the coast, about 70 inland. Right now, 54 degrees in Buena Park. Costa Mesa has 56. It's 50 in Rialto and 42 in Palmdale. From the KFI 24-hour news room, I'm Bree Tennis.
Services to support older adults, adults with disabilities, and family caregivers. Health insurance counseling to caregiver support and information on elder abuse. The Aging Resource Guide has it all. And let's not forget about the friendship line, available 24/7 for those who may need a friendly conversation. Dive into the Aging Resource Guide today at aging.ca.gov and discover the support you need. Because together, we can ensure every older adult in California is now okay to serve.
Run a business and not thinking about podcasting? Think again. More Americans listen to podcasts than ad-supported streaming music from Spotify and Pandora. And as the #1 podcaster, iHeart's twice as large as the next 2 combined. So whatever your customers are into, True crime, sports, comedy, culture, they'll hear your message. Plus, only iHeart can extend your message to audiences across broadcast radio. And all this reach means everything. Just think about the universal marketing formula. The number of consumers who hear your message times the response rate equals the results. Now let's get those results growing for you. Think podcasting can help your business? Think iHeart. Streaming, radio, and podcasting. Let us show you at iHeartAdvertising.com. That's iHeartAdvertising.com. Or call 844-844-iHeart. One more time, call 844-844-iHeart and get podcasting working for you.
From NBA champion Stephen Curry comes Shot Red, powerful, never before seen look and mindset that changed the game.
I fell in love with the grind. You have to find joy in the work when no one else is around. Success is not an accident. I passed the ball game. Let's go.
Steph Curry redefined basketball. Now he's rewriting what it means to succeed. Order your copy of the New York Times bestseller, Shot Red, today at StephenCurryBook.com.
Tis the season to be told with Coast 103.5, celebrating 205 years.
My wife's still I bet that shit is flawless. Mint condition. Like a Jordan rookie card. Dead stock. Dead stock. You broke it up your mind. I ain't even screamed one.
Ambassador available live 1 to 4 p.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. Are you a cheese guy or I'm a cheese guy? Just straight cheese. I do a lot of cheese. And I'm talking about sausage. I know. I like sausage. Fine. It'll handle. That's what I hear. Yeah. Live 6 to 9 a.m. on KFI and on demand anytime on the iHeartRadio app. To talk to George now, call the wildcard line at 818-501-4109. The first time caller line is 818-501-4721. To talk toll free from east of the Rockies, call 800-825-5033. From west of the Rockies, toll free, call 800-618-8255. This is Coast to Coast AM with George Knapp.
That's Big Country bringing us back into the program. Their song In a Big Country. We're talking with Dave Politis, whose excellent new film, American Sasquatch, really does take a deep dive into evidence suggesting that Sasquatch encounters are not imaginary, they're very real. All kinds of evidence. I mean, in addition to the prints, very specific tales derived from those prints, DNA, there's photos, videos, hundreds and hundreds of witness accounts. There's plenty for science to look at, but science so far is reluctant to dive in. I guess same kind of stigma that applies to UFOs, but it seems like there's a Nobel Prize waiting for some biologist, paleontologist, or something, just sitting there because there is plenty to study. They have the guts to do it. When we come back, we're going to open up the phone lines, cover a couple more questions that I have for Dave, and we'll hear about where and when this film is coming out. Right back. Mars Mission 1, the fictional book based on real-world facts in the future you hope never happened. Author Christopher Lee Jones brings you Mars Mission 1, available on Amazon, bringing you real-world facts of what our world will look like if we allow the Kessler effect to continue to develop in a cliffhanging detective story. The first crew lands on the surface of Mars when a missile blows up a satellite, creating thousands of pieces of debris. That debris sailing along at thousands of miles per hour, destroying more satellites, creating more debris, causing a non-stop chain reaction. The dreaded Kessler effect has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris, all cell phones fail, all GPS fails, all power fails. Life on Earth as we understand it may never be the same. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect, you do not want to see it happen. Now available on Amazon, that's Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. It's a great book. Mars Mission 1, Surviving the Kessler Effect. What's the financial purpose of the offer?
I'm Chuck McDowell, timeshare cancellation guy. In 2011, I founded Wesley Financial Group with one goal in mind, to help honest folks out of the timeshare market. Today, I run Wesley with my two sons, a real family business, treating every client and every employee like we own our own family tree. That philosophy has helped us grow into the largest, most trusted timeshare cancellation company in the United States. Fortune magazine even recognized us as one of the best places to work. Why? Because we genuinely care. In fact, some of our former clients were so moved by their experience working with us, they joined our team so they could help others to timeshare free. If you're stuck in a timeshare, give us a call. Let our family help your family.
Call Wesley now for your free timeshare exit kit. 800-970-8855. That's 800-970-8855. 800-970-8855.
Dave, among the many things that impressed me about your new film is the scope. It just feels like you left no stone unturned. All over the country, you sought out the best people with the best evidence, and it really comes across that way. But you had some difficulty, I know, in filming in national parks, and had some run-ins with those folks over a lot of years. So tell us about that part.
Well, I filed the request to film in national parks, specifically Yosemite twice. And the first time I applied was express mail.
Room for improvement. Somebody can, take my temper and make amends to it or whatever. I would hope
But I'm not getting those for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like I would get at Best Stand. It's just a lot of. So at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of me, and I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also seeing that, you know what? I should be podcasting. Imagine if I took that chance, podcasted, because people, that's all they ask me to do. Podcast, build up my audience. I will go out on the road. I will do that. And I don't hate warm-up. I'll do it. But it's, I think I'm good at it. I'm good at it.
You're really good at it.
Yeah, I don't not like doing it. Don't get me wrong.
Yeah, my girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the Oddball, and I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able in Los Angeles. I've been able to go to a bunch of TV tapings, and they're fun. But everyone in here in this room knows how bad canned fake laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad warm-ups, and if the warm-up's bad, then they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show, which is super important. And I've seen you there. I've seen you at the Comedy Store a bunch of times doing warm-up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon when you say you enjoy doing live TV better. I think you think warm up gets looked down upon, but it really shouldn't.
It's a skill. It's definitely a skill. When I see him on stage,
it's amazing.
Here's the deal. It's kind of like maybe I think you were talking about this before. Yeah, you do the warm up. You're in front of 115 people. 3, you can be like Key and Peele and the guys from Reno 911 or whatever. Chris Hardwick. You get all that, but only that's 2 seasons. You do a podcast, thousands see it or hear it, hopefully. So I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now I'm at the point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up. I just feel I'm getting beat up a little bit.
I remember when I first moved here, I would go to the shows. I went to the incorrect ones.
Yeah. Danny Vermont, did he do it there?
Was it Danny? Oh my God.
Long hair?
Yeah, no, I know Danny. It was either Danny or what's his name?
Robert Lundblade or a bald guy or
KB Casagra. What's his name? KT.
Chucky B.
KT's son.
He wouldn't have done it.
No, it was a long time ago. But I remember it was a guy that I Joe. Because he looked like I didn't have to walk him going like, when I pay this guy, I gotta get in here.
I mean, that is one thing where
he was really bad. And then I worked with Brody on the Best Dance Sports Show. And I know Brody had done it, and then Mike
not only that,
back into the play. I got my back to the stage, and then Mike and me like, yeah, like, hold on, come on. They're doing it in a rush. And he's talking about foot fungus or something. I'm fucking howling because they're looking at him like, what are you talking? Hey, he's just going off. He's not even looking at him. He's got a football jersey on, a whistle around his neck. He's talking about foot fungus or something. Me and the girl and was doing the makeup, or the mic, whatever. We just looked at him, looked at each other. Yeah, it's fucking amazing. And I could see that I had been to 1,000 tables. They don't even let you go out in that type of. They don't even let you go out where you were going.
Oh, they let me.
They let him. They let him. Not saying fucking clean. No,
keep it clean.
Just very clean, but just talking about something that has nothing. They were so like, give me the 3 actors from The Godfather. Like they were doing quizzes and shit.
It's the biggest thing in this industry is there's very few job postings. You get jobs, and you get a bunch of jobs from people you know. So, Brody, you've done a bunch of shows because people ask for it. So that's the best kind of job hunting. People are asking you to do jobs.
Yeah, what was your first warm-up? Was it
Best Dance Sports Show?
Oh, it was. Yeah, you had Zach in between.
I did. I did Zach's show, and I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. He thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver. He ran the show. It was like a travel channel or something. But he said I scared the audience. But the thing was, the whole audience, it was the same audience from Best Damn Sports Show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So, but what upset me was I didn't get a note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach and got it. This is long ago. Zach, it was a long time ago. But Zach did they tried to get me back, and I did come back. And then I worked some of the shows. Show got canceled. Sorry, Best Damn Sports Show. I got in trouble a couple times there, but for the most part, I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea, 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness leaves me. It's like leave me alone. Wanda Sykes. They got rid of me. They got rid of her. So the Wanda Sykes show. Yeah, I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking, like when at Chelsea, I want to take care of these comedians. And at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunham for Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. You know, and I have Whitney Cummings. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. And that's why I feel like I like having the respect of the comedians. But I just fume when the crowd isn't good. It just boils my blood. And it's like not healthy sometimes. But I'm like a coach, like, let's go. It just, you know, it's not easy. But you have to, like, I'm good at it. But to get there, you can't just, I mean, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. You know, I have to lead. It's like preparation. I have to get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard warm-up is. And then I'm done. And I'm just like wiped out after. Not wiped out, but kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I like created something. So I'm not hating on warm-up, don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference. And I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. In the back of my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I mean, I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, you know, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things weren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that. Warm-up and TV. You know, I went from doing warm-up and the road. I did everything about my show, and then warm-up came, and then warm-up, and then do the road for my show. And then once the road stopped, still doing warm-up, then I focused on, you know, the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting the cartoon, put my energy into that. But I think that for 2015, I just need to be, I'd like to, like, figure some things out. There's just, you know, I don't want to get too break behind the scenes, but I'm just not, I know I can be, because I've done the show. I was on a TV show, so I know what it's like to feel good, to work half the time, to put in half of the stress and make twice as much and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Like, warm up, 115 people see me. You know, yeah, it's a steady paycheck, but I've been on the other side where it's like, wow, I get a dressing room, and you know, they're doing makeup for me. I feel accepted. It's like, I can do this, and so I put my energy into that, and my mind didn't want to, you know, I'm just doing so many different things. But
have you ever got
these are good problems? I'm not complaining.
Have you ever got somebody at a show saying, "I saw you do warm up for the show"? Have you seen them around the country?
You mean like
audience members who saw you warm up from Minnesota when they saw you when you were in Minnesota?
It happened, yeah. You know, not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids who come up to me that remember me from high school. Like, their high school, basically every high school came into Best Damn Sports Show, every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, "Hey, I remember you from Best Damn Sports Show. I was in high school."
We did the thing at Loyola.
And
the best day you and I on Sunset Boulevard was the show that I did the bit about pine tar. He was going to be on the show that day, so we did the bit on the pine tar.
You were great on the show, by the way.
Jelly on everything.
I remember.
Yeah. They were great. They, you know, at first it was kind of hard, but then they started. That was my first TV gig. It was 115 episodes.
How many did you do?
You did a lot, like 20, maybe even more. But you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live to taping. It's live, basically. And Joey, every time, I'm not just saying it, you knocked it out to the point like, this guy's good.
Rich Williams is writing.
Rich Williams wrote.
With the red hair that's still around. I still see him around. He was a good writer for me. They wrote. I was the non-whatever sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst.
You were great, and then Lonnie Love was the other one. She was on all that. It was like you two and then the Farley brothers. That was about it. It was like those were the guys doing something. And you know what? When you're doing warm-up, that's another thing. I never... And I think it comes from my baseball background or just kind of being a team sport guy. My mind is so bad. I'm sorry. Like I told Night, I'm talking about being pushing guys. God, who knows? I forgot. What does that mean? Like I'm so discombobulated recently. It could be because I took a beta blocker, and that's the thing. I'm taking my meds. But the minute you want to like you don't like a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. It's like if I don't take just a little bit after a day, my body get a little absent-minded. That sort of stuff. And plus, I smoke pot. You got it.
Now, what we talked about this with Greg Fitzsimmons. You know, I've had addictions. I know about weed. I know about mugging people. I know about fucking robbing drug dealers. I don't know about the symptoms that you had. I don't know about really what you had.
It's called Judaism. Being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me, you know,
I'll stone the elite.
I'm really stoned.
All right, good.
I mean, I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced, Jewish, 80s, single mother, all right? Being a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same exact situations. And what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still like, you know, I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have done the art. So when you're doing sports, you know, it's a jock world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports. They're sensitive. So you're in that jock world, big nose, hairy, goofy, gay, and it's like, got to be. Now here's the thing, you know, and I'm blaming, you know, parents being divorced. And my dad was around, he was an active member in my life, but there is something about having that strong, you know, male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering on something, but my life wasn't all that different. But I would fight with my sister. I had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians probably great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle, started doing comedy. And I was just like, I just needed something to relax. I didn't I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And I took the med, like a antidepressant up there. And it just kind of like, it gave me confidence. It gave me like a little buffer I felt like to be myself more. Like to be myself and not be so, let things hurt me. And then I also felt like, it's comedy. It's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading those Judy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, you know, the comedians, we can go on and name them all, but like Kermit, Todd Sawyer, whatever, they would, you know, encourage you and say, hey, you're just funny. Keep doing it. It's very supportive, whereas I came from that job world. And I went to comedy. It's just so refreshing. And then, you know, you get on that merry-go-round with medication. So I took it there, and at first there were like side effects, but I felt like it gave me a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. And then I went to New York, and I really wasn't on anything. And then I felt like maybe you know, it's like I'm constantly having my mom, the Jewish stuff. Well, Stephen, I want you to be happy. You should go talk to a psychologist. You should do this. It's like, leave me alone. That's the Jewishness. Like, give me a pill. So I took like Ritalin to help me focus, but
these weren't prescribed.
Oh yeah, nothing illegal. But after 3 years of New York, I just kind of wanted to get out of there. And then I came back to LA, and that's where like when Facebook started coming. So I was feeling pretty good. And then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. I got to make it. That's where I said I got to get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of like went for it. And that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, or whatever you want to call it, but it's just hard to get off it. So people go, why don't you get off it? I don't want to feel like the meds made me who I am. I'm still who I am. They don't make me high, but I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and I take Lavictal because they tell me to as a backup, and that's it. And I take Klonopin just in case, like it seems like sometimes I'll get like a little, I can feel me racing a little bit, like my palms, and that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, oh, I'm doing Joey's podcast, I'm nervous, or I'm doing this. It's like my body physically wanting it. So that's not, it's like I was telling you earlier, it's like I don't want to be relying on that. Because the situations aren't making me nervous. But sometimes they are. There is a reason why I am taking it. It's like getting those opportunities. I feel like when I'm on TV, if I'm going to be on, like when I was doing Chelsea, the last couple, I was taking my meds and I felt like I was more relaxed. That was a stressful show. But I don't need it for warm-up. Sometimes I would take it on the Fox Sports show. But I think there's certain times to take it. I guess they do work, a beta blocker. But I always just... And there's no shame in it. There's no shame.
No, I'd rather you... Now, when you had your problem last year, 18 months ago, did you just stop taking the meds?
Well, kind of, yeah. It's like I was out of warm-up. And I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened, to the point where like shocked where I left. But I also knew in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO and all that. So me leaving wasn't like I was leaving for nothing. I knew I had something, but it wasn't like this is going to make me a millionaire. But I knew I had to give it my all. So anyway, when I left, it just, it hurt. I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds. And then I started doing the HBO stuff. And I felt like I just wanted, I felt like I couldn't drink. I couldn't like enjoy myself. I felt like when you were on Lexapro, you drink a beer, you get nauseous. And, I had to get up in the middle of the night and go pee. And I go, I don't want to do that anymore. And I go, I'm feeling good. So then I went to Scotland to perform. And I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I come back. I ration my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open. And it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You're on you got the show. They got picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You're on the Laugh Factory thing. They love it. So I was hearing all that. Take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just I just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds, but I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been, or Ireland, never been there. So those are two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up when I came, I'd already been on like every week for the last month, and then they asked me to host. Had the HBO stuff happening, telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings were there. Check. Delusional, check. Not sleeping, check. Cursing, check. I had it. So I was just, I went on Twitter, and that's the whole social media thing, and I was just going on it. And
Joey's life is a manic episode, pretty much.
I was just doing that. I was out of character. And I was also on an antibiotic, throw that into the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically within a 5-day period. It was this whirlwind. And I knew it wasn't like I could fly. It was, well, anybody who was like a jerk to me, you know, in the past, like Adam Carolla, like not him, but I did a show and his freaking fans, just 7 pages of comments ripping me. So F you call yourself a stand-up now, so you're in the ball game. F you. Jim Gaffigan, it was like not cool to me one time, or whatever. Nothing. And I said something. He wasn't not cool, but you know, maybe I took it the wrong way. It's always been like, you know, we've known each other for a while, so I kind of lashed out at him and lashed at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like I'm like Charlie Sheen, and the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like, I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine, and again, it felt good. But I knew I was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of, you know, intervention or a vacation. But I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much. And so they like, you know, took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like, once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, they like became like funny to me. You know, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happened. I goofed up. It wasn't like this is something that happens all the time, like you're here again, or had a drug. I did have a drug. I stopped. But I had something that it's just rock. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. You know, you're going to a hospital. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, oh, Brody, you're going to flip out and go to once in a while. Like I just, you know, Brody is going to come in and shoot somebody. Kind of like, not you. You know, you hear about those guys, but you know, I'm out. No good.
We have Lee Sarzo on. He was talking about the thing. I go down the store and I got to be able to say, when I first met you about 20 years ago, I used to break your balls. And I took your car. We went to Gay Harbor. I took your car. I did Volvo station. You pissed me off. You kept telling me that.
Still his car?
You can't tell me that I can't do something in 2 hours. Oh, I could make it here from San Diego in an hour and 20 minutes. When I was snorting coke, I could leave San Diego.
I was very scared.
And I'd get here at 1. One night we were going to Gig Harbor to do the contest. And he kept telling me I couldn't get to Gig Harbor in a certain amount of time. So I said, get in the back. We put him in the back of his Volvo, and I did
station wagon.
I did 90
and I mean,
all the way
chicken teriyaki.
This is 1995. The best chicken.
Yeah, number one. The teriyaki next door. Oh, she would cut it with scissors.
The best you ever had in Seattle.
Oh,
the underground.
Yeah.
I must have had that for $7.
Oh,
it was $6.
It was great. Chicken teriyaki, number one. Teriyaki next to the Comedy Underground Swannies.
And you must have had.
Had that. Get it to go with a little styrofoam.
You could go down to do the comedy and get it. That's all you thought about. Like you really want to eat at 6? No, because I'm going to go there at 8 and do the open mic, and I'm just going to go next door and get it.
Yeah.
And Josh, sometimes if you call Josh and said I'm on my way, he would buy 2 of them. When you got downstairs, he'd go upstairs and pick them up.
They were good.
Oh my God. We wouldn't go anywhere without chicken teriyaki. And here, I can't get no chicken teriyaki.
It was good. The sauce.
Oh, the sauce was everything. But you had the sauce. Nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one, is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. Like chicken was up there was chicken teriyaki.
And it was
the fucking salad.
No fruit. Oh, yeah, the salad.
Fucking salad. Thank you. Oh, my God. Can we eat a little salad?
Crispy. I can taste it now. Is it still open? No, it's gone. I can taste it now. It had like it was like a blue cheese ranch.
Oh my God! They had like this.
Oh,
they put on it. Whatever they put on it
was great.
The lettuce was crispy.
Yeah,
like that was
clean,
Bobby.
White rice.
Clean, Bobby. Who's Bobby? Bobby Kennedy. Bobby.
It was good. And she would cut it with scissors in the back, like actual like scissors from like Office Depot.
I put sriracha on that motherfucker, on the rice and on the chicken. Mix that motherfucker in with that salad. Good googly moogly.
And it was no frills. It was just it was just table and chair.
And it was filthy in there. Filthy. Filthy. Them Japs were filthy.
Some of the best Chinese food I've had is in a B rating.
Yeah, hopefully. And the best you have is a B rating. When the guy's picking his nose and playing with a mouse from the mousetrap.
The food wasn't all that bad at the Comedy Underground. They had good burgers, nachos were their thing. Lionel was the cook. I remember him.
We used to steal big-headed chicks' nachos that transvestites.
Rita O.
Stop it.
Rita O. Al Fox. Chaz Ablin.
Didn't you fight Al Fox? Al Fox was a handicapped kid.
He got mad at me, but he also got mad at you.
Me?
I have it on the video.
What's up, Lisa? What the fuck you been?
That's the question.
You know, the little Mexican chick kidnapped you all weekend.
Hell yeah.
Full of tamales.
Somebody that are good, aren't they?
Those chili cheese ones were delicious.
I didn't know it was a Christmas thing for Mexican people. So our friend brought you some too.
Silent Bob.
Yeah,
Rodrigo
brought you some too, and they're good.
They use them as presents. It's fucking tremendous.
Well, they make 80 of them. Her mom made like 100.
Are you serious?
Yeah. Oh yeah.
How many did you eat?
Like 5, I think.
That's it.
I wonder. It was Christmas Eve. We had those for dinner, and then I had like a couple the next day. But I have 4 in my house.
You had a nice time, huh?
Yeah.
Different culture, isn't it? They fucking really work on it.
Have you ever seen End of Watch?
End of Watch.
It's a cop movie with Jake Gyllenhaal and that Mexican dude, and they're talking about how it's just for Jewish people, family is important, but it's like the holidays. You know, at least for my family, I wasn't with them at all times. There's always someone at Paul's house. There's always a cousin or someone, and it's if you like them, it's great. Like I have some cousins who I'm not huge fans of. But then it's not that fun. But when it's people who you like and enjoy spending time with them.
And we did a traditional Jewish dinner every year for Hanukkah and all that.
Yeah, with brisket and latkes and the Passover. And it was great. I love my family. But it's,
left in your house.
Fuck yeah, in the freezer. In the freezer. My mom made a bunch.
I'm a latkes.
Yeah.
You still got latkes?
In the freezer, yeah. Fuck yeah.
What's happening, Brody Stevens?
Great to be.
Stevens, Brody Stevens.
You got it.
818 representing this motherfucker.
Yeah, I feel it.
Where'd you model at? Beirut?
I've done some in Serbia.
Serbia.
I had a photo shoot with ISIS on Friday. They're in town accepting portfolios.
That is kind of fucked up. There's a lot of people going to ISIS, like Canadians and British people, and
a lot of white get their fucking head chopped off. Fucking don't come crying to me. Don't let me see your fucking pathetic parents crying. We knew he was weird. He always liked hummus. Fuck you. That's what you get.
I mean, why would you go over there? I mean, I understand that there's health workers and aid workers, but it's just always the guys are getting the head chopped off. They're very, open-minded, which is great, but it's kind of what maybe got them into trouble.
Off, see?
Yeah.
If they would have been stupid and mind their fucking business, they still would have had a head, But now they're walking around with no fucking head. The parents are crying because they got to be fucking,
They're not walking.
No, or whatever the fuck they're doing. Well, maybe they are. Maybe they're extras. Walking dead.
Look at that zombie stuff.
Yeah, like zombie stuff. Maybe they're still living.
People are desensitized. I hate to get. I saw Walking Dead, and it's over the top. I guess, right? Is that the fun about it? It's over or is it the story?
I don't watch that shit. That shit scares the fuck out of me.
Yeah, me too. Oh, it scares you?
The fuck. I don't want to see that craziness. When I was a kid, listen, first of all, when I was about 13, I think they had a window pane acid, not a window pane, I'm lying to you, they were like a lot of acids, and me and like 8 gorillas went down and watched Dawn of the Dead.
What's code word for gorilla something?
It's what it is, people.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know what kind of podcast
this is. Not usual people. My friends were not the usual Gentiles that got sandals and went to the Starbucks with and talked about, oh my God, the Interview was such a great movie. Those were not my friends.
Was it a good film? Did you hear?
I don't know. No,
it was pretty bad. It wasn't as bad as.
You saw it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead, Joey.
That was the whole thing. So these were people. You went and you saw fucking. There was one scene where the black guy goes under the helicopter. And the helicopter chops his head off. He's still alive. And you giggle for an hour, and that's it. And then you go home and you have nightmares for a week, and you never got to see. I forget the guy's name that used to do those. Dawn of the Dead. And he did all those movies when I was growing up. And they were kind of weird, and I liked them. But I don't know. A TV show every fucking week with zombos walking around and people shooting them. It's not for me. It's really not for me. I get nightmares.
Dude, I don't. That stuff is it's just so much content on TV. You have to keep up. You have to binge watch, and you have to talk about it. But there's just so much content. I don't know how I started getting stressed 10 years ago when you would go to the video store and there's DVDs everywhere in your face. Now it's just it's too much almost, and I've pulled away. I've become a hermit.
Do you have Netflix and Roku?
Yeah, I have Netflix. It's great.
Pretty fucking cool. Huh?
It is. Let's be honest. You can get locked in, but I've been bad recently not watching films, not reading books. I'm trying to actually appreciate things. It's like I go on the internet, but it's like Yahoo, Drudge, UK Meal, Yahoo, UK Mail, email, I'm just like wasting time. And I feel like I need to take action. And part of that is seeing a movie. I saw Nightcrawler.
How was that?
Which is I loved it.
It looks great.
It's really good.
But the thing is, say what you want about the interview, it'll be interesting to see how much money it makes.
It made a ton of money already. They yanked the public again.
Did it?
They got Cosby again. That's what it's called, getting Cosby. You get lullabied. You get put in a sleeping pill.
Yeah.
Whether it's the iPhone standing online or whether it's something, you get swami.
Yeah.
And now they're getting more obvious. I mean, we're talking to a nation that believed that Osama bin Laden existed and is dead, and that they shot him and threw him off a fucking ship.
Didn't they?
Listen, these are American people. We fucking show people our fish. When we go fishing and we catch a fish, we show people our fish. We come from a society that when we kill a bear, we take pictures of that bear and send them home.
They do.
So you're not going to send a picture of an Arab that blew up the World Trade Center?
But yeah,
I don't know. I don't think they wanted to cause a problem.
No,
let's just do it and get it over.
Out of here. Get the fuck out of here. I never saw that guy. I never saw that guy walking around. I never saw him in the States on a plane. Fidel, I saw. He did a documentary. This guy, I never saw this fucking guy. This guy could have been made up.
I hear
as far as we know. This guy could have been made the fuck up. This could have been a whole made-up fucking thing with some picture of some little Arab guy walking around. He's still alive, and now people come up to him going, "You look like Osama bin Laden." He's like, "No, that wasn't me." They took pictures of that fucking guy. You know, we shoot a goldfish. We take a picture of it. If we go hunting and we shoot a lion, we take a picture of it. This guy was the world's biggest lion. You didn't take a picture of it? Really? Come on, save that for somebody else. Save that for. Oh yeah, because I haven't.
So you think he's around somewhere?
I don't think he's around. I just think that I don't even know if he ever fucking existed.
What?
I don't even know if the guy ever existed.
He was a hologram?
Who knows? Who knows? We don't know. Think about it. We don't fucking know.
I mean, they have videos of him from a while ago, but
videos.
Yeah. Maybe he's been dead for a while. He did have kidney problems.
Yeah, I think he's an Uber driver out in Glendale.
Maybe.
Been waiting to get that bid in for about 90 seconds. You saw me trying to fight to get that.
I mean, it's just, you know, I don't believe it till I see it. I'm from Missouri. I'm from the motherfucking Show Me state.
You are? I thought you were from
I'm from Jersey, but I'm from Missouri.
Where's Missouri?
I'm an American. So that means
So
I'm from
am I.
Missouri. We're all from every state. You're an American.
So why you from Missouri?
No, because it's the Show Me motherfucking state.
Got it.
You have to show me. I'm an American. Show me.
Me too.
Show me a picture of Osama bin Laden with his eyeball blown up. Let me ask you this: when Mexicans were killing fucking people, weren't they putting them cutting their heads off on YouTube?
Yeah.
Listen, we should have seen the picture.
I don't think they did because they didn't want to inflame any, they didn't want to inflame the Muslim community or the terrorists.
So let's inflame Americans and show these fucking slipper-wearing motherfuckers. I don't think pulling our heads back and slicing our heads back. What hurts an American more? Seeing these guys in orange suits on television, getting humiliated with their parents, begging for their lives. What would piss Americans off more? Showing an American getting his head cut off, or showing a picture of Osama bin Laden fucking dying?
Well, that would fire people up. It would get excited.
Sure.
Yeah, well, when you think about it, they showed a video of, whatever his name. Who was the old guy in Iraq? What's his name?
Saddam Hussein.
Yeah, they showed Hussein, and then they showed that Gaddafi guy getting stabbed in the asshole.
Come on, guys.
But that was viral on YouTube.
Yeah, but still, it went viral. Nothing else goes viral. Osama bin Laden. What my point?
All right. So he could be around.
Becoming Cosby. And we're getting Cosby'd by everything. We're getting Cosby'd by...
What does that mean exactly?
Getting put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
Whoa!
We're getting lullabied and put to sleep and fucked in the ass.
By
society.
I agree.
Who knows? Who knows what it is?
So,
so now you're putting body armor on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. You're putting cameras on the cops. Didn't we see the film of the black guy putting his hand up saying, "I can't breathe"?
Yeah.
So what do we need a camera for? We already got the proof of that they choked him and they killed him.
Right.
And he still got let loose.
Yeah.
What do you mean he got let loose?
The
They got innocent. They were innocent. They were pronounced.
They didn't even get to that part. They just said they weren't going to charge him.
They weren't
What
going
do
to
you
charge
think about what the cops are doing in New York? Like turning their back on the mayor?
Well, I don't know what de Blasio did. I don't get the whole story.
Yeah.
I do. All I do is read the news.
So why?
I'm talking about like how I'm not going to movies or reading books. I'm addicted to the news.
Right, but you're paying attention to the most important thing that you should be paying attention to.
News and comedy.
Who gives a fuck about the interview when you're paying attention to comedy and what's important to you, the news? When I wake up in the morning at 6 and I throw on the news and they're talking about a family got shot to death in Glendale, that's got nothing to do with me. I feel bad for the families, but it's not what I want to wake up to at 6 in the fucking morning. I don't want to wake up to the first 3 stories in the news. A car accident with 6 kids in the car, 3 kids who got drunk, and a mom and a grandfather who got shot. 2 Mexicans got shot at Guadalajara somewhere. It could be black people. I don't want to hear about it.
Could you send me the link?
Please do what?
All those great stories.
So what we're trying to do is you want to hear news that works for you. I want to hear, so I put CNN on and they tell me all this shit again that I don't want to hear. So all the news outlets are telling me I want to hear 10% of the 100% bullshit they're telling me.
Well, you got to go on the internet for that. You're gonna get the real deal. I mean, less not as not censored, but you know what I'm saying. Like the regular news, it's kind of. I'm not saying it's down the middle. It's not down the middle. You have Fox, and then I guess you have everybody else. But you go on the internet and get to read the comments.
Well, the beautiful thing about the internet is, for years I always looked at media controls everything. And I used to giggle at that. Now it controls everything. It controls everything in a sly way. Like they tell you the news that you need to know about that black kid that got shot by the white cop.
Right. There's a lot of that.
That's the first thing that comes up.
It pulls me in.
I'm
there.
Or the white guy who got shot by the black suspect in Arizona.
I'm clicking.
So it's like now you don't hear about school shootings no more. No more school shootings. At this time last year, 2 years ago, school shootings were huge. The year when Batman, the fucking idiot, got shot in the Batman movie theater. It's so weird what they want you to hear and what they don't want you to hear.
So you're saying that kind of stuff is still going on? Those kind of shootings?
Well,
like a mass
shooting?
shooting?
I don't know, but we don't hear about them.
I don't think
it's like we don't hear about them fast enough. It's like some news is 1960, some news is 2015. They determine what comes up to the top first.
You go ahead, Lee.
Oh no, it's good because you have that at your fingertips, but the issue is you don't really know what to believe a lot of times because there are right-leaning, there's left-leaning, and there's a lot of websites now doing fake news stories.
Are you serious?
Like not even just the Onion.
The Onion.
No, they have
me to it, Lee.
They have the Onion, which was hysterical today. They said they were going to wear a patch for all Roethlisberger's victims, the Pittsburgh quarterback who assaulted a bunch of girls. But they have these websites that are posing as real news, and they'll write a story that's so close to being true it could be true, but it gets all like a lot of people have messed up. And like today they had one like there's gonna be a new season of Breaking Bad, and it's harder to know what's real and what's not real.
I don't look at none of that shit. Those things they put on Facebook, I don't look at none of those things, nothing. Because you can tell those things are just fake.
I go to, honestly, I go to Drudge, ESPN, UK Mail. Yahoo is like cheeseball-y. Some of their stories aren't very good. And I do look at comments. Who go, you go straight to comments and you see it. You understand that I'm not going to say it's a racist country. I guess it is, but it's like every comment is kind of conservative.
On what?
On most news stories that are involving, like culture stuff, black, or it's always blame Obama, and then it's, racist. It's just a bunch of that.
Are you racist?
And I love reading it. You got it. Thumbs up. Yes. Anonymous. Kidding.
What's been going on with you? Behaving, everything's good in your world.
Yeah, I'm good. It's like, I think working's important for me, and you would say that even actors, they go up and down. They always talk about not having a consistent schedule. But I also think being a comedian, you can kind of make up for those down times, and also podcasting. Things have changed. But you know how the old man.
You're always, listen, as a comic, as an actor, you could always be busy. Like, I could be busy 24 hours a day and still not get all my work done. like just writing material. How much of that takes up your time? And some days you get something, some days you get nothing. Some days you write all day to get a fucking line. A fucking line, you know, but at least you get that line. You know, you're marketing yourself, you're booking yourself. You're trying to get spots, you're trying to stay healthy, do kettlebells, or run, or get sun. Yeah, you know, there's such a process. It's just not, I remember when I first watched comedy, I said, this is what I think I want to do. I thought, I wish I would have taken a test and saved my notebook. I thought it was just writing jokes, and I had my idea completely wrong of what writing was. I thought writing was, oh, I just write this and go up there and everything, how, you know. And you went on stage. And when you get into comedy at first, you do that. And then there's no book to tell you what you do as a comic. Like, if I lived in Michigan, my day as a comic would be completely different than my day in LA. Right?
Yeah,
You're doing
but I will say there are books on comedy.
Well, like Judy Carter and shit like that. But when was the last time you co-headlined with Judy Carter? When was the last time you saw Judy Carter at an improv? Well, you haven't. That's my fucking point, okay? So all these people that give you books are written by people that you don't even see do fucking comedy.
Well, Judy is very busy right now.
Doing what? Show, open up.
No, leave her alone.
Tell me what fucking club Judy's at this fucking weekend.
Leave Judy alone. She doesn't deserve this.
Judy hasn't worked in 90 fucking years, so things change. Every year, if you're a comic, things change.
Yes,
things change.
I agree.
When I got here as a comic, if you did a co-star on a TV show or you recurred, people went to see you on the weekend. That's it. Okay. People signed you, an agent signed you, a manager signed you. They went to the comedy store, everybody was jumping up and down. People wanted to suck your dick. Boy, is it not like that.
It's the internet now.
And it changes every year. Well, when we got
that was a big thing.
When we got here, it wasn't the internet.
Well, it became cable, and then it became...
When you and I got here in 98, you had to go out every night on stage. Mm-hmm. You had to write jokes.
Yeah.
You had to go to auditions.
Yeah.
You had to go to Fox and do warm-up.
Yeah.
You went and did warm-up. I went over there with you.
Yeah. 1,000 shows. You were on there tons.
You know, you do all these things as a comic. They're completely different. They come first. You know, I remember having a conversation with Mitch Hedberg and telling me that I write 3 hours a day and I turn the phone over. You know, like, that's how serious he got about it.
Yeah, I mean, like Kobe Bryant.
Like Kobe Bryant. And there's so many different aspects that go into being a good comic or a great comic or a mediocre comic. You know, I knew when I was a mediocre comic what I was doing. And now that I'm a little better, I know what I'm doing. And it involves so much. It's like MMA training. You just don't box. You got to do jiu-jitsu 2 days a week. You got to do conditioning 2 days a week. You got to do karate 2 days a week, and then you got to fucking box 2 days a week. And you got to put it all together and hit wrestling and get your dick sucked, do radio, do promo. It's a whole process. It's just not getting
laundry.
It's just not getting in your car.
Well, was it hard for you when you stopped having a full-time job? Like, we talked about it when I first started, and I'm still not great at it yet. I've gotten better. But now that I work a full-time job from the time I was 16 to now at school, so I always day. And when I first started doing this full time, I part of it was I was being kind of lazy. I would just watch TV. But now, even when I'm working a lot, I'll feel like I'm being lazy because I'm at my house, and it's hard to fill as much time as you think you should. But also, the schedule's a lot different. So even though I'm not doing stuff at 4, I'll be out until 10 or 11 o'clock at night. So it's a hard transition.
You know, for years, I just wrote jokes. It's funny, I always I crack jokes with my buddies in New Jersey. They'll call me, we'll have a conversation. You know, I'm working hard at 51. And I did when I was burglarizing houses. And I'm working harder now when I was burglarizing. When I was young, I was a burglar. You know, I was a part-time burglar. Whatever, you do whatever you got to do.
Shocking development.
But it's so weird how I work. You know, I get up at 5 and I tweet on Facebook for an hour, and then I fucking write for an hour in the morning. I set my day up, and you have the baby. Then my wife takes a shower, and she comes out, and I do something with the baby till 10. Then I do something for an hour, and then she comes back, and I have the baby, you know. And there's writing involved, there's email involved, there's talking to agents involved. There's just so much in your day. And I remember when it was just very simple. When you're an open micer, you get up, right? You get up, go to our job, and then meet at the underground.
I mean, it's just crazy in terms of, you know, the internet was a game. For me, it was like cable was a game changer, and then like internet, satellite TV, it turned into TV. It was like turned into 60 channels to 200 channels, and then the internet came on, and that blew everything out of the box. So you have that, and then even though everyone spoke about it, but I also think that we only still have 24 hours in the day, and now you got that 2 hours. That wasn't when we were in Seattle. That 2 hours of social media wasn't there.
Was not there.
It wasn't there. But a lot of people listening might be like, "Oh, social media doesn't work. It's fun. It's Twitter. It's Facebook." Both of you guys are amazing at social media, and I say that from seeing comments and even not comments who aren't, and how much it hurts their career. Because in reality, Twitter shouldn't be that hard to do, but to stick to it and be good at it, which both of you I think are amazing at it. It's a skill at this point. You guys can be social media coaches. If you think about it.
Yeah, you got to be in the game for the most part. I mean, it's fun to do. I like doing it. I just sometimes don't like to hate tweets when it gets like that. But I think Twitter's great because podcasting, that was another game changer. It was like, I don't think there's any negative on podcasting. It's probably better for a comedian now. I mean, what comedian doesn't like
talking shit?
Right.
I work on this. Every week I sit down, I go, this week I'm going to get Brody on. And we talk about Brody. I'll think about Brody. We'll talk to Brody about it. And what else comes up, because I don't like them to be topical. I never wanted somebody to listen to this 6 years from now and go, what are these guys talking about? They're talking about today. They're not talking about their lives or how this affects them. That's why they want it to be topical. I don't want a topical comic. We're going to sit here and make fun of somebody and giggle. I like coming on here and talking about our shortcomings, how we can make it better, how we can do better as human beings, eliminate fear from our lives. I never put that audition on tape. I had an audition for a De Niro movie. I never put it on tape. And I just didn't want to. You ever had that film, you just don't want to do something. You look at it and you go, you re-qualify, like you write yourself off. But over the last 2 days, I've been thinking that maybe it was a little fear. Like I just didn't want to deal with it. Like I just didn't want to deal with all the fucking bullshit. Like when my agent called them, they said, no, they didn't want to see me. I wasn't the type. So a week later, they go, all right, let them put it on tape in New York. What the fuck? So it's like, you deal with these things. This is the shit that affects me. Today, I train with this dude today. It's a badass jiu-jitsu guy. I train with him whenever I'm home, at least twice a week.
Is it a guy named Eddie Bravo?
No. It's a guy named Dave. Like I met at Higgins, when I first started going down there, he taught me a lot of jiu-jitsu basics that I had gone to other places and they never taught me shit. That it's very easy to see that this was the bridge. So today we're doing something. I go, hey man, I've been practicing these at home. He goes, let me see. And I started doing this jiu-jitsu move for him. And he was like, Joey, when I first fucking came in, you couldn't even go that one leg. Now you're throwing me over. And he goes, you did it 4 times in a row. This isn't luck. You're doing this. And I asked him, how did you know about this? He goes, I didn't. After I saw you one day, I went home and thought about you for 2 nights and thought about why you couldn't do that move. So we worked on it. And it was just your hand and your elbow movement. And he goes, I learned from watching you and breaking it down. You and I have had discussions about comics on Twitter. That they've spoken, had conversations with us. And we've said, and I've said to you, if they just watch what I do, this would be easy. I don't tweet all day. I refuse to tweet all day. I got better shit to do than tweet all day. I'll give you those 2 hours in the morning. I'll give you those for free. I'll do that all day, but I can't tweet. Every time I go to a restaurant, I'll stop and take a picture. That's why I'm not on Instagram. I can't. I just can't. My day is my day. I live my fucking life. I can't be on there all day tweeting cheeseburgers and fucking grilled cheese sandwiches, pictures of black people with handcuffs on. I can't do that shit. Whatever the fuck, you know what I'm saying? I'm not making fun of nobody. I'm just saying it. I don't have time for that. I give you what's on my mind in the morning, what eliminates my fear in the morning, what I'm thinking when I'm waking up in the morning, that you don't know about. I think social media is very important. But then again, I always ask myself, would Richard Pryor go home from the store at 2 in the morning and quit? Probably not, but it's 2015. You probably have to.
Right.
You understand me? You have to.
You think so?
You have to. We had a guest on the show, a good friend of mine, that Lee's become friends with. Big fan of Lee's. Lee's a big fan of his Ray Canal. He worked for Sci-Fi for 20 years, and he told us how he would go home and watch his kids. And he kept going to Sci-Fi saying, guys, TV is changing. I'm watching my kids. They watch shit on demand when they want on Netflix and all this shit. You people are missing the boat. And they kept saying, no, you're getting too old. Let's face it. I'm not going to lie to you. We've been friends for 20 fucking years. 5 years ago, we were on the same boat. We didn't have much going on. Well, we were all waiting for the next movie. You had Hangover. You had success with the Hangovers. Well, I want to ask you something. Remind me to ask you about the Hangover. Nobody really knew the next movie. No, these things came. Podcasting. When you leave here and you go south, 3 blocks is a Ford dealer. I had applied at that Ford dealer to sell cars. When I moved to the Valley 5 years ago in April, maybe 6 months after that, I had a decision. The decision was I was going to quit comedy on the road. I was going to do comedy in town. One of my friends called me with a movie role, a TV role. I would do it for insurance. But I was done with comedy. And then the fucking Jew hit me up on Facebook and said, do you want to meet? And he had all these ideas, and I would go, slow the fuck down. Whoa, Nelly, I'm an old man. If I stayed that old man, I would have been selling cars. If I didn't take his advice, and then he kept bugging me. I had the Felicia podcast going. Do the Felicia podcast, but you got to do something in the morning. You're tweeting, you got these fucking people on there listening to music and saying to suck my dick. God's gonna help me today, whatever the fuck. So we did the podcast. So I started thinking like a young man. I had to. That's the only way you're gonna stay in this game. When you got to the school, there was a bunch of older comics. They're not even around anymore. Why? Because they didn't grow. They didn't evolve. Comedy's an evolving game. I wasn't making fun of Judy Brown before. I love Judy Brown. If you go to my fucking house, Judy Brown's comedy book is in my space. Judy Carter, with the fucking tab ripped off. That's how long I have. You know how many times I bought the Judy Carter book? 5 or 6 times. I've got that book. Gene Perot. Yeah, How to Writing. That's got it. Gene Perot must have had 16 fucking workbooks. I think I did 3 of them. And I would get pissed off at Gene Perot. If I was doing those workbooks today, I would hit Gene Perot on Facebook and tell him I hope his mother gets hit by a train. Cocksucker, because I couldn't do those exercises. I couldn't figure out. He used to write for Bob Hope. Oh yeah, I'm telling you, Gene Perot workshops. Well, it's just back then. Books were the way people found out stuff. So you bought books. Now there's probably a guy doing a comedy podcast. How to do comedy podcast, or how to do comedy YouTube video. And it's just the way it is. It is that way. But you get these guys. Stand up is about doing it. I don't want to compete against these the YouTubers, but I feel like comedy is the real deal. YouTube saved me. YouTube, listen, Comedy Central's never gonna give me a 1 hour. HBO's never gonna give me a 1 hour. Right. So I got a couple options. What's the matter, Lee? Don't cry. No, it's not. Either Netflix gives me a 1 hour, or I gotta shoot my 1 hour. Apple, or Amazon, or me and Lee shoot 10 minutes a month. Post it every 2 months. And I got my own special on YouTube, which will get more hits than you'll get on Comedy Central, because Comedy Central, they're going to play your special on Friday night. And that's it. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, that's it. And then they're going for DVDs and sales. So if I don't DVR it or whatever, your thing is fucking gone forever. On YouTube, I can publicize it. 10 minutes every day. And it's yours. Brody Stevens' YouTube page. You edit it. Brody Stevens' YouTube page. And every 60 days, there's a new 10 minutes by Brody Stevens premiere. Hey, look. I don't have any problem disagreeing with that. No, but also the other problem is this warm up. It's energy. You're putting out that crazy energy, and then you also have to go. You know what? I'm on a little roll right now, because if you ask me, I like the internet, but I'm also old school. I get a kick out of getting to be on MLB Network or the NFL Network or Fox Sports and those shows. I'm old school. I like that. I know that Funny or Die and
like I said, those internets, they're more, but there's just something about TV that just makes it, I feel like it's more official. But
what I'm trying to say, I told Lee to remind me about a question I had last year.
I'm high too.
I did Spider-Man 2. I did The Longest Shot, and somebody once told me something after The Longest Shot that makes a lot of sense. It's that sometimes we make do movies and we don't think we're going to get out of them what we wanted to get out of them. And he goes, these movies go in cultures. You know, I'm very lucky right now. Grudge Match is playing on HBO. And they've been putting on at 8 o'clock with Ride Along. So it's like Ride Along, Grudge Match, and something else. For me, I need 3 more weeks of that. I need 3 more weeks to Grudge Match to play because it's free advertising for me for casting people.
Well, that's what I was getting at. So
that's the one sense of it. But did you get what you wanted out of The Hangover? As big as the movie was, biggest movie of the summer, $200 million at the box office. You must be getting some great residuals.
Okay, I had some decent ones early on, and once in a while I get it, but it's part of my act. It does feel good, a little bit of validation, or just kind of cool.
Absolutely.
It's a cool little
Crush at Spider-Man
crutch.
Something that we saw you at Spider-Man 2. It was fucking cool. One line, even I felt cool. I can't lie to you people. I do shit all the time. I don't feel cool. I did Spider-Man 2. I felt fucking cool. You know, it was a cool movie to do. You come to me, I'll tell you 10 times the same thing. It was a cool movie. My question is, when you shot The Hangover, and you went home, the back of your mind, and you and I, his brothers, have known you 20 years, did you say to yourself, this is the one that's going to push me over the top? And the movie comes out, and yeah, your friends come up to you, your mom comes up to you, your ratings proud of you, but did it really push us to where we wanted to go? I bet it's the longest shot. Wasn't I quit doing blow in 2007? Because I was doing blows in 79. But after the longest shot, I wanted to do one of the biggest songs in my life. Because everyone told me, when the movie comes out, you got to be ready for it. When I did it, I already had a plan to succeed. I didn't have a plan to fail. You know what I'm saying? That failure made me snort triple the amount of coke, maybe put on 20 more thousand pounds that I had already done. When you did The Hangover, how did you feel?
For me, it was just all bonus. It was all playing with house money. Because I never, ever thought I would be in a movie and I just didn't think so. And even when I shot it, I felt like, okay, I've been in a couple little things. I could tell it was a big movie, and I did it. I stayed professional. But I didn't think it was going to change my career. No, I just wasn't. I come from a baseball background, college, and very structured. So I just kind of play things close to the vest. Even with I knew my TV show that I had on Comedy Central, which is kind of hard to say that, but I did. There's no denying. I felt like that would give me that would have given me a boost to help me push through, and I think it kind of has with the combination of these other things. I've kind of like pushed through to a new level, but I also feel like I'm in the opportunity right now to go even one more level, and then I can quote unquote chill. And I think some of it, honestly, is just getting out of warm up. Like, the thing is, I get mic time, I'm getting paid. I get to perform every day for Comedy Central executives and, Funny or Die executives, audiences, the comedians appreciate it. When I did it at Best Damn Sports Show, I never auditioned. I mean, I obviously auditioned for I did for The Hangover, but pretty much I gave up auditioning because I wanted to ingrain myself at Fox Sports, where I would know every executive, everybody involved. That was just the best job I could do. I ended up doing 1,000 shows, and guys who were like, segment producers like Eric Shanks, he runs the whole network now. George Greenberg, executive producer, he runs it. I mean, all these guys are there. So it is relationships, and, I went for that. But I feel like now I just got to ride the wave. It's just warm up takes a lot. This particular one.
How many hours does warm up take out of your day? Every day for me.
For me, I do 4 shows a week. I'm on the clock for 2 hours straight. From the minute I get out of my car, I walk across the street, and boom, I'm on. I work with the audiences there. I hit them there. and I have to stay on and focus for 2 hours. There's no letdown. And this show is very joke heavy. Joke, energy in and out. It's just high energy. Kind of like how Chelsea was. But Chelsea, had her books coming out. It was a lot of these young girls from, San Diego and Arizona, and had shot and over by the beach. And she had just had a ton of fans. And it was just basically it started out with paid audience, but then she just blew up. And then it was just kind of keep the audience under control, warm them up, keep them under control. And it was hard, but I wasn't beat up after. I'd hang out. It was I felt good. Whereas this show, it's I'm trying to do the same thing, but I'm not, though, for different reasons. It's an adult show. It's hard to get adults there at 3:30. You can't get the college groups like I would get at Best Am. It's just a lot of, so at the end of the day, it takes a lot out of me. And I appreciate it. I like doing it. It feels good. But I'm also saying that, you know what? I should be podcasting. Imagine if I podcast, took that chance, podcast it, because people, that's all they ask me to do. Podcast, build up my audience. I will go out on the road. I will do that. And I don't hate warm-up. I'll do it. But it's, I think I'm good at it. I'm good at it.
You're really good at it.
I don't not like
have you ever seen me wrong?
Yeah, my girlfriend and I went and saw you in Irvine at the Audible. And I've been very lucky that I've worked in TV, and I've been able, in Los Angeles, I've been able to go to a bunch of TV tapings. And they're fun. But everyone in here in this room knows how bad canned fake laughter on TV shows sound. There's really bad warm-ups. And if the warm-up's bad, then they're not going to laugh. They're not going to be a good audience for the show, which is super important. And I've seen you there. I've seen you at the Comedy Store a bunch, not doing warm-up there. But it's kind of like how the internet kind of gets looked down upon when you say you enjoy doing live TV better. I think you think warm-up gets looked down upon, but it really shouldn't.
No, it's a skill. It's definitely a skill. When I see him on stage.
Yeah, it's amazing.
But here's the deal. It's kind of like, maybe I think you were talking about this before. Yeah, you do the warm-up. You're in front of, 115 people. 3, you can be like Key and Peele and the guys from Reno 911 or whatever. Chris Hardwick, you get all that, but only that's who sees it. You do a podcast, thousands see it or hear it, hopefully. So I'm not saying it's wasted in there, but I feel right now I'm at the point where maybe I could put that energy and go for it. But I also know that I'm good at it. I don't not like warm up. I just can't be beat up. I just feel I'm getting beat up a little bit.
I remember when I first moved here, I would go to the shows. I went to the Records.
Yeah. Danny Vermont, did he do it there?
Was it Danny? Oh my God.
Long hair?
Yeah, no, I know Danny is. It was either Danny or what's his name?
Robert Lungblade, or a bald guy, or
KB Kapaka. What's his name? KT.
Chunky B?
No.
No, he wouldn't have done it.
No, it was a long time ago. But I remember there was a guy that I see now from time to time. But the worst one ever was the guy who was Rachel. Joe and all those guys used to call him Captain Date Rape. Because he looked like a date rape guy. And I remember sitting at the wall and going, what do they pay this guy? I gotta get in here.
I mean, that is one thing where
he was really bad. And then I worked with Brody on the Best Damn Sports Show. And I know Brody a long time ago. They didn't like me. I've got my back to Brody. I got my back to the stage. And they're liking me. Hold on, come on. They're doing it in a rush. And I'm hearing him warming up this crowd. But he's not doing the traditional warm-up. He's talking about foot fungus or something. I'm fucking howling because they're looking at him like, what are you talking? Hey, he's just going off. He's not even looking at him. He's got a football jersey on, a whistle around his neck. And he's talking about foot fungus or something. Me and the girl that was doing the makeup or the mic or whatever, we just looked at him and looked at each other and went, that is fucking amazing. And I could see that I had been to 1,000 tapings. They don't even let you go out in that type of boundaries. They don't even let you go out where you were going as a...
Oh, they let me.
They let him. Not saying fucking clean. No, keep it clean. Just very clean, but just talking about something that has nothing. They were so like, give me the 3 actors from The Godfather. Like they were doing quizzes and shit.
No, it's the biggest thing in this industry is there's very few Craigslist job postings. You get jobs, and you've done a bunch of jobs from people you know. So, bro, you've done a bunch of shows because people ask for you. So that's the best kind of job hunting. You're not if people are asking you to do jobs.
Yeah, what was your first warm-up? Was it Best Sport Show? Oh, it was. Yeah. You had Zach in between there.
I did.
On VH1.
Yeah, I did Zach's show. And I got fired. The guy thought that I worked like half the shows. He thought I scared the audience, and it was like Fred Graver. He ran the show. It was like a travel channel or something. But he said I scared the audience. But the thing was, the whole audience, it was the same audience for Best Damn Sports Show. You know what I mean? It was like them sitting there. So what upset me was I didn't get a note. It just got fired. It's like I'm working with the same guys. I know the audience. How can I scare an audience that knows me? So you could have just given me a note. So then Zach got it. This is Zach, it was a long time ago. But Zach did and tried to get me back, and I did come back. And then I worked some of the shows. Show got canceled. Sorry. Best Damn Sports Show. I got in trouble a couple times there, but for the most part, I stayed with it. 1,000 shows. Chelsea, 400 shows. They left me alone. 7-year run. Ridiculousness. Leaves me, it's like leave me alone. Wanda Sykes. They got rid of me. They got rid of her. So, the Wanda Sykes show. Yeah, I did like 10 shows. Here's the deal. I take care of comedians. It's like I'm focused on taking, like when at Chelsea, I want to take care of these comedians. And at the end of the day, what does it do for you? It's like, but I know that Kevin Hart knows me. I know that Jeff Dunham from Best Damn Sports Show knows me. I know that if I really need something, I took care of these guys. And I have Whitney Cummings. This is before they had everything. So I didn't do it for that, but that's what drives me. And that's why I feel like I like having the respect of the comedians. But I just fume when the crowd isn't good. It just boils my blood. And it's like not healthy sometimes. But I'm like a coach, like, let's go. It just, it's not easy. But you have to, like, I'm good at it. But to get there, you can't just, I have to prepare my day. I don't audition. I have to lead. It's like preparation. I have to get up, do the same stuff. That's how hard warm-up is. And then I'm done. And I'm just like wiped out after. Not wiped out, but kind of grinded out for this particular show. I'm that good. I've created something. So I'm not hating on warm-up, don't get me wrong, but I definitely need to be podcasting more. And I know that would be a big difference. And I think I should have a YouTube channel. And that's it. But here's the other thing. In the back of my mind, I'm doing other stuff. I did do MLB Network. I was on a Fox Sports, fantasy football show all year. So it's not like those things aren't happening. So I kind of put my energy into that. Warm up in TV. I went from doing warm up in the road. I did everything about my show, and then warm up came, and then warm up, and then do the road for my show. And then once the road stopped, still doing warm up, then I focused on the Fox Sports and doing the NFL stuff, and then getting a cartoon, put my energy into that. But I think that for 2015, I just need to be, I'd like to figure some things out. There's just, I don't want to get too break behind the scenes, but I'm just not, I know I could be, because I've done the show. I was on a TV show, so I know what it's like to feel good, to work half the time, to put in half of the stress and make twice as much and be seen by thousands. That's what I'm saying. Warm up, 115 people see me. It's a steady paycheck. But I've been on the other side where it's like, wow, I got a dressing room, and they're doing makeup for me. I feel accepted. It's like I can do this, and so I put my energy into that. And my mind has been wandering. Just doing so many different things, but
Have you ever got
These are
somebody?
good problems. I'm not complaining.
Have you ever got somebody at a show saying, "I saw you to warm up for the show"? Or like, have you seen them around the country?
You mean like
audience members who saw you warm up from Minnesota when saw you when you were in Minnesota?
It happened. Yeah, not so much though. Here in LA, I get kids who come up to me that remember me from high school. Like their high school, basically every high school came into Best Damn Sports Show, every community college. So living here in LA, kids will come up to me and go, "Hey, I remember you from Best Damn Sports Show. I was in high school."
We did the thing at Loyola.
After
the best day that you and I over on Sunset Boulevard, there was a school there. I did the bit about the vine tar. He was going to be on the show that day, so we did the bit on the vine tar. Just the fact.
You were great on the show, by the way.
Jelly on everything.
I remember.
Yeah. They were great. They, at first it was kind of hard, but then they started. That was my first TV gig. It was 150 an episode.
How many did you do?
You did a lot, like 20 of them, maybe even more. But you knocked it out. Joey would come in. This is a live to tape. Taping. It's live, basically. Joey, every time, I'm not just saying it, you knocked it out to the point like, this guy's good.
Rich Williams is writing.
Rich Williams wrote.
With the red hair that's still around. I still see him around. He was a good writer for me. They wrote that I was the non-whatever sports analyst. I was the non-committal sports analyst.
You were great, and then Lonnie Love was the other one. She was on all that. It was like you two, and then the Farley brothers. That was about it. It was like those were the guys doing something. And you know what? When you're doing warm up, that's another thing. And I think it comes from my baseball background or just kind of being a team sport guy. My mind is so bad. I'm sorry. Like the whole night I'm, talking about pushing guys. Yeah, who knows? I forgot. What does that mean? I'm so discombobulated recently. It could be because I took a beta blocker, and that's the thing. I'm taking my meds, but the minute you want to you don't. Like a Klonopin, which is an anti-anxiety, you take as needed. It's like if I don't take just a little bit, after a day, I get a little absent-minded. That sort of stuff. And plus, I smoke pot. You got it.
Now, what we talked about this with Greg Fitzsimmons. I've had addictions. I know about weed. I know about mugging people. I know about fucking robbing drug dealers. I don't know about the symptoms that you had. I don't know about really what you have.
It's called Judaism. Being a Jewish guy, that's what happened. For me,
How stoned are you, Lee?
I'm really stoned.
All right, good.
I'll give it to you in a nutshell. Like, I grew up in the Valley, typical divorced Jewish 80s single mother. All right. Being a Jewish kid. So my story wasn't really all that different than other kids that had the same exact situation as me. And what I'm saying it wasn't that uncommon. So I did that, but I was still I was playing sports, whereas maybe I should have been playing drums, or I should have been maybe doing comedy. I don't know. I did sports because I had a good arm and it was an outlet for me. But looking back on it, maybe I should have done the art. So when you're doing sports, it's a jock world. There's a reason why a lot of Jews don't play sports. They're sensitive. So you're real big no, yay. And it's got to me. Now here's the thing, and I'm blaming, parents being divorced. If my dad was around, he was an active member in my life. But there is something about having that strong male presence in your life. So again, my mind is wandering on stuff. But my life wasn't all that different. But I would fight with my sister. I'd and had a Jewish mother. So all the symptoms that make comedians probably great comedians, they come from effed up backgrounds. Mine was, typical, but a little more. My sister, me playing sports. And then I went to college, same thing, getting picked on. And then I went to Seattle, started doing comedy. And I was just I just needed something to relax. I didn't always I just wanted to slow my mind down and not be so sensitive. And then I took to bed, antidepressant up there. And it just kind of like, it gave me confidence. It didn't, it gave me like a little buffer to be I felt like to be myself more. Like to be myself and not be so let things hurt me. And then I also felt like it's comedy. It's good to be hurt. That's when I started reading those Judy Carter books and all that. So I felt like and then early on, the guys up there, you know, the comedians, we can go on and name them all, but Kermit, Todd Sawyer, whatever, they would, you know, encourage you and say, hey, you're just funny. Keep doing it. He was very supportive, whereas I came from that jock world. And I went to comedy. It's just so refreshing. And then, you know, you get on that merry-go-round with medication. So I took it there, and at first there were like side effects, but I felt like it gave me a little bit of a buffer. I don't know. And then I went to New York, and I really wasn't on anything. And then I felt like maybe you know, it's like I'm constantly having my mom, the Jewish stuff. Well, Stephen, I want you to be happy. You should go talk to a psychologist. You should know this. It's like, leave me alone. That's the Jewishness. Like, give me a pill. So I took like Ritalin to help me focus, but
these are prescribed.
Oh yeah, nothing illegal. But after 3 years in New York, I just kind of wanted to get out of there. And then I came back to LA, and that's where like when Facebook started coming. So I was feeling pretty good. And then now you're getting inundated with Facebook. You're in LA. I got to make it. That's where I said I got to get back on like an antidepressant. So, and it took the edge off. And then at that point, I just kind of like went for it. And that's when my comedy started taking off again. And it's just hard to get off the meds. It's not like I would like to be clean, or whatever you want to call it, but it's just hard to get off it. So people go like, "Why don't you get off it?" I don't want to feel like the meds made me who I am. I'm still who I am. They don't make me high. But I'm not on a lot of stuff. I take like 10 milligrams of Lexapro, and I take Lamictal as they tell me to as a backup, and that's it. And I take Klonopin just in case. Like it seems like sometimes I'll get like a little, I can feel me racing a little bit, like my palms, and that's probably just the addiction. It's not like I'm nervous about something. It's like, oh, I'm doing Joey's podcast, I'm nervous, or I'm doing this about it. It's like my body physically wanting it. So that's not, you know, it's like I was telling you earlier, it's like I don't want to be relying on that because the situations aren't making me nervous. But sometimes they are. You know, there is a reason why I am taking it. It's like getting those opportunities. I feel like when I'm on TV, if I'm going to be on, like when I was doing Chelsea, the last couple, I was taking my meds and I felt like I was more relaxed. So that was a stressful show. But I don't need it for warm-up. Sometimes I would take it on the Fox Sports show, but I think there's certain times that take it. I guess they do work, a beta blocker, but I always just, and there's no shame in it. There's no shame.
I'd rather you. Now, when you had your problem last year, 18 months ago,
yeah,
did you just stop taking your meds?
Well, kind of, yeah. You know, it was like I was out of warm up. And I was working at Chelsea, and I left kind of on bad terms. I left on bad terms because everything was so great for a while, and I was just shocked when this moment happened to the point where it like shocked me to where I left. But I also knew in the back of my mind that I had an opportunity with HBO and all that. So me leaving wasn't like I was leaving to nothing. I knew I had something, but it wasn't like this is going to make me a millionaire. But I knew I had to give it my all. So anyway, when I left, it just, you know, it hurt. I went from like being in to being out right away. So that hurt. Stayed on my meds. And then I started doing the HBO stuff. And I felt like I just wanted, it's like, I felt like I couldn't drink. I couldn't like enjoy myself. I felt like when you were on Lexapro, you drink a beer, you get nauseous, and I had to get up in the middle of the night and go and pee. And I didn't want to do that anymore. And I go, I'm feeling good. So then I went to Scotland to perform, and I know I've got the HBO show. I've been doing TMZ. I'm over there. I cut back. Oh, I ration my meds a little bit, and I'm feeling fine. Drinking, feeling good. I felt like open. And it just kind of spiraled. And then when I went straight to Montreal, and I got super sick, and they gave me an antibiotic, and I stopped taking my meds. I just couldn't even swallow, but I got the antibiotic. 24 hours, I felt better, and my mind was clear and super open. I was happy, and I remember, people tell me, Brody, celebrate, take a victory lap. You're on you got a show. They got picked up. Aren't you excited? You're getting to host TMZ. You're on the Laugh Factory thing. They love it. So I was hearing all that. Take a victory, and I was feeling good. I wasn't feeling bad. I was feeling good. And then I came back, and it was just I just kept spiraling up. I was not taking my meds, but I came back full of confidence because I did Montreal well. I did well over in Scotland. I'd never been, or Ireland, never been there. So those were two big things. Hosting TMZ coming up when I came, and I'd already been on like every week for the last month, and then they asked me to host. Had the HBO stuff happening. Telling, you're great, take a victory lap. So I came back and I was like all excited. And I think like Zach or my friends were just not, I was out of character. And I agree, it was out of character. And I was irritable. And I was but I was also happy. I was having a typical manic episode. All the markings were there. Check. Delusional, check, not sleeping, check, cursing, check. I had it. So I was just, I went on Twitter, and that's the whole social media thing, and I was just going on it. And
Joey's life is a manic episode, pretty much.
I was just doing that. And I was out of character. And I was also on an antibiotic, throw that in the mix. It was a perfect storm. And so then I said some silly stuff on Twitter, basically within a 5-day period. It was this whirlwind. And I knew it wasn't like I could fly. It was anybody who was like a jerk to me, in the past, like Adam Carolla. Like not him, but I did a show and his freaking fans, just 7 pages of comments ripping me. So F you. You call yourself a stand-up now. So you're in the ball game. F you. Jim Gaffigan, who was like not cool to me one time. Or whatever. Nothing. And I said something. He wasn't not cool, but maybe I took it the wrong way. It's always been like, we've known each other for a while. So I kind of lashed out at him. I lashed at Jeff Ross. I was just on a roll, like Charlie Sheen, and the people liked it. I was like saying funny stuff. Again, I wasn't like, I was like wide open. It was like I was on cocaine. And again, it felt good, but I knew I was on a bender. I knew that I needed some kind of, intervention or a vacation. But I was just on a roll. Things were happening, but it was too much, and so they took me away. I laugh now. It's like when I got taken away, it was like once I was in the hospital, like recuperating, it like became like funny to me, kind of that it's rock and roll. That's what happens. I goofed up. It wasn't like this is something that happens all the time, like you're here again, or had a drug. I did have a drug. I stopped. But I had something that it's just rock. It's almost kind of funny, but not funny. You're going to a hospital. I did not expect it. Nobody ever made jokes that, Brody, you're going to flip out and go. Once in a while, the guys, Brody, you come in and shoot somebody. Not like, not you. You hear about those guys, but, I'm out. Go good.
We had Rudy Sardo on. He was talking about how there's a difference between mental health and talent. I go down the store and I got the when I first met you, 20 years ago, I used to break your balls. I took your car. I went to Gig Harbor. I took your car. I did 9 stations. You pissed me off. You kept telling me that.
Still his car?
You can't tell me that I can't do something in 2 hours. I could make it here from San Diego in an hour and 20 minutes. When I was snorting coke, I could leave San Diego at very scared, and I get here at 1. And one night we were going to Gig Harbor to do the contest, and he kept telling me I couldn't get to Gig Harbor in a certain amount of time. So I said, get in the back. We put him in the back of his Volvo, and I did
station wagon.
I did
and I mean chicken teriyaki.
This is 1995.
Yeah, number one, the teriyaki next door. Oh, she would cut it with scissors.
The best you've ever had in Seattle.
Oh, yeah.
I must have had that 7 times.
Oh,
$6.
it was great. Chicken teriyaki, number one. It's called number one. Teriyaki next to the Comedy Underground Swannies.
And you must have had
that. Get it to go and then a little
styrofoam. You could go down to do the comedy and get it. That's all you thought about. Like you really want to eat at 6? No, because I'm going to go there at 8 and do the open mic, and I'm just going to go next door and get it.
Yeah.
And Josh, sometimes if you call Josh and said I'm on my way, he would right to it. You got downstairs, he'd go upstairs and pick them up.
They were good.
Oh my God. We wouldn't go anywhere without chicken teriyaki. And here, I can't get no chicken teriyaki.
It was good. The sauce.
All the sauce was
everything.
Once you had the sauce, nothing here. Nothing. The one that we go to, the expensive one, is okay, but it's just chicken teriyaki. Like chicken was up there with chicken teriyaki.
And it was
the fucking salad.
No fruit. Oh, yeah, the salad.
Fucking salad. Thank you. Oh my God. Please, a little
salad.
Crispy.
I can taste it now. Is it still open? No, it's gone. I can taste it now. It had it was like a blue cheese ranch.
Oh my God. Yeah, like this. Whatever they put on it. Whatever they put on it.
It was great.
The lettuce was crispy.
Yeah,
like that with the rice. Clean, Bobby.
White rice.
Clean, Bobby. Bobby Kennedy. Bobby.
It was good. And she would cut it with scissors in the back, like actual scissors from Office Depot.
I put sriracha on that motherfucker, on the rice and on the chicken, and mix that motherfucker in with that salad. Good googly moogly.
And it was no frills. It was just It was just table and chair.
And it was filthy in there. Filthy. Them chaps were filthy.
Some of the best Chinese food I've had has been a B rating.
Yeah, oh please. And the best you have is a D rating. When the guy's picking his nose or playing with a mouse from the mousetrap.
The food wasn't all that bad at the Comedy Underground. They had good burgers. Nachos were their thing. Lionel was the cook.
I remember him. And we used to steal the big-headed chicks' nachos that times last night.
Rita O.
Stop it.
Rita O. Al Fox. Chaz Ablin.
Didn't you fight Al Fox? Al Fox was a handicapped kid.
He got mad at me, but he also got mad at you. I have it on the video.
He went to war with me. He went to war with me, Al Fox. And I caught stage ago. I'm sweating like Al Fox at a disco because he couldn't walk. And I'm like,
I have it. We have it on video where you're like yelling at him. He's getting,
he came out to the stage and put his finger in my face.
This one was in the back. We have it. I was in the where the comedian sat in the back.
In the back there.
That's where it happened.
Crazy.
Comedy Underground was that's where I got my start doing stand-up. That was the spot where I just learned everything about the fundamentals of a 3-man comedy show. Seattle. You're learning about jokes, stage time, not right down the middle, but good comedians came out of there. It was it was a good spot to be, don't you think?
I cut my teeth in the original room, but I looked in the mirror at that's the first place that featured me. I opened up for Roby Kilmore. Labor Day weekend, 1995. First place ever to offer me a feature spot. So I took, I stayed for the contest. It was a miracle. It was a good wake up call. I will never ever forget my 18 months of comedy in Seattle. It was an education. I learned a lot. The funniest thing that happened in Seattle was thinking I had an idea. And the man by the name of Doug Stanhope came in. And that Friday night, I really started doing comedy. He was one of the best live performances I ever saw in my life on a Friday night. He brought Rico up to do a guest spot. With the spear on his face, a spider on his face, 1 minute guest spot. A 1 minute guest spot. But I saw Doug Stanhope rip an audience, just do things that night I never saw a regular stand-up comic. and I went camping. I was supposed to go see Alanis Morissette the next night on the other side of that. The Gorge. And I said, I ain't paying $65 for Alanis Morissette. I paid $15 for Pink Floyd The Wall. And me and this stripper went camping. That night she went to bed and I just cried. I was like, I gotta do something in my life. Because if I'm not gonna be as good as Stand Up, I'm not gonna do this. I gotta do it like that. That's what I have to do. This shit I'm doing, whatever I'm doing up to now, is done. Monday, when I go back to how big was Mondays and Tuesdays in our lives? It was it. Monday and Tuesday was Madison Square Garden to us. That's all. It was your open mic. And Fred was his name? What was the name of the guy? Carl. One of the best men you ever meet in your life. Did more for me in comedy. Taught me how to put there instead of this. Take that fuck and put it over here. Watch what happens to that joke. Have a look at him. What the fuck am I talking about? And I go up there, bam. And then I got, once he made me a believer, I was done. Every Monday I would go, Carl, watch me. Let me know what I'm doing wrong. And he would tell me. And I took it like a man.
He was very pro-love comedy.
Loved it like you. He loved it. And he knew it. He didn't do it, but he knew it. And I remember one night he called me up and he goes, "What are you doing?" He came down on Monday night. Which number? It was list or something. He was going to have a guest spot tonight. And it was true. That's the first time I've ever. And I didn't know what it was. I was going back to Rick. I didn't know who Rick was, so I killed him. Do you follow me? If I would have known who Rick was, it would have gone into my head and I would have bought him. I can't follow Rick. That does movies. He just did a fucking Bruce Willis movie before this time. I can't follow Rick. He's on the fucking Tonight Show. He's not on Letterman. I'm going to follow Rick. But I did so well after Rick that I became friends with Rick. So Rick was my mentor when I came to LA. Rick was the one who got me the meeting with Tom Hanks after The Longest Yard. Rick called me in Houston and said, "Hey, dog, Tom Hanks is looking for you. You made us get laugh." That's how good friend I was with from Carl Woman. He's gone now. I think he passed away.
No, he had a stroke.
He did have a stroke.
Yeah, he's alive as far as
that's what I heard.
Him and Ron Reed ran it. You know, but that open mic, that's what you did. That's all you were there. And then Wednesdays
was 65% of the door. All of us get together at night. So we all do the show. We get the check.
All one of those deals.
70% of the door. You know, 15 people. We made a little money.
And then Wednesdays would be Tacoma at Crossroads. It would be a contest. And if you won it, you come back and do like Thursday or
next Monday.
Something like that.
I would drive down there with no gas, so I would have to win. And then you got to follow on Monday, so you picked up another 100 to follow on Monday. That was big in those days.
Ken ran it. The guy named Ken.
And the chick.
I forget her name. Susan.
She sounds like
a big girl.
Big girl. She's my friend on Facebook.
She did like symmetry.
Fucking amazing that we were doing that scene.
Seattle was great. And for me,
Seattle was great for me.
Just coming from Phoenix to Seattle. Those are two opposite cities. You're coming from golf, conservative, to Seattle, rain, open-minded. It was just, I was in heaven as somebody, like, I wanted to jump into that culture. And it was great. I have fantastic, vivid memories of doing shows and hanging out, being in the rain and the fresh air, and I really enjoyed it. But I'll tell you, excuse me, the minute I moved to New York, I never looked back. When I went to New York, it was like, that's it. Never thought about Seattle again. What happened to me? Maybe I'll go back to Seattle when I can relax. I do like it. It's probably too crowded now, but you told me, Joey's the one guy who told me, said, "Brody, you got to go to New York."
He told me he was going to New York. I said, "I gave him the green light." I said, "You have to do it. You're young. You got nothing to lose. I have more money put away than I do. Go do your thing. You already were doing the show with Tainer. Yeah. You had experience. You were in New York. I'm being in LA and playing tennis with Doug Stanhope. I'm leaving. Get my name is Mitch Hedberg. I gotta have some questions. We'll come to my house. We got iced tea. Carol, the stripper, used to make Sunday. And Mitch was not having an opportunity.
Well, that's it.
You want to go with nobody like you. Why would you want to go as a thousand Jews? And they got to fight fucking Jews. Well, they're looking for Jews for this movie. You want to go there? There are 1,000 Jews. You want to go where there's no Jews? Then you stick out. So you stick out, even though you're Jewish, your comedy was going to stick out. Because there was nobody as crazy as you. They were all trying to do something happened on the way to the store. You were up there talking about 7818 forever. So you're a model in Beirut. You know, I just kept at it. And then, you have these breakthroughs, and it's also, I always felt like, can I be funny back east? Okay. And I went to Seattle, and I saw, okay, I'm funny in Seattle. And then I was a tour guide at Radio City, and I had every school from like the Eastern Seaboard high schools, and I was good with that. And then I worked at the Comedy Cellar, and I was good. So that's what New York, it's tough. These guys, it's a tough town. They're tough. I know it's changed now. It's not the same, but I had to go there, and I had to do Lower East Side comedy that went till 2:30 in the morning. Seattle, you're done at 11. New York, it's just something raw was there that opened me up. And if you, it's like if you can make it in New York, you can make it anywhere. I did 3 years, and I felt like. And that was my plan, to do 3 years in New York, come back to LA when I'm in the year 2000. When I popped into in 97 in LA, we went to Coach Horses with the chubby blonde.
Yeah, and your apartment.
The stripper in the apartment.
Yeah.
I remember.
No, who else was there that night?
Carol, me, you, and the blonde, the chubby blonde chick. That was an chick.
I don't think I saw it.
When I left you with this,
She probably left.
And cool. We gotta ask you something, brother, because the phone with a young comic, 25 years old. And I had to get him to talk. Talk about this is what you're gonna do. You gotta still get off the ball. Talking to you makes me, I was feeling guilty about giving him the talking to you on the podcast. Makes me feel like I did the right thing. Yes, it's an experience. When you're 25, you have to go to New York for 3 years. You're not missing nothing. That's a fucking stripe. That's like me saying you go to Ranger School. You go to Ranger School. Why do they don't want to? What are you talking about? You don't learn how to shoot motherfuckers in the head from 50 yards away with a gun, and then learn how to open up cans of tap tuna fish with no fucking can opener. You don't learn shit. And this is the thing with comedy. You just learn. You just adapt. Did I get something from those 6-month tours I used to do by myself on a Greyhound bus with strippers and going to Toronto we discussed last week? Sure, I got something. I built character. I built a certain confidence that you can't take away. You keep talking about these YouTube guys. I feel at times like I'm a YouTube guy. You know the difference than me being a YouTube guy and these other guys? I got legs to back it. I got a spine to back it. A comedy spine to back it. You can't take nothing away from me on stage. You can take away my IMDb page. You can take that away. I can take away your HBO show. I can zap it that it was never even existed. But I can't take away your stand-up. I can't take away the effort you put into that. That's always going to be there. The story I tell I asked, what's his name? Why did the singer from Guns N' Roses go crazy? Sometimes people can't digest the success. Yeah, probably. They can't absorb the success. Whatever comes my way, I can absorb it because I did the work. And I'll tell you what, I do tell comedians this, and you told me, it's go away. You would say, leave LA for 6 months and come back, and they'll see that growth. You're gonna grow by doing the road or wherever you go, and then come back. If you're there too much, you're at the Comedy Store too much. They don't see the growth. They don't see it. Probably isn't much anyway. You're hanging around, they don't see it. You're nose wide open. You can't do that. You have to become a commodity. You have to become they want to do business with you. One thing I didn't know about LA is you have to make them seem like they want to do business with you. That's it. Everything else is background. This is the major leagues. That's what I thought Joey says all the time. This is it. This is what's the number? I heard an expression the other day I heard since I was a kid. That's a baseball term. And this baseball term, home run, no strikeout. No. Every everything's real in the field.
Oh, I haven't heard that.
Oh my God! When I was a kid, that's all.
Everything's real in the field.
Everything's real in the field. That's it. That's a baseball expression. Everything's real in the field.
New to me.
And it's,
I like it.
This is it. Everything's real in this field. This is the major league. You come here, both your guns got to be together. You got to have bullets in there. Your guns got to be people skills. Your shoes got to be shined. Your fucking spurs got to be ready to show up somebody's ass. And I see how many people are coming down. I ask every guest comedy-wise, how many stars have come to this town that have come to you and said, I'm a regular. Matter of fact, the Improv in town is doing one in Montreal. I just signed with 3 Arts and Dave Becky and with Kurt. And where are they today? How many people?
Well,
You're still here.
I look at the positives. I mean, this is what I say. I tell these comedians. It's like you see a couple guys. They're like living in the '80s. They come to the comedy. They come to the comedy store. Nobody knows them. They hang out. They may have done like a couple shows in North Carolina or in Houston, whatever. And then they come to LA and they hang out at the comedy store. And it's like, I understand like going here and checking it out, but don't come to the comedy store until you're invited. I think is a good thing until you're like asked to come there. And then you gotta do the road. You gotta go to Chicago, go to New York. Don't come straight here. I don't think. Not that there isn't the exceptions and things have changed.
Are you guys glad you didn't start here or New York?
I'm glad that I left.
I'm glad that I started. No. I'm glad that I came here, that I grew here as a beach director.
You can grow in LA.
You can grow in LA. And you will, listen, as soon as you walk into the Improv, as soon as you walk into the Laugh Factory or the comedy store, compared to your hometown, you're going to grow. You're going to grow just because the competition is going to reach. You're going to grow a little bit and pushes you a little bit. You do a set at the or you do a set at the comedy store, it's 2 different sets. You feel differently before both sets.
Yeah.
It's going to be imperfect, but
I mean, the comedy store original room is a tough room.
It's the toughest room in the world. It's the easiest room in the world. When you're flowing, it's a great room. But now those lineups are killers rows. Everybody who has to follow everybody, he's got a fucking problem. It's not like there was holes in the, years ago there was like a fucking hole here. Where they go like a broad at 10:15. Those days are done. There's not a week. August is the weakest thing on the fucking chain. And that's 9 to 9:15. Once 9:15 comes, I could be out. Because you're in that lineup. You got Ian Edwards, you got Tony Hitchcliffe, you got Gerard Carmichael. I've seen Rob Schneider. I've seen Zach Silverman.
Louis
C.K.
Chris Rock, Dave Chappelle.
These fucking lineups have
one weigh-in, brother.
Oh, thank God. Most of them don't show up with the hats with the Asian chicks. Listen, bro, it's 8:30. You said you want to rush. If you want to stay, you're always family. I want to be around, brother. It's Monday afternoon. What the fuck?
Let's do a few more minutes.
Do this shit.
Because, when I say you can grow here in LA, I got warm. I mean, I got warm up. I'm different. I'm an anomaly.
Pick up the pieces when somebody breaks your heart.
Is this Steve Martin? Is this a duet with Lady Gaga?
Solo.
He's hip. I was a little absent-minded early on, and then I got comfortable. And I'm happy with the podcast. It feels good.
This is family. We're here. This is it. This is not even a podcast. This is 3 fucking cubes having a conversation about life.
Well, when I say you could grow, I feel like here in LA, the crowds are pretty good. They might be a little cheesebally at some places, but for the most part, they're supportive. They're, like they go to New York. Yeah, they are tough. You're going to be cranking out jokes, stand up tight in New York. But you can also out here, you can grow. It's like a spirit. It's a care. I know it sounds corny, but there is something like the energy here, wherever it is, the mountains, the sea, that allows for those kind of freedoms that I take on stage and do these little energy things. There is something to it. Like people talk about networking and yoga. There is something to that. And then you tie in a little bit of a baseball sports regimented, spring training, take 500 swings, and everything's just over and over, like Kobe Bryant, over and over and over, like John Wood. Preparation. So you combine the two, you can work on stuff. Like I'm working on a lot of stuff, but that's the thing that I look at 2015. Doing a lot of different things, and maybe I can tighten up and be smarter. But you know what? I got a great reputation. I'm happy. It's fun to go out, and I don't mind.
You're out 7 nights a week.
4 to 5. 4 to 5. You know what I've been doing? I have been taking it easy and trying to get my naps in. When I do have off time, and I haven't much because I've done the road quite a bit in the last year, but I'll go down to my mom and I'll help. And it's like, I guess that's off time, but it's not really. So,
no, it's not.
It's not. And, when I unplug, I really try to unplug, just nap and get super lazy and just let my battery drain. And
Netflix, listen, to you to grow and to write, you got to get a taste.
That's true.
You got to kick out.
Well, you get inspired.
Just entertain, just watching somebody else. I was telling this Dave that I was having a hard time with jiu-jitsu. 51 fast for everybody, but he tried. And I wasn't making the growth I was getting. But I really don't understand why I don't go to jiu-jitsu for most people go to. I go to jiu-jitsu. I don't understand. I'm hoping that all these just become a little fat fuck. This is all I want to be in here. I think myself is my God. I want to come in here with you guys to choke me. I want to sweat like an animal. And I just want to leave. That 1 hour, to me, is rest. When I don't have to think of anything. When I see Lee, we goof on each other. Lee, the Mexican, the Cuban, the cat. So after 3 minutes, we go to business. When I see you, how you feeling? I love you, bro. Everything all right? We talk about business. This times, I don't want to talk about this shit. I want to talk about the numbers. I want to talk about how come I can't do this, how come I can't.
Well, that's what baseball does for me. That's what playing catch and throwing bullpens and shaggy, base. That's why I like baseball. Oh, it's boring and this and that. Maybe it is. But if you have some skill or you could be a pitcher, get a great workout. Throwing batting practice is a great workout. But I go out to the park, my friends, coach in the major leagues.
Yeah, you got to go in the dugout at Wrigley.
Oh yeah,
that must have been.
I've had a lot of great opportunities to check out fields.
I always wanted to,
but there's just nothing like throwing the ball and pop right to the chest and the glove pop and it's like, for me, that's something I really enjoy. And I wish I could do that more. I just need to be proactive. And part of it is like, I am on a roll right now. And I kind of, but maybe there are excuses. I don't know. Maybe I'm just not into that. It's okay if I'm not driven to do it. But there is something to getting it going and getting those endorphins. I feel like it's another thing. Like since I have my quote unquote breakdown, I've been careful not to take too much caffeine and be edgy, especially like a workout pill. Be getting like road rage at times.
You go to Starbucks?
I do. No, I can do a coffee or two a day. But any type of when you take a workout pill, it helps you work out. You get the caffeine, the guarana. It's like 20 minutes later, you want to do your kettlebells, get all that in. You don't take that. You got to really push yourself. So, not really. I'm just like slowly getting back into Red Bull or like into the 5-hour energy shot. It does clear my head.
People that shot with those things, energy.
But if I'm working out, I can pitch angry. I can lift weights angry. I can't do comedy angry. So sometimes, there's residual effect. And I just I just don't want to be edgy. I could lose my job screaming at an audience, losing it. But, It's just hard, you know. It's like I stretch. Stretching doesn't take energy. I've been able to elongate my muscles. I mean, honestly, it does feel good every day for people telling me, "Oh, Brody, you're a good shape. You're a big guy." So I do enjoy going out and going to Starbucks. And do you fart all the time?
No,
Yes, he does.
Every like 4 episodes, like I get it. You gotta include it in the fucking deal.
Can you do the mic pick it up?
Oh yeah. How can I not? You have to replace that chair pretty soon.
You don't smell it.
Yes, you do.
No, you don't. Don't smell.
I haven't smelled.
No,
I haven't smelled.
no. It's an air fart.
I've been in the car with you with the window up. It smells. Everyone smells it,
but not right now. This is just.
You take fiber, psyllium husk. I do every day.
Yeah.
You work out a lot, bro. Does working out make you not sick? Ever since I've been working out, like I don't grab that much. I have to take fiber now.
I don't think the word. I think taking fiber helps me, keeps me regular, and I feel like.
I never had to do that, but I was like, I'm fucked up, dude.
What? The shape of the what?
He gave me huge edible.
I gave him 35 milligrams of Chiba.
Oh, Chiba Chews, by the way, are those popular?
Yeah, they're the best.
My friend is involved with them.
Nice.
I can't talk about it. What's his name?
I have no idea. Like, his name is
He just shows up and shows.
Yeah, he just shows up and shows back.
I haven't done edibles for a while, ever. Should I do them?
Oh, no.
Do some people do edibles every day? Like, wake up and do a little bit?
Every day. I did it through Monica. This fucking good.
I
lit the candle and then fucking it in.
Did you get paranoid at all?
Sometimes. That's part of the fucking whole program. That's part of it. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. That's the whole thing.
He gave it to me on Christmas Eve. I had to go to my in-laws' house with their 2 little kids running around talking about video games.
Yeah, I've only had one experience. I've done edibles, and like only one time I felt like it did something for me. It was a brownie. I don't know what was in it, but it was
I
like
got a cookie at the house.
What do you? I'm afraid to take it. Do I take it on a day off? Do I take it?
Take it on a week off.
Take it when life is around. People like this fucking dudes. I've been trying to tell them, you eat one and you go mingle. And then you go live your life and go on the fucking exercise bike and shit. You don't do it.
Do you ever go out and like smoke pot and then let's say you take a hit or whatever, and you go out to run, get coffee or whatever. Okay, then you take a hit and then bad things happen. Do you know what I mean? Like, just like a car cutting you off, or I always feel like sometimes when I'm high, it's like a yin yang. It's like, okay, you get to be high, but the drawback is you're going to pull in some negative energy. I feel like sometimes, yeah.
No, I don't think that way.
Well, but that's what happens. I'll smoke pot and I go, oh, it's negative. I'm not saying because of the pot, but it pulls in some negativity, like it pulls in counting. Oh, I don't disagree with that.
It looks like negative energy, but you got that's a good opportunity to write a joke, or write it out, and you go, oh, that was the universe throwing me a tip.
Yeah. No, but you know, like in bad law, this guy's cutting me off. Why am I behind this door? Oh, they messed up. Like, you're not complaining, but you're like looking for the negative. It's like a negative energy.
Oh, it's gonna be bad. We're stopping Subway.
Joey, I gotta run over the hill.
What do you think?
Okay.
Finish this without you.
Thank you guys. Positive push.
You got any dates coming up?
No, I've been single for a while.
No, fuck comedy dates.
Oh.
You say I deal with?
I will, I'm in town in LA. I usually do the Comedy Store. I'm doing the Improv tonight as well. You can see me at midnight doing audience warm-up during the week, and then I'll be in Chicago for the Cubs convention in January. I'm also doing La Jolla in February, and got some, who knows what's going to pop up. But
I got to tell you something. Over the last couple of years, you've become one of my favorites. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Asked me to ask you. Thank you, Jewish. Thank you very much. I'll see you at the store. I'll be there this weekend. Thank you. Thank you for coming in. Take a water with you. Let me give some shout outs to some beautiful fucking people. My main man, Bobby Sharon, his girlfriend, the official Chinaman from the fucking church, Chung K. Kennedy. I love this motherfucker. Oscar Nunez, I didn't see him in Miami last time. He hit something. I'll see you next time. Shane Miller, Ricardo Perez, congratulations on the job. Greg Powers and Lynn, we love you. We fucking love you. One of the church beef with you, the official. My man Jay Bennett, Lady Ranicorn, and Biff. Swahili, I don't fucking know what your name is. What's up there, Lisa? How you feeling, my little brother? That's all right.
I'm good. I'm super
One more time, my man, Brody Stevens. You gonna clap? You gonna leave me like one on? Yeah. Making an appearance tonight. Turn to what's happening now. It's fucking New Year's week, cocksuckers. Make your resolutions, set your goals for the new year, and what you want to do is how you do it. A man without a plan is not a fucking man. It all starts this week, right now. You should be looking at that notebook. Go to fucking CBS, play something like subject notebook. Go to the back and write your goals out for the year, what you want, how you're gonna get there. That's all we got.
I'm high. It's fun. Molly got me a PlayStation.
She did?
Yeah.
Did it get zapped?
I don't really play that much online. Yeah.
PlayStation. This is good. You want to sit on your ass more?
She got me Grand Theft Auto. I bought the scene games, and her brother got me a Modern Warfare game.
No shit.
Yeah. I've only played the Grand Theft Auto. I played for like a week, and then I kind of do play a little bit.
Good. What are you planning for the week? You gonna work out tomorrow?
Yeah, I gotta work out. Not much. I don't know when we're doing another one of these. Wednesday. Podcast Tuesday. I don't know. I'm really interested to see. We're talking about the interview. And I'm cutting cable plates for the next 2 weeks. Playoff games today. And it's just interesting to see all the new stuff we can watch. I'm driving TV. I'm kind of scared to cut cable.
I was telling Lee this weekend that we had a fun this week with cats. You know, last Monday I come home some nights and I like staying up late. I like staying up late. I take a notebook with me and I bring some weed in the living room. I make some coffee and a cig, a cigar. I make notes, but I basically stay up past midnight because the cats come home. One of them supposed to be Harry and Debbie super bad. They fucking play rough. Debbie and Harry and super bad are always a fucking war. But Fidel is my oldest. Fidel could kill Debbie on any given day. But he lets Debbie fuck with him. And I told Debbie fuck with him like Debbie was I can see it. The people at home like, what the fuck are you saying, Joey? You know what I'm saying? The two cats staring at each other. And the other day, Fidel jumped on Debbie and fucked him up. Right? Yeah. And he went after Harry, but Debbie's Harry, Fidel, not a bad soul. Fidel's not hitting you to beat you up. Fidel's just hitting you to stick up for himself.
Fidel freaked me out one of the first times I got high at your house. He went to take a shower. And he chased me around the coffee table. Because he just looks at you and meows at you.
He's really pretty. He's really pretty. He's really got a good heart. So that happened one day. I said to him one day, stop it. And he came over and meowed. He started with his meow because he loves to fucking meow you. Meow him there. I was watching TV and I was looking at his eyes. And then Wednesday morning, which was Christmas Eve morning, Christmas Day. Christmas Eve.
I'm telling
you, New Year's Eve is Wednesday. Christmas Eve, Wednesday morning. So I got up and I opened the door. Fidel was by the gate and he meowed. And I go, fucking Fidel. It was like 5 minutes in the morning. Meowing loud by the babies. So I ran out.
How are you guys out there? This is episode number 461 And it is late. Yes, it is. I wasn't even sure if I was going to get the episode out today at all. After a brutal last few days, I decided to post up my last podcast with Brody Stevens. And if you don't know who Brody Stevens is, he passed away on Friday, and he was one of my favorite people of all time, and one of the greatest comedians I had ever seen. Brody started comedy in 1994 and never stopped. The words I could say about Brody could go on for hours, but one word that describes him was honest. No one I've ever met in Hollywood was more honest than Brody Stevens. Nobody. Brody had such an impact on people that after hanging out with him for a few minutes, you would immediately start talking like Brody and picking up on all his incredible sayings like 818 till I die, positive energy, push and believe, you got it. Numerous amazing sayings that I would always say when I was around him. I loved his style of comedy, and I looked up to him and often thought, I need to get that good. The level on stage of him just being him was amazing. We sat down and we talked back December 1st, 2016. It was a long conversation, an honest conversation, and it was one of my favorite conversations a comedian ever, and a friend. He did thousands and thousands of audience warm-ups, and he let you know it all the time. Over 3,000 audience warm-ups. He had a special. He shot a 1-hour special last year, and I had the honor to open up for him on that. And I got to see how happy he was. And I was so proud that he was getting a 1-hour special. I was just fired up. He shot it at his home club, the Comedy Store, in the main room, where he would perform most Friday and Saturday nights in the last position of the night, known as the Sam Kinison spot. But I don't think anybody did it more than Brody. And I feel that spot is now the Brody Stevens spot, and has been for years. He's done all kinds of amazing things in his career. He hosted the Oddball Tour numerous times. He was audience warm-up for Chelsea Lately at midnight. Just, it's a massive hole in the comedy community. And I will never, ever forget this man. And I'm going to try to spread the word of him all the time by clips or pieces of his podcast or photos or whatever I can do. I love that man, and I can't believe he's gone. But I felt it was only right to put up this episode again and share it with all of you, and hear the honest words come out of this man's mouth. It's inspiring, and I love him. Thank you guys for tuning in. That's what this episode's all about today. It's all about staying positive and looking forward and enjoying life. And my guest today, Brody Stevens, is definitely one of those guys. He promotes positive energy. He promotes push and believe, as he would say, and I subscribe to it. Like I always say, promote what's great, not what you hate. And as cheesy as that sounds, it'll keep you waking up in the morning sane. And it was great to have Brody on. He's an amazing friend of mine, and I'm one of those guys that if I didn't do comedy, I would not know. So the reward of comedy to me is these friends, these fantastic friends that I have from stand-up, and everybody that tunes into this podcast, and the travels and the people I meet. All that shit is the rewards and the positive side of doing stand-up. Brody did the podcast about 4 years ago. He was in a different state back then, a different state of mind, and I truly believe he is far from that era and is pushing forward and kicking some ass. I love this guy. He makes me laugh every time, and he makes a lot of the Comedy Store regulars, the biggest ones, laugh. And all the audience, I love to look at their faces like, wow, this is amazing. Some people are like, what's going on? And there's nothing better than that kind of outside the box comedy. And I've talked about it over and over, guys that do it. Johnny Pemberton, Rory Scovel, Brody Stevens. These guys I love to watch, because if you do stand up like myself, it's interesting to watch somebody that does it in a completely different way. And that way being, I always think, how did they start that? Did they do that? Did they do that in open mics? Because I know how brutal open mics are. But it's definitely a level of confidence, and it's a original identity that I enjoy watching. And I love Brody, and I'm glad he came over yesterday. We talked for a long time, and it feels good when you can talk to a friend and get things out. I hope you guys enjoy this episode. If you've never heard Brody before, if you've never seen Brody, he had a show on a few years ago called Enjoy It on Comedy Central. It was absolutely funny. He's done over 3,000 audience warm-ups. He does audience warm-ups that just made me laugh my head off when I watched them. He also worked for Chelsea lately doing audience warm-ups, and Delia's show, the last show, TV show that he had, Undateable. And he's traveled the world. He was with the Cubs during the World Series and spread some good juju on those guys. And he's just a fantastic human. So sit back and enjoy it. I love you guys. Keep the candles lit. Here he is, Brody Stevens. All right, here we are, another episode of Let There Be Talk. My good friend returns to the Let There Be Talk podcast couch. Good man, Brody Stevens. It's been, I looked it up, Brody. I think it's been 4 years. That long? You want to see something funny? Look. This is funny. Look at this. I got a photo of us.
Oh, man. I see what I look like.
Because I want to... Look, you look great. I look terrible.
Oh, look at you, dude. Yeah, that's a totally, different guy.
That's years ago. 4 years ago, exactly, almost. Isn't that crazy? You still look the same. Great.
I look pretty good. I do look a little younger there. I look a little, I don't know about happier, but...
It's fucking 4 years ago. Can you believe it?
And I'm wearing that red jacket. I don't even remember that red jacket. 4 years. You know what? Time flies, but in the scheme of things, 4 years is nothing.
Yeah, it really.
That sounds like I said time flies, but 4 years means nothing. Means the same thing, but 4 years really is nothing if you live to hopefully 80.
Yeah, right.
That's the way I look at it.
I think back about 4 years ago. I think it was when you kind of had that meltdown with the meds and everything, right?
I remember last time you went right into it.
No, I just brought it up because, man, I think you've come so far.
I can always go back.
Yeah.
But here's the deal. I made a mistake. It wasn't like, ooh, things got to me. It was, I made an error in judgment, meaning that, it's common for people to adjust their meds for various reasons.
Yeah.
And I was never on them because I had any kind of issue to begin with. I've never had any issue. The only reason I ever got into looking into maybe taking something was just to kind of quiet my mind and stop being hard on myself.
Yeah.
You know, a lot of it,
Focus.
a little bit of focus,
Yeah.
a little more focus, I think.
Yeah, were you a big ADD guy? Because I am, like my brain just goes all over the place,
I think it's more like a Jewish Gemini guy. I don't know. Like it's just an active mind. I hate to say like, oh, I'm Jewish, but there is common craziness that goes on in that kind of mind, I feel. And no, I was playing baseball. I felt like when I moved up to Seattle, I first began comedy. It was like my mind is working,
right?
But I was doing comedy and it didn't feel good. Meaning like I didn't have that buffer. I'd go up there and I'd get laughs, but I get laughs based off like, oh, you guys not, you don't like
confrontation. Yeah.
That kind of thing.
Were you doing that at the beginning? That kind of, look at me, arms crossed, negative. Were that out of the gate? That kind of cool thing?
No, that developed, from warm up, definitely, from doing cable access in Seattle, just kind of, people liked when I got mad. See, I first would get frustrated, them not laughing at me. It hurt me. It didn't feel good.
Right.
And on top of that, I just felt I was on my own. I was out of baseball. I had to create structure. I had to start my life, and it was something that I never really thought I'd do. I was going to try and play baseball as far as I can go, get my degree, maybe be in sales. I don't know.
Right.
But
You're just doing it to explore it, right?
Just like anybody.
Right.
But it didn't feel good because some people say, oh, you always wanted to be a comedian. It's kind of like I got into comedy because I took a serious acting class in Arizona State. I'll try and do that. But I was getting laughs. And then I would try and do something else serious. They're laughing at me. So I go, why fight it?
Yeah.
And I wanted to get into radio or sports, but one guy said, hey, bro, you should do stand-up. And I never did stand-up at Arizona State. I was right across the street from the Tempe Improv, but I was so focused on baseball and graduated.
You pitched, right?
I did pitch. I pitched like 25 innings in 5 years, but I hurt my arm. I hurt my elbow right when I was going to get a chance to pitch with a little bit of a safety net.
Wow.
Because every time I was pitching, I felt like I was competing for a job. I was competing for the next time.
Right.
So
kind of like comedy. When you start out, it feels like you got to always rock it or you're not going to get asked back. That fucking feeling,
Yeah.
I'm not talking about like open mics, but once you start working in rooms, my real fear was, I better not bomb because they'll be like, this guy bombs, don't have him back,
Yeah, well, for me, it was just, I didn't think about bombing. I always thought about, I'm just going to push and push. I think sports taught me, baseball was hard. I had to really work hard just to be on the team.
Yeah.
Whereas comedy, I can kind of just get up there and talk and get laughs.
Yeah.
Well,
you're great. You got like a great persona, It's an interesting, I love to watch guys like you or Rory Scovel or Johnny Pemberton, guys like that, that I watch that are outside the box. You know what I mean? They're not classic writers. They're writing in their mind or on stage or maybe behind the curtain, I don't know. But when they come on, it's a total different format, which I love. It's a freedom.
Yeah, I backed into it. I tried to get up there when I began in Seattle telling jokes. I think even when I took my comedy workshop at UCLA, I go, okay, I'm a comedian, tell my jokes, maybe act it out. And nobody would really laugh. And I go, come on, this is funny. And then they would laugh.
Yeah.
And I go, okay, well, maybe I'm onto something. And then, so when I left LA after one open mic, and I went to Seattle.
Where was that open mic?
Chatsworth. And my car got rear-ended. The guy, he was drunk. I saw him. I was on stage. I could see out the door.
Yeah.
And the guy backed into my car.
While you were on stage?
Yeah.
Talk about a fucking sign, maybe not to do it right.
He broke my brake light. Wow. And he was drunk. I knew he was drunk, but they paid me out of the pocket. But that was in Chatsworth.
Did you run off stage after him?
No, I think he admitted to it. I mean, I now look, this was 1994.
94.
So maybe 93. Oh, sorry, 1993.
How many years you got going here now?
Well, I say my official start point is February '94, and I knew because I took a workshop here in at UCLA. I needed structure, and I wanted to see if I liked comedy. So every week I'd be driving to UCLA from the Valley. I was excited. Oh, I'm gonna do my 2 minutes in front of my classmates. And Pauly Shore's sister was the teacher.
Oh yeah.
And I knew at the end we would have our final show at the Comedy Store.
Right.
So I would do the class, and from that, after the class, I'd always talk to Sandy Shore after just talk about more comedy. And then I'd always drive by the Comedy Store and look at it and go, well, maybe one day I'll perform there. But I never went in. Maybe once I did.
Who were you into back then? Do you remember? Were you watching any comedians like Carlin or anybody?
No, I was never really like a big stand-up fan guy. I like baseball. I liked everything baseball. When I got into college, I liked Beavis and Butthead. I liked
great shit, right?
Wrestling was funny.
Yeah.
Of course, Howard Stern, but I also felt like I didn't want to listen too much to that because I felt like, maybe that would rub off on me.
Right.
Everybody liked Dice in 1988. When it's
Dice and Kinnison.
Dice and Kinnison, exactly. And I would listen to Jackie Mason cassettes.
Yeah.
He was funny.
Yep.
Pauly Shore. Adam Sandler. I guess I did. Adam Sandler.
What about Jonathan Winters? Were you into him at all? Because he's kind of outside the box big time,
No, I knew he was different. I remember him from being on Mork and Mindy.
Yeah, right.
Guest on that.
I forgot about that. He was the baby.
But I knew that Jonathan Winters, his big thing was he went into a psych ward. He voluntarily went in there.
Exactly.
So I kind of. It's like we talk about what happened to me, and it's kind of like what's happened to Kanye West a little bit.
Yeah, right.
It's
the pressures of a lot of stuff can fucking grab you out of nowhere, and you don't even realize it. Because we don't sleep a lot, we work 7 nights a week, and we're constantly stressing, hoping that we get work. And it's a very, very weird world. You're eating bad or whatever, and all of a sudden it can just grab you, boom, and you're like, holy shit.
Well, that's why you have to stay positive.
Yep. That's what I
believe in yourself. I don't even mention doing bad. I don't even put that thought. I just push forward.
Yeah.
In fact, when I'm on stage, at the Comedy Store, and there's somebody in the crowd I respect, or maybe a celebrity, or a friend of mine, maybe a baseball guy, I can turn it up a notch.
Yeah.
I know I can go for it. When my back's against the wall, I could be Brody. I could be professional. I can do that. And that's just from doing it for years and years. But I also feel, we're talking about hey, I started in 94. I got into warm-up in 2000, 6 years into it.
Yeah.
Learning from scratch.
What was the first show you warmed up? Let's tell people these sitcoms and in Hollywood have an audience warm-up because there's a live audience in there, and they're just fucking, sometimes they're, tourists and stuff, and the original excitement wears off after about an hour, and they're going to be in there 4 or 5 hours, and they need a guy that gets it going.
Well, they have those 4 to 5 hour deals. I've done a few of those. My strength, and I got it from anything that has a live audience with a TV taping. No matter what it is, they usually bring in a guy to keep them warm.
I watched it. It was awesome to see. You did
a couple shows. Yeah. So I was. I did 3 years in Seattle, found my voice. I learned all about how the comedy club at the Comedy Underground, we had Joey Diaz, Josh Wolf, Craig Gass, Mitch Hedberg, back in Seattle, right after the boom. But you saw the fundamentals of a 3-person comedy club show in Seattle. So you learned from a lot of the guys there.
You seeing a lot of Mitch back then?
He was only there for like 5 months maybe.
Right.
But I remember he used to hang out with Chaz Ablin, who's kind of a character guy. I remember Mitch hung out with some interesting guys.
Yeah.
but I knew he liked me. He said something. I only met him like once there, but I knew he was there and he was, doing road gigs and all that. And Seattle was just a great place. So many San Francisco comedians would come up, and a lot of the Seattle comedians, they all worked the cruise ships. They did corporate gigs. It was just a great place to start and have real audiences. And I did cable access because King County in Seattle had the second largest per capita viewing audience.
Wow.
So when I started doing this cable access,
I saw some of that on YouTube. It's awesome.
Well, Tana and I did it with James Inman, who's a comedian in Kansas City, but Tana and I, we kind of really found our own, just having fun. He was Samoan, I was Jewish, and we were kind of just bringing some energy, young guys or new to Seattle, but also just new to comedy.
Yeah.
And having fun and taking live calls, yelling at the camera, but we were having fun.
Yeah.
And people liked it. I walk on the street, I get recognized in Seattle. Jews and Samoans rule the world. Yes. So that's what a lot of it is, listening. You with comedy or, anything, you do what you like, you feel your instincts. And if you're getting laughs on it, even better. Then hey, I'm doing that right thing. So I learned by doing that TV thing, I can be funny on live TV and just having fun.
Yeah.
So I saw that, but I also felt like it was taken away from my stand-up.
Yeah.
It was like, okay, I'm doing this TV thing and I'm being a character, but I also felt it took away from my stand-up.
Yeah.
And I started in Seattle. It's like you're only known where you start. Like I made it up to guest spots.
Yeah.
You made it that far.
Yep.
And then I remember Joey Diaz told me, he says, Brody, you got to go to New York. Go to, I've told these stories before, but go to New York. They'll just talk. Go there. And I went to New York, and my friend was working with the Yankees at the time. I got a job working with the Yankees, so I knew I'd have a friend out there, go get to see Yankee games.
Where are you living at in New York?
Well, when I first got there, I stayed in like a weekly apartment up on like 116th and Broadway up near Columbia. And
how much was it? Do you remember?
Oh, it was like $400 a week. I forget. It was like $400 a week, maybe. This is back in 97.
Right.
And Bushman Lahai was in the he was in the hotel with me. It was a Malibu Inn, West Malibu Inn,
on
107th and like Broadway.
Wow.
And I stayed there for a couple months, and it was like weirdos in there, but not that bad.
Yeah. Did you save up some money? Were you working jobs? How'd you get out to New York?
I said, in Seattle, I worked at Red Robin.
Yeah.
I sold T-shirts for the Seattle Supersonics, so I worked at the Supersonic team shop.
Just pocket a little money, like when you're not looking.
You know that story? No.
I have.
Well,
I'm 3 for them, 1 for Brody. Right? A built-in tip. You gotta
Dean, you know what I'm saying.
I know, yeah. I've been there.
But I'm there, I'm selling my T-shirts, and I remember like Duff McKagan from Guns N' Roses, he was there, and Jeff Ahmed, like we'd get along.
Really?
Yeah, they went to Sonic games.
Yeah, that's cool, man.
And I'd work the tunnel, so I'd work before the game, from the team shop to the stadium. So I'd work in the tunnel.
Yeah.
And so selling the T-shirts, like Deadlift Shrimp T-shirt, Sean Kemp, half off. We got it. What do you need? So I learned like public speak out there.
Right.
And then I would do halftime. Then I would do the end of the game. So it was fun. And then I lived in the neighborhood. I would just walk home. And I also learned about coffee. I'd go to the Uptown Espresso. So I went to Seattle to get completely away from Arizona and be in a creative environment. And I wanted to be around rain. I wanted to be around snow-capped mountains and fresh air, because just growing up in the San Fernando Valley, being around baseball, maybe my old friends, I needed something new.
Yeah, a challenge. I believe that, man. Like, I've been going to New York every month, and of course, I know the comedians when I'm at the club, but other than that, I'm walking those streets, man, solo, and it's at 50 years old, and I'm really I'm really like, this is fucking cool. You just feel like, I feel like I'm starting all over, but I'm not, you know, but I'm just in a different city walking around. I don't know people. I don't know how to get places, you know. I'm like subway in it. It's good.
Exactly. Yeah. I mean, I love the energy of New York. When I went to New York, lived in that Malibu Inn, and then I had to find, I just jumped into the open mics.
Yeah.
So I knew that Surf Reality, Lower East Side, everybody gets 8 minutes. It wasn't like, oh, you hope to get put on the show and get to do 4 minutes in a comedy club. This is 8 minutes. It's artists, it's comedians, it's weirdos, it's everybody. It's open love. It was Face Boy show.
Right.
On Sunday nights, it was like, that was the show to do. And then Wednesday nights, it was Reverend Jen, the anti-slam, and that was positive energy. Most people got up on that. That was on Wednesdays. So there's a whole Lower East Side scene of alternative and comedians and artists and music.
That's cool. Anybody that we might know back then that was rolling in that too?
You know, a lot of the, you know, writers from Conan, like, you know, Dan Cronin, Josh Comers. Sulkin would do it sometimes, I think, but he was around the scene. Alex Sulkin from Family Guy, right? Sklar Brothers, Jeff Ross, myself, Leah McEnany's out here. Just a lot of guys passing through. But the key was for that show was people wanted to get on Luna Lounge. That was the show. So I felt like Surf Reality was a feeder room to Luna Lounge on Monday nights, and that's where they had, you know, Dave Chappelle, UCB, Mark Maron, Janine Garofalo, Todd Barry. That was like the spot to be.
Wow.
So once I got there after 3 years, my goal was to like come back to LA in 2000 when I'm 30. And then once I started doing Luna Lounge a few times, I got to host it. Yeah. I got to do it. And I'm up there with Dave Chappelle, Todd Barry, Janine Garofalo, Maron, and I'm holding my own.
Yeah, and you're doing the style of comedy you do now where you're doing like negative energy.
A little bit. I mean, I remember like I definitely remember my breakthrough sets. I remember, you know, you're talking about walking around New York. I would, you know, on Sunday nights, for example, I would work. I was a waiter in New York. I worked at Cafe Un Deux Trois. I was also a tour guide at Radio City Music Hall. Cool. So I wanted to see if I could be funny on the East Coast, if I could make these.
That's exactly what I'm doing right now.
Yeah, it's a different crowd, and they're maybe a little more honest. They're a little tougher.
Well-read. You know, they might read. They also have real jobs. You know what I mean? It's just
weather. It's another way of life. It's just different.
Yeah, they have some of their own voice. They really believe in different politics and religions and different cultures and everything. It's a lot like San Francisco, you know.
Yeah, and you get the European tourists. Yeah. Whereas California, we get seem like Australia and Canada or whatever, but. Yeah, I did. I did that, and then I barked at the Comedy Cellar. For about a year and a half, I barked out there because I thought it would lead to stage time. Because the guy who was doing it before was an open micer with me, and there's some good open mics. Yeah. I said, "Hey, Brody, Manny, the owner of the club, he likes me. He's offering me spots. I'm not even ready to do it, but I'm barking." He says, "I think you should do it." So I went down there and started barking, and I thought it was.
Did you ask?
Like, I didn't have the confidence. That's the thing. I didn't have the confidence to ask Esty to let me, you know, try and do it or get in there.
Yeah.
But all the while, I was doing Surf Reality. I was running my own room on Monday nights where I'd get 18 comedians up. So I was hosting. I was passed at Stand Up New York, and I was there with Josh, who was the Josh and Josh show here at Bar Lubitsch, and John Viner, who, you know, a lot of these guys I started with, and they started moving out to LA. That was another thing. Like, I kept in touch with them. So when I was done with New York and ready to come back to LA, I already had friends working at these TV shows.
That's correct.
So when I came out here, right away I got Kilborn. Right away I got Premium Blend on Comedy Central because people who booked the Luna Lounge booked Comedy Central Premium Blend. So I got 2 spots on TV right away.
Wow.
And it got me passed at the Improv, Laugh Factory, and Comedy Store pretty quick.
Wow.
Bobby Lee recommended me, I remember. But this is, you know, I was still doing open mics out here. It didn't like happen right away, but it happened fairly quick.
Did you do that open mic at the 101 Cafe ever?
I did the book show. Adam Grotman would book it. I think it was like on Thursday nights, and that's one of the first shows. I wanted to go there because he did a good job of bringing in like Patton Oswalt, Zach, Sklar Brothers, maybe Jeff Ross back then. Like, he brought in some good names.
Killer. Bobby Lee.
Well, yeah, Bobby Lee lived in the same building as Adam Grotman.
Right.
So Adam Grotman always told me about Bobby Lee. So Grotman, who I just saw at the Improv, he's a character. He writes for the LA Weekly now, and he ran that show at the 101.
Wow.
So it would be in the back there.
Yeah.
And it was a fun little room, and I remember it was a good opportunity for me to interact with, like Maria Bamford and Zach. And so Adam Grotman did a good job with that, and he kind of recommended me to Bobby Lee, and then Bobby Lee helped me get in at the Comedy Store. And I already had, and I grew, like I said, I was taking that, it all kind of came full circle because I took the workshop at UCLA, and our graduation was at the Comedy Store.
Yeah.
And then growing up in LA, my mom's boyfriend lived over there on Holloway, off La Cienega there. And from the balcony, I could always see the lights of the Comedy Store. So I was never like, oh, I want to be a comedian and Eddie Murphy or whoever it was.
Right.
But I knew the energy of the Sunset Strip. I could feel it. So it was
electric back then, right?
Yeah, it was just electric.
It was just crazy. You go down the street, people are cruising. There's rock clubs everywhere.
Yeah.
There's all kinds of people in the street. It was even kind of seedy. There was like hookers and drug dealers. You could actually get drugs on the street back then.
Yeah.
That was weird.
I mean, the 80s in LA, it was the place to be.
Oh, yeah.
It was, you had the Lakers, the Dodgers, the rock and roll, the Sunset Strip, Venice Beach, Valley Girls. I mean, everything was rocking in this town. And those were good times. And I remember, growing up in the Valley, going to the beach in the summertime and the hot weather and then the haze and the smog back then.
Oh, yeah, remember that?
Back then it was smoggy.
Oh, my God, it was just, they would have the smog alerts.
Yeah.
Where you have to stay in, like your fucking eyes were.
Remember, I went to San Dimas to Raging Waters, and you go out there like lungs are hurting way out in San Gabriel.
Yeah, right.
But that was, my first, that Comedy Store pulled me in.
Yeah.
It was just from a kid in the 80s. So I always had that. And that's one reason why I'm kind of loyal to it, but nothing against the other clubs or anything of that. But,
well, it's definitely more a spot that feels good towards people like us that are rock and roll and lunatics.
There's a cool factor to it.
There is, and it's just kind of loony, you know what I mean? Which makes us all fit in because there is that other kind of side of the shiny sheen comics that are like, I'm here for business, do my set, then hopefully someone recognizes me, I get on TV, never do comedy again. It's just a stepping stone. There's a lot of that type of person, Yeah. The store does not have that. It's just outlaws. You know what I mean? It's just great. It's just outlaws and crazies, and it's a big family. It feels great. If you're one of the types of people at the store, you recognize it right away. You go, wow, this is my place. It's like that bee on the fucking Blind Melon video.
Yeah.
The gate's open, and you're like, whoa, there's other people like me here.
Well, last night, for example.
Exactly.
Even the last 2 nights for me, doing the podcast, like I did Kill Tony and just mixing it up there, and then doing the roast battle, going up and having Jeff let me be a guest and comment and seeing all the fun. I was up there. I was like, wow. And it kind of, you talk about going to New York and feeling that again. It was kind of like that for me. Actually, last night I did a show out in Brea, the Improv, kind of out of my comfort zone. Tuesday night, the guy asked me to come out there for a few bucks, and I did it. I wasn't looking forward to it, actually. I had, kind of not dread, but it was like a road gig.
I know.
And
because you say yes like a month out. I get that all the time in the hall. Hey, could you do this? And you go, yeah, sure. Just email me or remind me. And then that day comes, and you're like, oh, fuck, the 60. I got to go up to 60, and I could just go to the store. And
there was a little, I was prepared to drive. I drive, I'm okay with that, actually, because I'll just leave after 7. But it's more of just, the road gig. It's like going on the road. You do. I do have a comfort zone in the TMZ, the 30-mile zone, or at the Comedy Store. So last night, I'm professional, and I mean, I'm going to do it. So I drove out there and I had a couple friends at the show, and I did Bray. I've only done it one other time, and the crowd was nice. They were a little older, a little conservative, and I had fun. You know, as long as I'm happy, I've learned. You know, you learn to have fun. The twinkle in my eye. That's what Kirk Fox always tells me. So I did the show. It was like, okay, good. It felt like it was a little bit of work, but it was good. And then I drive back to the Comedy Store, and, you know, see Louis C.K. there. I see you.
It's a metric. Whenever Louis shows up, or Chappelle, or Chris Rock, the place takes on an extra jolt of adrenaline. Everybody's fired up because it's all our favorite guys. You know, we love these kind of guys.
And you really did put it in perspective for me last night. Not that I was bummed about being bumped by Louis C.K. or anybody. It doesn't, you know, it doesn't happen all that much. But the way you said is like, hey, this is great. It's going to be on the Instagram. It's going to give us crowds when he's not here for the next couple months. So you like help me. Not that I was upset or bitter or anything. It's like, okay, yeah, that's actually good. We want that.
It really is, because it turns it into, you know, over and over, these guys could go to any club. They could go to the Factory, the Improv, or anywhere, but they go to the store, and constantly it creates a positive buzz on the place. And then when you or I go on a lot at 9 first. And I remember 2 years ago, there would be 4 fucking people. And I'd be like, fuck, I'm on at 9. But now 9 is sold out. And I'm like, this is great. I'm on at 9. Or I could be on at midnight, and it's still half the room because it was so sold out.
Yeah. I tend to do the midnight ones.
Right.
You know, it's like, first of all, New York, I know what you're talking about walking around. Yeah. That was a big deal for me. On those Sunday nights, I would take the L train from Brooklyn, and I never missed it. I was there. I didn't never blew them off. I did, you know, like how you're dedicated. I was dedicated like that. I did it every Sunday. Get on the train, 7 o'clock. I knew I'd be at Avenue A or First Avenue at 7:15. Then I'd get off the train. I'd walk down Avenue A, because it still had that edge back in 97, but it was cool. I put my headphones on. I just like visualize like I'm a rocker. I'm like feeling it. And I walk down Avenue A, see all these cool people. And then I'd go to Surf Reality, and I would, you know, you draw the bucket, you get on early or get on late. You just walk around New York. You know, you felt the energy. Now, this is before cell phones and before.
Oh, yeah. Your eyes are taking it all in. Its eyeballs are your Instagram to the brain.
Yeah, exactly.
You know what I mean? It's just taking snapshots over and over. Your eyes are going, whoa, weird prostitute. Check out the junkies. Uh-oh, a fight going on, you know? And that's all delivering messages for later on bits.
I mean, for me, it was just kind of the architecture, the subways, the personalities, the people.
Absolutely.
You know, I would hang out at Carmine's Pizza right there on Graham Avenue. He's a local Brooklyn guy. I'd go, hey, Brody, what up? You know, give me a hard time. And that's how they were. And that's how they were honest. And I learned that. I learned about the honesty, and I just learned about living in New York. It's a hard life, taking the subway, and then the summer weather. And I got out of it what I wanted to get out of it. But I remember a breakthrough that I had was going to Surf Reality and just talking. I remember it was just like ranting about walking down First Avenue, something about ice cream. I got an ice cream cone. It was no good. I couldn't get a refund. It just upset me. And I remember like people laughed. And then my friend said to me, he says, you should just keep doing that. Just like talk. And you know, people told me to talk before, but that was talking with a little bit of fire.
Yeah. And that is really the essential of your style, which I love to watch. It's great. And I also enjoy going on after you because it's very hard because it's a different style of comedy, and you got to reset the room, and you gotta go. Okay, that's Brody's thing, but now here I am, and I love the practice of that, of going on after you or an Ingram, where people think it's very hard, but I think that's the challenge of it. Each guy has a thing, and if you can do it right after the other guy's thing, then you know it's rock solid.
You know, every time I go off at the comic, get off the stage, you know, when I do the original room, I'll stay on the stage. I will, respect the show. When I'm the last guy or in the main room, I'm the last guy. Yeah, I'll play drums. I'll walk in the crowd. I'll really throw it off. Yeah. But I would never do that, if somebody was after me. But I am different. I am loud, and I maybe do the thing the way I do. Try my best. And I do know, like, every time at the Comedy Store, when I'm doing like an 11:45 spot or whatever, and you or Steve Simone or Owen Smith or whoever I'm around at that time, they'll always like do a little comment like, that was Brody. Brody's like out of yelling, and I'll be in the room and something I go, yes, you got it. I'm still here. Like Tony will say stuff. So it is kind of, you could take it like, I know they're doing it to kind of reset the room. Right. But there is a fine line because some guys could be, if you don't know me, they'll be like, if I don't have a relationship with the guy and they do it, it is a little bit irritating. Yeah. This guy's yelling. What's wrong with this guy? I'm getting laughs, by the way. So, I always like to recognize it and have a banter with you in the room because that kind of makes it funny between the two of us. And then as you walk out, you got to walk out and let the guy do his thing,
Exactly.
But it is no, you're right. That transition's a weird thing, and I get stressed with intros. It's not an easy thing, and you do want to set up the guy to do, or girl to do well after you. And intros make they make a
big difference. You can tell if somebody gives you an icy intro, like, this next guy does clubs and colleges. Right away, it's like the most shitty intro is clubs and colleges. Next guy does clubs and colleges all over America. First of all, I've never even been to a college. And second of all, come on. We've been in here for years, just fucking.
But that's how those road, maybe these a weekend special road gig or whatever you just deal with. But you can tell it's like
nobody does that at the store. Everybody does the kick-ass intros because they all know. It's like this is a rough ride in here. And bring it up as good as you can.
And you know what I feel good about the store? It feels like guys like me and you and these late night guys, and we kept it going. We kept it. I feel like, Don Barris with the craziness and me hanging out and, Jesus and you doing your spots and, even Tony Henchliff back in the day doing late night spots. We kind of bridged that gap and made it, I feel like, kept the life going. And then, you have Adam come in, the new booker, and he's mixing it up. And so I take pride in knowing that the Comedy Store is what it is because I'm not a Johnny come lately. I've been a guy who's kind of like just grinded it out. And to be honest, it does feel good when guys give me intros and they're like, call me a legend. It's like, whoa, I mean, I'm not asking for that. Yeah. And I don't look at myself as a legend, but I guess if you're performing somewhere long enough, they'll do that. So it's just,
I feel good about that too, I started comedy at 44, so that's a weird thing.
Yep.
So I'm part of the weirdos, you know what I mean? If you just throw it in there, it's like, this guy's 44, what's he doing here? Like, a lot of guys are in their 40s, but they don't start at 44, And then it's like that original thing of late when we were all working was just crazy, right?
Yeah, it's just... I mean, for me, I just like going to the Comedy Store. It feels like a club. It's like the Friars Club. It's like a private. It's not even private. It's open to everybody.
It's a treehouse of insanity. I love it, man.
Yeah, and they do a good job with the shows, and it's good natured. There's not really negative energy. I know the Comedy Store had a reputation back in the day, negative energy, and I was a little intimidated by people when I first got there, but I kind of rose above it. And then, the guys kind of would go after each other.
Hazing.
Yeah, but I think that roast battle, and maybe even Kill Tony, kind of satisfies that need for these guys to be. You want to be negative? Go to the roast battle, make it funny.
Yeah.
Like, there's a way to do it, whereas before it used to be maybe guys picking on each other in the hallway or doing stupid stuff. I feel like now, just comedy in general, there's so many outlets, whether it be a podcast or a Periscope or, creating that roast battle show.
Absolutely, man. Absolutely. That gets the stress out. And I also think the longer you work with a bunch of guys, there is that kind of competition and kind of, edge. But slowly but surely, if you're working your ass off, each person kind of gets something in their own time. And then it seems to be like, okay, we all start to fit in, and it's like, all right, at first people are like, well, he got this, and scorekeepers. But after a while, you're like, okay, I got something now. And then, he got something. And then it just all feels like, we all are fucking winning here in the store. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's always about putting out positive energy. I know it sounds kind of cornball.
I say the same thing, dude.
But just like when I did warm up, I was never negative towards these guys. Like, I should be on the show. I'm funnier than him. Why is he that? I said, I'm gonna make you shine. I'm gonna get these guys. Because that's just how I was driven, and I still am kind of like, I see somebody who might be a jerk, but I try to focus on the nice part of them. I try to.
Yeah.
And I also
say promote what's great, not what you hate.
Yeah, there you go. Promote what's great, not what you hate. And I learned that from baseball, from focusing on positive, making it fun, not complaining. They used to say freshmen are to be seen, not heard. And I got over, being, like this baseball being, they coach you with fear, fear of running. And I just turned it into positive, and we learned all that visualization about focusing on psychology of coaching. And me playing baseball, just going there and being not hazed, but being picked on. Yeah. You're a new guy, Jewish guy in Arizona, gangly, get picked on.
Yep.
But I knew it wasn't me. That's how it was, because I got picked on in high school also. Yeah. I heard all this stuff. So
that's how it was when I showed up at the store. And then you realize as you're reading the Dying Up Here book, and you start getting the back history of all the people that hosted the potluck, like Danish and O'Neill, and all that stuff. When you find out, it's not personal. It's just fucking the next people that got roasted on and hazed are ready to haze.
It's just human nature. Yeah. If you play on a team, that's where sports, I think, come into play. You understand the human nature behind it. Just take your punches. If you believe in yourself, they'll come around. Part of that comes with,
confidence.
With confidence, maturity. I went to Seattle.
And longevity, sticking around. They're not going to give it up to people that just come for a couple weeks and they go, I knew that guy who didn't want to fucking be serious. Look, we roasted him a few times. He got the fuck out of here,
Yeah, and also they're making fun of you. That means they like you.
Yeah.
They use something about you that they like.
Doing impressions of you or whatever, or saying shit, in the back of the room during the open mics. Yeah.
You got that out of them. And the baseball stuff for me was like, they picked on me, but I also felt like it wasn't malicious. And then it just prepared me. Okay, Seattle, I went in with a baseball attitude. I'm just going to work and grind it out. And then when I went to New York, that's when the comedians were kind of tough on me. I went there and I was like, who's this guy? And I already had some, not success, but I had a little small name in Seattle. And then I go to New York and it's like, I'm a bad guy. You guys are blowing me off. And go, no, I'm a good guy. Played baseball at Arizona State. Well liked in Seattle. It's not me. It's you. I didn't get mad. I just kind of stuck to my guns.
Yep.
And then they came around. So that I owe to baseball. That I owe to just maybe being sucking it up. Maybe I should have said F you.
Also from sports, you know, you get a work ethic. You can't just go fucking run a 100-yard dash. You gotta have some work ethic. You gotta exercise.
It's reps. You know, they say it's like 10,000 hours. It's reps. It's reps. It's reps. It's how dedicated do you want it? But I'll also say this: it's like, hey, I don't own a home. I'm not like in a serious. I don't have a wife and a kid. I've been like quote unquote busted through. I don't know, but I could tell people how I got to this point. I could say, hey, how I got to the point where I'm comfortable at the Comedy Store, how I got to the point where I'm getting asked to do shows in Brea. I can explain how I got, and that feels good. But you know, it is about surviving, and you don't know. Show business is difficult. You can get pulled into that. You can start thinking that, and you don't want, you know, and but that's a reality of life, and that's a reality of where we're at. But thank God there's podcasting, and you put out positive energy, and you just like to think that good things will come back. But the world is so backwards right now. You can't say that. There's no guarantee. Not that there ever was guarantees, but I feel like right now, even like thinking good stuff, not necessarily. You know, you really have to do the work, and that's not even a guarantee. It could be a downer.
I think the key right there is you really have to do the work, and you have to realize, oh, I'm doing the work. That's the best part about it. You know what I mean? It's like I'm working.
Yeah, I like working. That's the thing. It's like when you're doing warm-up like I was doing, I was working. I had a job. I had structure. I had fun. But it did take me away
from the stand-up,
from making that leap and going out on the road. I've done so much warm-up. I'm wired for that. It's almost a groove of my brain. It's a good skill.
People get trapped in the warm-up like a cruise ship. I've seen some guys do warm-up, and all of a sudden fucking 20 years goes by, and you know, they get a couple kids, they get a mortgage, and they get a car payment, and then that warm-up they can't walk away from.
Yeah, and exactly. And I don't know if I'm ever gonna get that. I don't know if I'm wired for that, but that seems like, you know, sometimes you think, it wouldn't be a bad deal, but I also feel that I just got to follow my instincts. And for me to have doubts with myself right now, look, I haven't made an album. I haven't done a 1-hour special. I don't have my website up. I don't do my podcast consistently. So for me to go, oh, well, it's not happening, or God, I mean, I do procrastinate. Right. I do kind of live in a fantasy Peter Pan world. I am into those kind of like not spirits, but connections and numerology, because I've actually, that's the funny thing about Periscope and also on Twitter, you're able to actually document these weird moments and people go, oh, that is kind of interesting.
Yeah.
And to be honest, like hanging out with the Cubs and that experience, like being around baseball and being around positive energy and having that, you know, trying to spread positive energy, go, hey, look, I'm doing that. I'm getting laughs at the Comedy Store. I'm hanging out with a successful baseball team.
Met Eddie Vedder.
But it's also turning it into a job. I like doing it, but it's also, you know, that's why a lot of things I'll put up on Instagram is about getting work. I feel like I'm doing a show on Periscope. I'm doing a show on Twitter. I'm doing a show on Instagram. Somebody sees that. It's like, okay, Brody, we have a network here. Let's do a half-hour show, or every once a week, or 10 minutes every day.
Yeah, like CISO, you know,
something like
there's
that.
All these new platforms that keep coming, and eventually they all need content.
Exactly.
And you can't just have over and over and over. You know, they try to just make the same shows over and over, and after a while you got to go like, well, what about if we did a show where it's Brody's Periscope? This would be fucking a show, you know?
Yeah, exactly. And I'm saying, like, give me that platform, give me my space. It's like, that's why I'm good on Periscope.
Yeah.
It's because I'm left alone. You know, is that how life works? I don't know. You know, you got to work with people. But For example, the Periscope, I'm on my own. I talk into it. I do whatever I do with it. I've got good traction. I've gotten jobs out of it.
That's great. What kind of jobs?
Well, I did last year. I did the 2015 baseball All-Star game. They sent me to Cincinnati Comedy Central, so I covered the parade and I did the home run hitting contest. But that was like 2 years ago. I mean, Periscope's really exploded since then.
Yeah.
Then I did the Undateable Christmas.
Oh, yeah, that was great.
Undateable show. I did the pre-show Periscope and during the show Periscope.
That's great.
So I did that. And that's what I'm kind of doing right now when I'm doing the Periscope. I'm kind of like creating a show. Like, here's the show.
Yeah, it really is like an organic, a real reality show. Not a fucking scripted bullshit Kardashian stuff. It's a real Brody Stevens life. And at any minute, people have the inside to your brain and your thoughts and what you're seeing at that minute, and you're creating. Also, they get an insight of how you create.
Yeah, I create by just. Sometimes it's walking, sometimes it's venting, sometimes it's being with somebody, sometimes it's going somewhere. So, like I said, yeah, the Periscope for me, I treat it like a podcast. Like a podcast is a podcast, stand-up is stand-up, Periscope's a Periscope, but they all help each other. You know, like Rogan says podcasting is like cross-training. I also feel like I'm Periscoping is that. Yeah. And I get good feedback. Like I'll exercise on it and I'll do my drumming. I'll do an hour there. And then with the stand-up, because my stand-up always doing something different, I feel like I can give away a couple jokes.
Of course.
And I'm branding. They're seeing me. They see the process of what goes on before I go on stage. Then I go on stage and then I talk to them. So I'm getting that. But the key is, you know, not the key, but you want to be compensated. You want to somehow get it where you're making a few bucks, whether it be for a podcast or the Periscoping or giving, you know, some free comedy.
I hear you, man. I've got 300 and 74 episodes of this, and you know, I look at it as like, wow, if say I've got over 100,000 listeners or something, if each person just gave $1. A fucking dollar.
You look at it that way, right?
Yeah, $1. That would be $100,000, and I could create in this place a full-blown podcast, like entertainment studio. You know what I'm saying? But it's really wild because, and I don't do this for money. If I did, I would have been done after episode 10. But you know, I think people they forget how much work we put into this, and they'll easily pay $7 for a espresso at Starbucks every day. But $1, you know what I mean? And it would be great if you got, let's say you've got, you said over 2 million hearts or whatever.
19 million.
What? 19 million? Wow, really? Wow, that's well, you know. But anyway, let's just say you had $1 for a heart.
That's $19 million.
Right. Or whatever. What I'm just saying is, I think people got to understand that we're out here fucking grinding it, man, in a world where the rents are through the roof, the car insurance is crazy, the gas is fucking next level, the food, everything is just like, it costs $1 zillion to live here, and we're just fucking fighting to survive. And really what I would hope is just people come out to the shows. That's really why I do the podcast every day, to connect with the people when they come out to the shows. Like, I love your podcast. I wanted to come out and support you. You know what I mean?
Do you feel like the podcasting helps your stand-up just by talking and listening, and then also you're building up fans?
Absolutely.
I mean, I do my Periscope, or I'll do even my podcast, and people go, "Oh, Brody, you inspire me," or this, or maybe they saw my show.
I love that.
But I'm not trying to inspire.
Yeah.
I'm sharing my instincts, and hey, they're inspired by it, and then you go, okay, well, they're inspired. That's an angle where maybe I can monetize this. Not to like, I'm like rubbing my, I'm gonna make a lot of money off this.
Yeah, I never think that.
But I think it like can turn into motivational speaking. I kind of want to be, I like baseball, but maybe a motivational coach for baseball. I feel like because they have psychologists. And the thing is, I can still play baseball. I throw, I catch, I played, I understand it. And they have psychologists. They have mental skills coaches. So that would be something that would interest me because, show business is crazy. There's some exciting things about show business, but I also like the structure and the beauty and, spring training, Arizona, baseball. I like that world. But for me, that's another thing. I'm spread thin. It's like, okay, you do the baseball, but maybe stand-up suffers. And now you can't do the stand-up. Maybe your exercising suffers. Maybe that's. So it's kind of, you got to watch it also. You spread yourself too thin, and you feel like, oh, I'll do that one Instagram. This one's gonna be. And because it's all net gain. And sometimes I think that's like what Kanye West went with at the end. He was like Instagramming all these things. Yeah. Look, I did the same thing on Twitter. I was like tweeting. And I do think there is extra pressure just with the social media. I think the social media is just because when you were singing, that wasn't around really. No. When I started, it wasn't around, and then it came around. It's like, wow, I got to add 2 extra hours to my day that was never there before.
You're so right. You're so right.
I used to blog. I used to send out. I had an email list, so once or twice a week I would send out a Brody blog. I would do like
shit.
Yeah. I had all these people.
Wow.
And I would send out like what shows I'm doing this week and a little story of what happened and the little thing, and then send it out. That was before, blogs.
Yeah.
And then then my website happened. It wasn't a thing, but I had a website, and then I would blog in my website, and then Facebook and MySpace kind of came around. So I would do, I would do that. I was cool with that, but then when the social media exploded, it was like a lot of stuff, and then you get locked into it, and then it's Facebook, and then it's iTunes, and then it's podcasts, and then you're going to Tower Records or CDs and DVDs. It was like too much.
Yeah.
It was like I almost shut down, and meaning like I can't. It's too much stuff to digest, and then being a comedian, being so focused on that, I feel like I got to just do my comedy. I can't really relax. It's hard sometimes for me to relax and watch other comedians. It's like, especially now because you're pushing and I don't know. I think that's a lot of problems is the social media. It's like you only have 24 hours in the day.
I do too. I do enjoy doing, I think out of all of them, Instagram has been my favorite because I love sharing stuff in photos because, of course, I love photos. I've always loved rock and roll photos. I've loved historic photos. I love old classic cars and motorcycle photos, all kinds of stuff. Instagram is a home run with me. I love it. And I love doing stuff like record of the day and everything. And I do know, though, when I start to get, there's some weeks where I do 8 podcasts in a week to bank them up.
Right.
And because I'm going on the road or whatever. And then I'm doing Instagram and I'm tweeting and everything. And then I hit stage and it'll bite me like a motherfucker. Here comes the bad set because you were part-time in the stand-up for a minute. And it lets you know immediately when you're up there, it's like, uh-oh. And that's when I push all the other shit to the side. Immediately, I know it's a sign, and people are like, hey, you haven't done a record of the day in a while and stuff. It's like, yeah, man, because at the end of the day, all I want to do is the stand-up. Yeah. I do all the other stuff to put asses in the seats. Once you get people coming, then I could just podcast and do stand-up. You know what I mean?
But what about if you're I'm podcasting, I'm doing and not think about gaining new fans and gaining, and more not saying you don't do the podcast because you like doing the podcast.
I do love it.
And not saying you do record of the week because you don't like doing it. I'm saying do that for doing that, and the fans come. I feel like, I like to get fans, but I also feel like if I continue to be me, do me, they'll come. The fans will come. That's my approach, as opposed to like, I gotta have. I'm not saying you do it. Like, I need fans in the seat to make money. I mean, you do have to get fans.
It's never about the money to me, ever.
Well, we want to survive.
Right,
we want to pay our bills.
Right, yeah. It's never about the money. It's just about going to a strange town when people tweet at you over and over, when are you coming to Chicago?
Yeah.
When are you coming to Oklahoma? When are you coming to Seattle or whatever?
When I get enough fans.
Exactly. And let me tell you, when you have enough fans, the phone rings off the hook because the clubs definitely want to make that money. So to me, it's never about the money. It's about being able to go out on the road and work because I love doing this. So if there's nobody there, I can't do it. And that's the problem. It's never about, man, I can sell out and I'll start making money or whatever. This apartment I got right here is fun, and those records. I don't need anything. I don't need a fucking crazy car and a mansion on the hill. I just need people out there so I can fucking do the gig, do the thing I love.
Aren't there gigs that already have like kind of a built-in crowd, and then you go there and maybe a quarter of them are your crowd?
There are in LA.
And then you like start building that up.
There are in LA and New York, yeah, for sure. But I'm saying when you go to those mystery towns, like let's say Edmonton,
okay,
and you're going, maybe 50 people in Edmonton know me, and the rest is papered room, and now you're battling.
Right. I understand
that kind of stuff.
But that's also part of like building up your fans, too, right?
Absolutely. Well, that's what I always say. Picking them off one at a time, like 5 people that didn't know you liked you. But what I'm talking about is not being able to be booked again, where they go, well, you didn't draw anybody. You know what I mean?
But
that's my fear.
Well, it's kind of out of your control a little bit. It's like, you got to I just feel like, be funny, be positive, put the energy out, be the best you can be. And maybe being the best you can be is not going to be theaters. It might be something right there.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
how about belly room size? If I could do belly room size across America, man, the electricity of those shows are undeniable.
Right.
Or even OR with 189 sold out. Man, that is fucking... The OR, when it is sold out and rocking, there ain't nothing feels like that.
That's your feeling. Like when I do it, I don't feel that way.
Yeah.
I feel like I got to get through this, and I hope they like me, kind of thing.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, let's say I'm at a rock club and I got 100 hipster kids from Los Feliz or whatever. I can dig into them. Like I know I'm gonna make them like me.
Yeah.
Because they're hipster, they're rock and roll. Whereas like at the Comedy Store, you got families and tourists. I can't make them like me. There's more finesse involved.
Well, I'm not looking for them all to like me. I like the energy of the push and pull and the oohs and the ahs and the big laughs over here, but nothing over here. I love that weirdness.
Right.
I love that.
No, I like it. I mean, that's why I like doing the late night, the main room. Yeah. When it's broken down. It's broken. Like, give me a broken room and let me patch them together.
Yeah.
And then I'm relaxed, and then I can rattle off. I'm just more relaxed. And I think it's also, if I was forced, like Brody, every week for, you're going to get 3 spots, primetime spots, I can get used to it. Just like I'm used to doing warm-up in front of big crowds. At the Improv, actually, I feel pretty comfortable in there. For some reason, maybe it's because where I started at the Comedy Store, that room, psychologically in my head, where it makes it not always fun. It makes it more of like, I hope I do well.
Right.
So I do have that. Whereas the Improv, I feel like I can handle that. I got it. I get it.
Well, you don't put it up on a mantle. You know what I mean? Like the store, we look at it as like, It's the fucking, it's the top fucking.
It is.
It's the top notch, and you want to do.
And the audiences know that too. They know, like, hey, we're at the Comedy Store. You better
they
bring
see
it.
the fucking names coming in. You have David Letterman, Eddie Murphy, fucking Jim Carrey, Louis C.K.
So you got to bring it. I feel. You know, I don't worry about. I'm not a huge draw, so I don't worry about. Am I getting the numbers? I kind of like. That's out of my control. I can promote and do that.
Right.
But I do. You know, there's times at the Comedy Store you want to do well. You got Adam in the back, the booker. It's like I want to get laughs. You don't want to bomb. I don't think bombing, but I think about. I'm going to do well. I'm going to push through. And there's been times where they've given me some like prime. We got a couple prime main room spots. And one time I struggled. I didn't have fun, but they liked it. And the other time I like stayed in the pocket, nailed it. So I proved to myself I could do that. And I think part of it is just getting the spot. If you're lucky enough to get the spots, get good, grow, and
you got to grow. I think that's a big thing, because if you just sit there doing the same thing over the years and you're not growing, then what are you doing? You know what I mean?
You got to grow, and you got to get that album out. You know, I don't have an album.
Yeah.
You know, I don't have that special. So it's like, keep doing the same stuff. It's like, you get sick of it. I want to get it out. I want to be a comedian. I want to go for it. I want a podcast. You know, I'm in the same boat too. We talk about money and all that stuff. And,
because you walked away from the audience warm-up, right? I mean, well,
I was doing At Midnight. I did the first couple years there, and look, it paid pretty good. It paid pretty good every day. It went fairly quick. I got a lot of crowd work interaction, but it wasn't fun. I was rushed, and the crowds, the paid audience, which were a lot, they were becoming a little more belligerent, a little more not into it, eating. The paid audience, not.
Now, these audiences, let people know, some of these shows, they shoot them every day or whatever. They don't have enough people every day. So they hire people to come sit in the crowd.
Yeah, all shows, pretty much 95% of shows use seat fillers.
Right. And then after a while, these people don't give a fuck what's going on. They start just texting and sleeping and
eating. And I'm going, you're here for 40 minutes.
Yeah.
And you're eating. I mean, you go to shows every day. You know that. Why do you come in here with food? Nobody else does. You do. That's what I was kind of dealing with. And then I'd see healthy guys just slouching, not bringing energy, and I'd have to bring the energy. And it was like, I've done so many shows. I know what energy is. I know what a good crowd is. And there's no excuse really for not clapping. And because I can do it on my own. I could clap and fill the whole studio on my own.
It's amazing that the audience person doesn't come up and go, Brody, point out the piece of shits in here and let's fire them and fucking seat them with fresh people.
I could say, I would say that. I remember. Why don't you guys just leave? I'll do it with half the people.
Yeah.
We'll do it like that. And, you start running into some problems when you start taking chances to make the show better, like speaking up. Sometimes you got to play good cop, bad cop. And, you'd say something, then Chris or something.
They'd be like, just stick to your audience.
Well, they go, I think the crowd's okay. It's like, they're not okay. But he can't rip the crowd. I could.
Yeah.
So, to be honest, every show I did, I'm about the show. I was always about the show. My 3,000 shows, it was about the show.
Yeah.
And then sometimes you'll run into problems like that. I worked at, the last show, I got fired. They said that because an audience member complained. These guys you're telling me you're going to take the side of an audience member who's drugged up and said I was too aggressive? Get him out of here.
Yeah.
I care about the show. This guy doesn't. So they had a complaint by somebody. In fact, I'd worked like the first 4 shows, and I was doing well. They liked it. They even said, like, we like what you're doing. Everyone loves it. And I did it again, and then I got fired. And I got fired over something like crap, like over a paid audience member complaining. And then one guy said, I just don't think you didn't look me in the eye. It's like, I'm warming up the crowd. I've done 3,000 shows.
Yeah.
But I can also see that, maybe I'm growing out of it. I'm growing out of it, and I'm being a little too.
Yeah, maybe you want to be out of there. You know what I mean?
But I liked it. I liked being around the energy of it, and I liked having a couple bucks. But I also knew that, for example, when I was doing at midnight on Wednesdays, I got a gig on Fox Sports with David Spade and Jerry Ferrara, this fantasy football show.
That's cool.
So I would do that. It was like on Wednesday mornings or whatever it was. And I got paid like twice as much, no pressure, and treated well, and on TV.
Treated like an artist instead of just the. Sometimes I think the audience warm-up person is just looked at as like, who cares? Let's just get, that guy's just, wrangler,
Yeah, well, when you're an audience warm-up, you're like crew and talent. It's a little bit of both.
Absolutely.
But I'll tell you, it's like, not to knock at midnight, but I feel like when I worked at Chelsea and I worked at Best Damn Sports Show, I pushed these guys. And if you look at Best Damn Sports Show, a lot of people came out of there. They're still working. They're doing things. Michael Strahan's on Good Morning America. Jalen Rose is on ESPN. Stephen A. Smith is on ESPN. Mike Goldberg does UFC. Chris Rose is still doing stuff. We had Jeff Dunham on when he was down. We had, there's a bunch of guys. Kevin Millar, who's huge on them. So a lot of guys came through there, and I knew I took care of them. That's why they gave me energy. It felt good to know that Michael Irvin and Pete Rose and Abdul-Jabbar appreciated me being there, taking care of them. And I put that same energy when I went to Chelsea. So when I hear TJ Miller tell me and say good things about me in articles, like I watch Brody's videos, Brody made Chelsea show experience good. I knew that. I felt that. And I tried to do that same thing at midnight, and I was kind of not able to. It was like they weren't into it, or didn't matter. So I look at midnight, it's like, hey, it's popular on hashtags, but they're really, to me, I don't see anybody breaking out from that show. There's no stars breaking out. It's just kind of, let's do the show, get them in, get them out. But I felt like when I was at Chelsea, I could connect them more. And I felt like at midnight, it was leaving frustrated. And plus, it was a lot of paid audience that didn't help. So, but I grew out of it, and I was just yelling. And, it's a little daunting being on your own, because I grew up. To be a comedian, you have to be confident. You go, they're here to see me. I'm doing this. I'm going to sell out 6 shows in Ontario and feel great. I don't necessarily have that drive. I kind of like being in that's why I like Periscope. That's why I like podcasting. That's why I like maybe hosting or being a part of an ensemble somehow. But
I kind of think that Brody and Friends thing could be something good for you. You know what I mean? Because you necessarily don't like to go on the road, I think, because I don't see you on the road a lot. But imagine if you could go on the road with, let's say, me, Randolph, and a couple other guys, and we sold it as a package.
That's what I'm saying. Make it happen, Nate.
Just a fucking...
We'll go to Phoenix.
All over, yeah. Just a zoo. You know what I mean?
Well,
I think it's an interesting thing to go see, too. All right, we're going to go see this
free rockers.
This craziness, you know what I mean?
Yeah, high energy, fun, guys who get it. Some music, some interaction, some jokes, some familiarity from podcasts and Periscope. That's the thing. I can do that, but I also need somebody to help me take action. And that's where I have some of my problems. If you want to look at it that way, is that I grew up here in the Valley. I played baseball. I've done all the warm-ups. I've done the late-night crazy gigs. So I feel that I'm not a normal guy in a sense that if I have a show idea or maybe an idea for going on a tour or an idea about some kind of professional thing, I need help. So for somebody to go to me, well, you got to put it down on paper, and then we'll pitch it and see what they say, and then go here. it feels like it's too much for me.
Yeah, you can't do the standard pitching with Brody Stevens.
Right. I need somebody, maybe talking about my manager, talking
It's
about.
kind of like a good A&R guy back in the day with rock and roll bands. And rock and roll bands are absolute lunatics.
Right.
To have them come into a corporate meeting and sit there and they go, well, tell us what your plans are when you get into the studio. Are you going to write a hit? That doesn't happen. You got an A&R guy who he sees the lunacy of the band. He sees the drug use, the fucking insane rock shows, the fire between the singer and the guitar player, the fights or whatever. And then he goes back and he sells it to the suits. He goes, look, man, these guys are going to be fucking huge. And they keep the artist away from the money guys.
That's what I need.
Yeah, exactly.
And that's kind of what I do with the Periscope and I'm doing with my comedy is like, you see, and even with the Cubs, the baseball, the access that I get with the Cubs, that's a show.
Yeah, it is.
That's a show. Somebody would say, hey, Brody, Comedy Central Sports, Funny or Die Sports, maybe something.
Even ESPN.
Yeah,
it can't be the same thing all the time on ESPN.
Right, I don't really want to work for ESPN, but I would do more. I'm more loyal to Fox Sports, just because.
Whatever. I'm saying.
I know.
A sports network where you go like, I mean,
and let me freestyle.
Yeah.
And here's the other thing. I know every comedian. And I know a lot of actors.
They all do guests on it.
I know every comedian, the hot comedians, the big comedians, the Dean Del Rey,
the Chris
D'Elias, the Bobby Lees, the whoever, the Joe Rogans. And then I know enough athletes that I can have them on too. And I feel like I can get some kind of show where I have athletes talking about comedy and comedians talking about sports. And I know them both, so you're going to get that, and they'll probably end up turning on me, like make fun of Brody. But I want to make it, have it be like a cable access, late night thing. And so that's one idea I have. Another idea is like bullpens with Brody, where you send me off and I go to spring training, and I know enough baseball players. Like all I needed would be 10 to do 10 episodes of maybe me working out with the pitcher, showing how we do the mechanics and do that. But that's what I see in my head. It's just a matter of executing it and getting the help to do it. Because the show I did, the Enjoy It, the 2 seasons, I came up with that in my head.
That's a great show.
Thank you very much. I came up, it was very difficult for me to do, and that's a whole nother podcast, another chapter.
Totally.
And I kind of want to move away from that, to be honest with you.
Yeah. You're in a better headspace now than you were during that era.
I'm better headspace, but it was almost like a birthing, because when my issues of me, I lowered my Lexapro because I went to Ireland and I wanted to drink a little bit. Yeah. And I knew that I had a show. So it was like, okay, I got a show coming up. I'm going to London. I'm going to Dublin. Then I'm doing Montreal. I want to have fun. And I had, agents and people going, you got a party, you need to celebrate. So I'm going, okay, I'll do it. And I kind of knew that because I wasn't doing warm-up. I left Chelsea before that. And I go, okay, it's my big chance to go for it, and I'm going to have fun. And I went to Ireland. I had fun. I was there with like Tim and Eric and Reggie Watts and Tig and Nick Thune, and had good shows. I'd never been to Europe or Ireland before.
That's cool.
But I wanted to drink some beer. So I lowered I've read before, like, hey, if I want to drink one night, I won't take my Lexapro. I read that somewhere. Yeah. Okay, maybe a mistake. So, that's what I did. And then when
you can't drink on Lexapro?
You can exasperate alcohol, like, make you nauseous with 2 beers as opposed to drinking.
Can you smoke weed on it and stuff?
You can. I don't think it's recommended.
Are you still on that stuff?
Weed?
No.
Yeah. Lexapro. Well, I recently went back on. I kind of I did actually. I've kept my Lamictal. The thing what I did that I added, people don't realize you should have a mood stabilizer. You should have something. You're taking Lexapro or an antidepressant. You should have a mood stabilizer as like a backup, and that all that does is like keep you from going too high or too low.
Wow.
And maybe if you have some problem with your Lexapro. Maybe you make a mistake and go, hey,
it's like levelator on the podcast thing. It keeps everything level.
Yeah.
Wow.
And there's, for me, Lamictal is just it's epilepsy medication. That's all it is, but it's used for like bipolar maintenance. It's a mood stabilizer. I don't feel it, but I know a lot of people take it. They feel like it calms them down a little bit. So I wasn't taking
I think you're more focused now. Like when I talk to you in the hall, you know what I mean? It's like
lately?
Yeah, big time.
Lexapro.
Yeah, I noticed it.
3 days.
Oh, wow. Yeah, it started like 2 days ago when we were having that conversation in the hall.
Well, I also know that I need to like crank it up and tight. I mean, I went hard, I would say, the last 2 years with the Periscope. Because the Periscope for me started when I had these problems with the Oddball Tour. I did the Oddball Tour. I did the first 2 years. I did like 40 shows.
Let's talk about that. You're out hosting the Oddball Tour. And you felt like maybe they took a little advantage of it.
Yes.
And how does that come about, the feeling?
Well, first of all, I love doing it. They let me host the second stage. The first year I did that.
It was great.
Yeah, it was awesome. I did it. Big crowds, afternoons, and then the main show. And I think I hosted one the first year in Vegas. Jeff Ross hosted most of them. And then the second year, they asked me to come back. Second stage, gave me a few more bucks. And then they asked me to host, like after the first or second show, they said, bro, do you want to host the main stage? I said, yeah. So I hosted the main stage. And then I hosted it again. And then I was basically hosting it when Jeff wasn't there. So I hosted like half of them.
Right.
And I did pretty good. I would say I had, out of 10, 8 were good, 2 were bad. So, I mean, because it's a whole different animal, especially when you're doing an hour and a half outside, bringing it, and now you come inside to the big theater, it's like half full. Did they see you already? It's still daylight. So, but I was okay at it. But at the end of the tour, it's like I wasn't compensated for it. And I talked to my managers and agents. I go, am I going to get, because I said yes. Are you going to say, no, I'm not going to do it? Right. I'll do it. And I would bring up Louis C.K., Aziz, Gaffigan, Chris Hardwick, Chris D'Elia, Brent Morin, whoever was on the show, Sarah Silverman, brought them all out, did a good job, and then I would say, like, am I going to get paid to my agent and manager? I'm not going to put it on them. I don't want to, like, cause any problems. But it just didn't happen. It didn't happen, and it bothered me, just because I remember it was like I went to Scottsdale, Arizona, and I went with another comedian who got me the gig. It was a corporate gig, and he was basically saying, "Oh, I'm just doing this. It's no big deal. It's like nothing." And it was like a decent gig. It was like, "Wow, I would do it," and I was doing it, but I was like opening for him. So did the show, and it's like he was all right, did all right, and I did good. And I was thinking like, I should be. I remember I was there and I talked to somebody about what happened to me, like how the oddball thing was.
Right.
And she like got me fired up. They shouldn't be doing that. That's bull crap. You should be speaking up for something like that. And then on top of the guy going, oh, it's no big deal. I'm getting $1,000. And I'm going, God, I didn't get anything.
Yeah.
So it like set me off, and everyone's saying like, so and so is so great. This guy's great. And Brody, why are you so edgy? And I go, why am I edgy? This guy's great, but who's doing the warm up? Who's brought him out? Who's doing this? I was at every show. Nobody's talking about me. I'm at every show, and I didn't get paid one nickel. So I kind of like went off a little bit on Twitter. Maybe I shouldn't have done it, but because now I felt like I wasn't going to be in the next oddball season, at least at that point or ever. And I felt like, oh, that's 20,000 people a show that aren't going to see me, and times 10, that's 200,000. And I just felt like, you know what, I can do Periscope because that just started, and build up my own crowd. And that kind of like got my Periscope started.
Was there backlash from the oddball thing?
Well,
because that's a big thing, right? That's Live Nation.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So I think one of my agents said, yeah, they didn't like it. And then another guy said, that doesn't matter. But I was mad at myself for doing that. I mean, I got positive. Joe Rogan appreciated it, like that I stuck up for myself, and a couple other people, like it wasn't cool. But I'm not that guy. But when I did go on Twitter and say that, I was triggered. by, oh, everyone's great. This guy's great. You're great, Brody. Why are you so like that? And I go, you know why? Because of that. So that got that going. And that didn't feel good. I was kind of mad at myself for doing that, but I also felt like, I guess I was right. I don't know. And I didn't get the third season of Oddball. And I didn't get the fourth season or whatever they did. I don't know how many they've done now. So I didn't get them. And I do think, like, I'll never do a Live Nation thing. I probably upset the guy who ran it, Jeff Wills. I didn't mean to. And so, yeah, I have some issues like that with yelling at people, maybe, or, like, snapping on Twitter. But, yeah. I mean, I did when I was on Twitter, when I was having my issues originally. I was, like, letting people know who were, like, not cool to me. Like, you were not cool to me, but now I'm working. So I just want to let you know that you weren't cool to me.
It's an interesting business, right? Because it's a business where people can do a lot of stuff to you, and you're not really allowed to talk about it, or you're looked at as a problem, this guy's going to be, he's going to be a problem.
They're sensitive.
They are.
That's why I don't talk to anybody from my show, really, because they got sensitive. You know, I'm passionate, and, you know, it's like, it's not personal, but they can't take it. You know, they're not like, when you play sports, you get yelled at. Yeah. You fucking suck. Yeah. What the hell are you thinking out there? God, you know?
Yeah.
You do that in comedy? Oh, he's a weirdo. You can't do that.
Yeah.
You know, and
you can't have any Coach Grudens in comedy.
No. All right, but it's about the show, and I had, to be honest with you, I had a couple, like, probably bad experiences through making my TV show because of those. You know, it's like when I went on Comedy Central, it's about being comedy. Yeah. And I felt like the comedy that I was doing, the people making the show with me, they weren't updated with it. Right. Since the HBO show, my comedy grew. And I felt like, oh, and it's on Comedy Central, I need to have some comedy input. So there were things that were coming out on that special I saw, the series, I go, no, that's not what I do, and I don't want that. So I had some issues with that, and they had, you know, I pushed. I felt like, I'm going to push. This is my opportunity. I got to make this thing. And I utilized my friends, you know, Tana from Seattle. I utilized, you know, Zach as much as I could. You know, he was there here and there, but it was a lot of stuff. And I feel like it took me a couple years to lick my wounds, and there's things that I did that's why I like Periscope. That's why I like podcasting. Even though I was doing podcasting before the show, is because it's just the freedom. Yep. And I'm not saying it was all a bad experience. They did give me freedom. There were just a few things that were some tension, and I feel like it did strain relationships. And I also feel like maybe over the years, me yelling at people probably strained relationships and maybe burnt bridges. Possibly, but I also feel it was always about the job. It wasn't like, I'm yelling at you because you treated me bad. Well, it was about the job. Yeah. And so that bothers me sometimes because it is a business, and I think like, oh, am I going to be like my dad yelling at everything? And I don't want to. So sometimes I have regrets. I feel like I had some opportunities and maybe I let them go away, but that's not a healthy way to think. But the other thing is, I'm kind of glad I went through it. I birthed it. I mean, I had a billboard, I had a show, I had to do, you know, media or whatever, and I made it through. I did it. So kind of birthed it. Am I going to get another shot? I don't know. But I also felt like it did make me official in the comedy world. Like comedians I know like me and that sort of thing.
They respect you for sure.
And I'm not saying I don't know why. Yeah. And I don't feel like I'm a legend. I don't.
Well, you've been in the game forever, and you're 100% pure. You're an artist. You remind me a lot of Ari Shaffir in a way of like, you're not the
Jewish.
Yeah. No, but you're not the classic. You, Ari, Diaz. These aren't guys that Comedy Central set out to give shows to.
No,
because
we're off center.
Yeah, exactly. So through all of the reminds me of that Twisted Sister documentary I watched. Through all the no's, you keep going and you say, I'm not doing it just for you. I'm doing this for me. So eventually, you can say no all you want. I'm not going away.
I mean, I'd like to look. That sounds great, and I do believe that.
Yeah.
But I'd like to see how I feel like when money runs low. We'll see. I've been lucky to work. And then I have those regrets. I feel like, oh, did I waste money back then? Should I have been tighter with that? And now it's coming back where I got to...
Yeah, you can't look at it up.
And then
I think when the fucking gun is pointed at your head...
Jesus.
No, but this is how I am all the time. Like, some people go like, man, you don't think about the future. You just, you get some money and you buy a jacket or whatever, and it's like...
Helps your comedy.
Yeah. And to me, I'm like... I don't know what I would do if I had $1 million. I don't think I would have the drive. I need that fucking survival mode.
Yeah, I can see that.
Mode. That makes me fucking buckle down and do 900 podcasts in a week and write jokes and do spots at 2 in the morning.
Okay, so you have that, and then let's say something happens, you get on. I mean, do you feel like you may, when you make a few bucks, you might take the fire away?
I don't know, and that's always a fear. Maybe I don't take the audition serious enough because I'm like, well, this might be 32,000.
But it's like loving comedy. I mean, look, Louis C.K. was there last night. I mean, he's a multimillionaire, so you're always gonna hopefully. I
get it. I think
you're gonna have that fire.
I get another hunger of like, okay, I want to be. I want to beat my last special. I can get into that stuff. You know what I mean? Okay, I want the third special to be fucking smoking or whatever. Then it becomes a thing of beat the last thing you did or whatever, or be as like the best at what you can be.
No, and look, I agree. Like the grinding it out, but I also feel that there's like, you know what? Take that year and just chill. Let that work speak. Let it marinate a little bit.
Yeah.
It's like I'm saying. Like I went hard when I got out of warm up. I went hard. Periscope.
Yeah.
Baseball. Because cups are popular.
Yeah.
I feel like that's another thing. Like they accepted me. They're a winning team. You're seeing me in the dugout.
That's fucking cool.
It's like
you were at the World Series.
Yeah, I got to go to that.
Yeah, you were on that fucking double-decker bus with the trophy.
I was in the parade. Yeah, I held the trophy. I got to get the photo of it.
Did you get to talk to Eddie Vedder a lot, or what was it?
Well, I spoke to Eddie Vedder briefly when I met him during the regular season.
Right.
I always wanted to meet him. You know, it's like kind of cool.
Yeah, well, fuck yeah, Seattle. And
yeah. And they said, he comes around. He's just like a regular guy. He'll come around here and there during the regular season too. And then I was out there.
He's a big Cubs fan.
Loves it.
I know, but do you know why? Because he's from San Diego, and then he moved to Seattle.
I think he was born in Chicago, and I don't know if he was born in Chicago, but I think he spent a lot of time in Chicago as a kid, and he was just raised.
I was wondering that. I could easily Google it, but because I was like, that's crazy.
Yeah, he's raised. I think his family. I think he spent time there, but I know he's a huge Cubs fan. And
of course you got fucking
Bill Murray
and
Vince Vaughn. Jeff Garland,
Rage Against the Machine, Tom
Morello.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of big Cub fans over the years. So I always wanted to meet Eddie Vedder, and I knew he was friends with the Cubs. So they said, one day, because Pearl Jam was going to play a concert in a couple days at Wrigley Field.
Yeah.
They say, I think Eddie Vedder is going to come down. I go, I want to get a photo with him.
Yeah.
So I have my pass. I can kind of go wherever I want.
Yeah.
And they said he was here going to sing sing something. And I saw him out by the dugout like a half hour before the game. So I went down there and I asked Steve, he's the camera guy, can you get a photo? So he got a photo with me. And I talked to Eddie for a second. I just said, like, I was in Seattle and, I do comedy. And he said something about Jeff Ross. And he goes, I'm friends. I'm doing a show with Jeff Ross. I said that.
Yeah.
So he was cool. I took a photo with him just like a regular guy. Yeah. And then during the World Series, he was around But to be honest, I was so locked in to the Cubs.
Yeah.
My friend's a coach who I grew up with. He's a high-end, in the dugout strategy, catchers, pitcher coach. He's the one who asked me to come out. And he's the one who gives me the access and the okay to do everything.
Now, what do they have you out there for? A little comic relief? A little bit of fucking...
A little bit, you know.
Are you just rolling up to guys going, yes, push and believe, fastball, knuckles, and that's
sometimes.
That's hilarious.
Some of the guys, the Cubs, the particular, I can tell you how these gigs led up to these gigs.
Yeah.
But this particular Cub one was from Anthony Rizzo. He's our first baseman. A couple of years ago, he said, "You want to host my laugh off?" Because I was hanging out with the Cubs. My friend's a coach. I'd go to spring training. I'd go to Wrigley Field. I'd go on a road to see him on the road somewhere. And then I did a Marucci bat. They're baseball bats that almost all the players use.
Of course, I know that company.
Yeah, and I did their award show. So Rizzo saw me there. So he had already seen me do a little comedy. So he said, "You want to host my thing?" I said, "Yeah." So it was during the Cubs convention. It's a big event in January. So they flew me out. And Tom Papa was the headliner.
Wow.
And then like a Second City sketch thing, and I hosted.
Sick.
And I the owner's there, and the new manager, and I knew it was my opportunity to like really hit home with my baseball and my comedy. So I kind of played to Joe Madden, the manager, knowing because he's the guy.
Yeah.
If I'm saying information that only he gets, it's funny. So I knew that baseball connection. He liked it. The owner liked it. He said, "Are you going to come down to spring training, Tom Ricketts?" So now I'm in with all these guys.
Sick.
And then you're there.
Are they giving you a hotel and shit?
Yeah, for the convention.
Wow.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I got that.
So they flew me out there, convention. Forget they even paid me for that one, but they gave me everything. And you're hanging out with the team, you know, because, my friend's a coach. He said, "Okay, there's dinner at this." And then I'm there with all the players, the coaches, the owner. And so then they were having the events. I'm hanging out, periscoping, which was last year. And then they brought me back out. So they did it again last year. And again, getting more in, come down to spring training. And my goal this year for spring training was to throw a bullpen. Practice, because I work out with my friend who's the coach, Marcelo. So I want to throw a bullpen. They all want me to. And so then, they said, come throw a bullpen tomorrow at 11 in Arizona. So they give me, go to Otis, he'll give you a uniform. So the guy gave me a uniform, and then I warmed up with Contreras, their starting catcher, and then one of the AAA guys caught me, but I'm throwing there with the major leaguers.
Wow.
John Lackey, another Cahill, and then me, and I got Chris Bosio, the pitching coach, and it's on video.
Yeah.
But you know what? I pitched in college.
Can you throw curves?
Yeah. Curveball.
What's your
fastball's my best
fastball? Now, how do you throw a curve? I can throw a knuckle, kind of. Like I used to practice it a lot. Like, man, it's so cool to throw the knuckle. Like the Candy Audi style. Candy Audi would just fuck dudes up with that knuckle. It would come in. I remember I used to sit in section 115 at Pac Bell, and I think it was the last year Candy Audi pitched for the Giants. You remember that?
Yeah.
All of a sudden, here he is, this Dodger who killed the Giants year after year, and now he's on. I said back then, I would see it come. It would just be like, it almost was
dancing.
It was like you're on mushrooms. It was like, what's going on with that? I don't know how.
It's crazy. Like, it's hard to catch.
And hard to hit, too, man.
Yeah. I could never do a knuckleball. Guys would always want to throw a knuckleball.
Yeah.
I just, I was good at the fastball because I pitched with passion. I was able to blow the guys away.
Yeah.
And then the curveball's basically, hold it a little different. And I'm thinking like fastball. And then when I get around my ear, I go curveball.
Wow.
So I can get it to like drop pretty good.
Is it different? Are you holding the seams different? Or
Yeah. Holding the seams a little different. And
2-finger curve?
Yeah. And it's just
got a 3-finger?
No, it's all like 2-finger. And it's like, you're just thinking fastball. Then right when I get to my ear, kind of bring it in, and it's like pulling down, and it's like,
wow, just drops out the bottom of it. Like,
you hope.
Sinkers and shit, man, are just crazy. Pitching is such a fucking an art, man.
I love pitching because you read, you're reading the hitters.
When you see Lissa come in his height,
watching that guy pitch and his fucking giant body and his wacky fucking wind up.
Oh, he had a small, but he was small.
Yeah.
He was tiny, but he had that crazy stride.
Yeah,
he was like only like
stride.
5'9",
Oh,
but
yeah.
because he
It
had
just seemed big because the way he came down.
the
his
long hair.
Yeah. But
Yeah,
man,
he threw hard.
his pitching was fucking crazy. Over the years, all these pitchers, you know, it's so wild to learn that. You think all the way back to that fucking dad and like, you know, third grade going, no, you're fucking dirty, you know,
Yeah.
somebody on him.
Well, it's different now with the training. That's the thing. I know a lot of these pitching gurus. That's something that I may want to get into. That's where the positive energy comes from. You know, they need somebody to talk to. Yeah, you're good. You got it. Just, you know, I'm with you out there. There's sometimes they just need that.
Yeah.
But there's so many training skills now. Long toss, the tubing, the J bands. They all. A lot of these. You see, it's mental. It all comes from like there's only a handful. It's mental, and it's visualizing. It's quieting the brain. It's believing, and then with pitching, it's long toss. It's all these drills. It's weighted balls. That's why these guys all throw 100 now.
Yeah.
They all throw 100.
Yeah.
And then they have all the stats. So you get a guy like Borzello with the Cubs.
Yeah, they just look at the stats and go, this guy cannot hit a curveball.
Exactly.
Right.
So they go, okay, this guy right here, the count's 0-0, he will not swing at a curveball. If you can throw a curveball for a strike, it's going to be 0-1.
Right.
And stats show.
Now, the catcher has to memorize those stats so he can give the guy the signal, right?
Exactly. And so before the games, and that's what I would see with the Cubs, Borzello, my friend, he'd be sitting there with the catcher, starting catcher, going over the hitters.
Right.
We're going over this guy. We're going over this guy. Then he would also do with the pitcher, too.
Right.
Okay,
now, is the coach, that guy giving the sign to the catcher's giving the sign to the pitcher, or is the catcher memorizing the
I mean, it's up to the catcher. I mean, they may have something, who knows, but it's up to the catcher calls the game. You know?
I gotcha.
But some teams, they have some, the coaches will, suggest things possibly. But when you have a catcher, maybe a Dominican kid, he's dealing with a guy from Texas, a guy from Louisiana, a guy from California. There's, you've got to pull out the information, communicate the information, and then execute the information. And I see that, and it was coming from a guy like me, my friend. Yeah. We grew up together with blue-collar, hard-working values that I applied to warm-up, that I apply to stand-up. A lot of my stuff comes from, growing up in the 80s. And I feel like when I saw the Cubs win, I felt like it took some kind of toughness, a blue-collar work ethic, and then also just being, knowing, believing. When I talk about this push and believe, it's like you've got the stats and you're dedicated. It's all like Borzello, his life is baseball. It's just baseball. He's always been baseball. It's not other stuff. And I saw him go from being a bullpen catcher with the Yankees and turning it into an impact position where they relied on him, just like my warm-up. Like I was into warm-up, but then I made it something. And I'm trying to make this late-night spot something. But a lot of it's just energy, belief, street smarts, lucky enough to have good parenting and good coaches. And I saw winning in New York. I saw it, and it's just, it was a confidence. And, but I try to apply that in. With this crazy election, how there's so much negativity. Baseball's about positive. Baseball's about lifting up your teammate. You struck out. It's okay. I'm going to get on and get a hit for you.
Right.
So, and I saw that. Whereas, show business, it's singular. It's, it's subjective. Or are you funny? Okay. Do I like you? Okay. Do you win this award?
Yeah.
You have rate. I mean, you have.
It's gatekeepers, right?
Gatekeepers. I mean, the only thing I think is like numbers and ticket sales and ratings.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Sports is about winning. It's black and white winning. So I grew up kind of in that world of the winning, and it's almost not cool to have a winning attitude in Hollywood sometimes you get pushback.
Yeah,
and I felt
I get that. It's a lot of. You got to kind of sometimes be a what do they call, like almost like a pushover. You know what I mean? Like, oh well, you know.
Yeah, don't make waves. But it's like, here's my thing. I grew up in the Valley. You know, San Fernando Valley. People always picked on the Valley. I went to Reseda High School. That even more so. And I just saw over time that I'm working on TV shows. That the Valley is so bad. Why am I on TV shows? Why am I doing Largo? These hipster rooms, meaning like just because they put down the Valley, I infiltrated that world. So what I said, like, my good energy infiltrated the if you want to call it negative. I mean, I think it's kind of negative now, but I like to say that and be positive. And I also felt like the Cubs winning, being around that, it was such a good story. It like validated some of my positive energy in a weird way. I don't want to feel I had something to do with the Cubs.
I get it. Well, the more positive vibes around something, a circle of people, the better people are gonna feel. You ever been in a bus ride somewhere and you got a couple shitty people in the bus? All of a sudden, the whole bus feels shitty.
Yeah,
it's like, oh man, you got a bunch of Charlie Browns. All of a sudden, you know,
you got to put out. You really, it's not easy.
I know, and you know, I always look at it as like, you know, fuck, man, we're alive. We're grown-ass adults, and we're working in the hottest club in America. There's no negative there. It's all great.
And you know, I look at it these days because I feel like comedians, we are the export. We're like the number one export right now. I feel like audiences need to take care of the artists, the comedians, the voices, the court gestures. You know, I know that. You know, our military people aren't. I don't want to compare us to soldiers at all, but I also just feel like comedians are important. That's why audiences, they are important. I feel like artists, they serve a purpose, and so I feel like when we're doing comedy, we are a voice for people. Number one, and I also think there's something about laughing, people feeling good. You know, we're so in the eye of the storm. We're in LA. We're cranking these things out. But you know what? There's thousands of people outside that have regular jobs who rely on us.
Yeah, they need us, man. After that shit week at work, they got a couple drinks, they bring their lady, and we come on, and they go home, and they feel better. They feel better, man.
And it's like, it feels good.
This podcast right here makes people feel better. I get emails every day. Dude, I got a shit job. I listen to this on the way to work, and I feel good, man. And that makes me feel fucking great.
Yeah, it does. And I also feel like whenever I think about not doing comedy, I can do a regular job. You have to think like it would be unfair. Like people think I'm funny, whether I think I'm funny or not, or I talk with a funny voice, or I act weird. So I feel like I almost owe it to the world. Again, I don't want to. I feel like I'm coming up like some Jesus Christ, Jesus.
I get what you're saying,
but it would be. I know it would be just. I know I'm doing the right thing, being in entertainment. Thank gosh, there's a place for us.
Yeah, absolutely, man.
Good conversation. Wow,
yeah, man. Thanks for doing the podcast, dude. It's so great to have you on, and let's not make it another 4 years, you know.
Oh, 4 years? What is the Olympics?
Isn't that great? And
foreigner number 4 right there.
Foreigner number 4 right there. Today's episode is all about fours.
4, like one. That's counting with drums. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 4. And foreskin.
For those about to rock.
There you go.
4th of July, rockets and cannons.
I love it. Starting pitchers. You used to have 4 starting pitchers.
Yeah. All right.
I don't know.
Thank you so much, dude. And follow Brody on Instagram.
Brody is me friend, based off Tony and Mr. Lee, my busboys in New York. Brody, you good guy, you me friend. I enjoy that. And I also, the Cubs thing, I'm trying to link it together again. I'm not the reason why. But again, I saw that when you hear them talking like you a little bit, like your little cadences, you know you have an influence. Like I had David Ross, the catcher. He was the catcher. He hit the home run in the Game 7. He came to the show at the Improv. I did a show during the season when the Cubs were in town. He came to the show, and you hear him going, "Yes, you got it." And I saw him before Game 7. He was like, "Energy, yes, Brody." So like it. Yeah, they like saying that. Yeah. And from being a baseball player myself, that's where enjoy it came from. Little sayings. Everyone's got their little sayings. Yeah. So you just pick up.
Candles lit.
There you go. Candles lit. Candles lit. Yes. Nuts to butts. Enjoy. Whatever it was. Those little sayings. Yep. So, awesome. Had a great job. Thanks for having me on.
Thank you so much. And I'm off to New York tomorrow. And I'll be back in a couple weeks. So thank you. And everybody, leave a review and subscribe to this podcast. It helps. The more you subscribe and leave reviews, the higher it gets in the top 200 on iTunes. And this week it was number 162. So thank you so much. And come see me at the stand all this week and next week in New York City and the New York Comedy Club. And then San Francisco, I will be at the Punchline December 15, 16, 17. So happy holidays, everybody. Candles lit!
Yes. You got it. Live here with Stephen Brody Stevens. Yes, Stephen Brody Stevens. Do you prefer the Brody or do you prefer the full Stephen Brody Stevens? The more I hear Stephen Brody Stevens, it doesn't pop. Mm-hmm. Brody Stevens pops. That name, boom. People see this right away. Hear it, feel it. They're used to it. Believe it. Stephen Brody Stevens is more of a internet moniker. SBS I like, but it's an internet because my real name isn't Brody Stevens. I mean, it's my last name. Everyone always called me Brody. I mean, that was like the truth. Mm-hmm. And that's why I felt like I wanted to keep that name in it. When I heard Steve Brody, to me wasn't like a funny name. That's my real name, Stephen James Brody. Oh wow! I actually didn't know that. But like Steve Brody was a baseball player. Steve Brody wasn't a stand-up comedian. Brody was. And then when I had to come up with a name, I felt like I was Steve Brody right at first, and then I was switching around. J. Brody Stevens, Brody. This Brody Stevens seemed to like work. And I just wasn't, I don't know if I was creative enough to even come up with a completely different name. Nobody called me anything other than just Brody. Yeah. So I felt like Brody Stevens. But then when I would hear that name, somebody else say it, like bringing me up, Brody Stevens, I felt like it wasn't me. And then when I would tell them, like I just told you, my name's Steve, it's like it's like a letdown almost. I don't want to like let people down. So I feel like if I'd say Stephen Brody Stevens, at least I'd rather have them be confused than let down. All right, that makes sense. I'm not saying you were let down. That's the way I take it in terms of like. Whenever I said interesting, I was like, oh, interesting. Yeah, even that. Yeah, I mean, yeah, because people, and also me, when I hear it, I know it's not really me. Me is, Stephen. That's really who I am, Stephen. But as you get older and more, you move out of your mom's place. So people start giving you nicknames, right? Based off your last name. Totally. So, and I just knew people like the name. People called me J Dub, J Watt. J Watt. There you go. JJ Watt. Whenever I was growing up, I actually whenever I was really young, I hated to be called Jeremiah because it was like my full name, and for years I went by Jeremy, which that doesn't even feel like me. Wow. And then whenever I got a little bit older, I'm like, no, I like my name. I'm Jeremiah. You were Jeremy? Whenever I was a kid, I preferred being called Jeremy for whatever reason. And then when you started doing comedy,
No.
They switched it up.
Whenever I had a chance to, whenever I went to public school in 8th grade, they say, what is the preferred name you'd like to be called? And I was like, I've never been asked that before. I always just like pushed away that. And I'm like, you know what? I'm Jeremiah. I like my name.
Jeremiah has spoken. Jeremiah spoken. Jeremiah spoken. I usually call people by their full name, usually. David Spade, I think I call him Dave. But most people...
You call them their full name?
Full name. No, I just was never like... I don't always call people by their nickname.
Yeah, you always call me Jeremiah and usually go, Jeremiah.
Jeremiah, articulation. Well, it's also like, I think... sports background, you respect people, I mean, nicknames are popular also in baseball, so in sports, of course.
Did you have a nickname whenever you played baseball?
Bro, didn't have to go.
Nothing like Slugfest or anything like that, or the spaghetti arms, or no,
I know
nothing like that.
I never had that. I mean, awesome ostrich.
Awesome
Oz.
I like that.
As a kid, like I ran like an ostrich.
Really?
Yeah, I mean,
I want to see you as an animated ostrich. I would love to see that cartoon.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I mean, if somebody wants to do it, I'm not, me personally, I don't know. I mean,
guys, if anybody's out there that's into animation, they want to do a quick either a Photoshop or, an animated Brody as an ostrich, I think everybody would appreciate that.
Well, I think I'm easy to animate. I think people I've seen caricatures. I have some strong features that make me identifiable. So I think if you could just take my head and put it on an ostrich.
I've got some strong features as well, my friend.
There you go. Well, definable features, dark hair, chin. We're tall, we're bold.
Yeah.
You can say strong nose, strong chin, strong shoulders,
strong jawline, strong pecs. Strong clavicles.
Yes. But you're actually, you can play a lot of different characters. You mix it up. I don't know if I would be could play as so many characters. Maybe because my facial hair. I mean, they say that on Saturday Night Live. They don't like them to have facial hair.
Well, it's funny. For the longest time, I had a lot of scruff and was very beardy. But recently on Kill Tony, we've been doing so many different characters every week that I can't keep facial hair, because if we're playing women, or like I was just David Bowie on Wednesday for a show, most of to blend into different people, it's usually you got to be clean shaven, so you can put like makeup on, or I put my hair into wig caps a lot to put wigs over it and stuff like that.
So yeah, that's an advantage of being clean shaven, not relying on that. That's like an old Saturday Night Live thing. Lauren Michaels said that.
Yeah, and Belushi had a beard before he joined the cast, and he's like, you gotta shave it.
Yeah, that's like a known story. That's not like a old wives' tale.
No, Bobby Moynihan also had a big bushy beard right before he joined the cast, and they're like, yeah, you gotta shave up and then come in.
But for me, like shaving would just irritate my skin. That's why I really gave up on shaving, because of irritation.
You have a strong beard line always. It's always. Do you?
Well, I got it lasered.
Did you really?
Years ago, because it was the shaving. I had
so intense every day. You'd have to do it.
Yeah, I just didn't want to shave, and it was. I mean, such a long time ago. I forget how. But irritation. It would be a bloodbath.
Yeah,
that's why people grow beards. I think a lot of it is just
to cover up.
Yeah, I mean, I had like bad rosacea from shade, just irritation. So it wasn't a time thing. It was like painful to like have to shave a couple days in a row. I mean, you can train your skin, I guess. I mean, so many people have beards. I like it. I like the trend that beards are